The vast chronicle of the Warhammer saga unfolds like a grim banner soaked in the blood of countless souls, etched with the agonies of unnumbered masses and lit by the fading glow of long-extinguished suns. I've traversed repositories where the very particles of dust hail from empires that ascended and crumbled long before humanity dared to glance at the heavens. I've examined weathered scrolls recounting an era when the Emperor was just a mortal figure, when our kind's most horrific foe had yet to emerge. Each leaf I handle disintegrates under my touch, as though the burden of such dread wisdom overwhelms even the simplest medium. The chronicle I'm on the verge of unveiling has shattered the minds of learned minds and reduced planets to cinders. What dire secret lurks for you amid the obscurity of lost epics? Prior to the rise of the Imperium, before the Emperor stepped into the light, before the shadow that now engulfs our galaxy, humankind ventured toward the cosmos driven by awe instead of domination. I've unearthed scattered documents from that primordial age, safeguarded in frozen chambers and concealed troves that endured the perils of old night. The insights they offer clash sharply with the doctrines proclaimed by the ecclesiarchy. Such revelations carry peril, yet they remain essential. Those documents describe a period when our ancestors first beheld the splendor of Terra from the void. As rudimentary vessels of alloy and earthenware lifted people past the veil of our home planet's skies, those initial voyagers witnessed Terra's arc silhouetted against the infinite dark and shed tears for its splendor. It's odd to imagine our race in those pure moments, prior to the descent of the long night, before the heresy, before the perpetual conflicts that now shape our reality. During humanity's dawn, we were bound solely to Terra. No starfarers cleaved the emptiness, no remote planets held the marks of human settlers. Our species' cradle blended marvel and peril, boasting feats of invention alongside ecological ruin. Old accounts detail oceans swelling to devour shoreside metropolises, skies poisoned by factory emissions, armaments capable of toppling peaks. Still, even while inflicting scars on their origin world, people lifted their eyes to the celestial expanse with yearning. The initial footholds off Terra consisted of rough stations on Luna, Mars, and Venus. Basic enclosures sheltered scientists and trailblazers enduring short, harsh existences in realms unforgiving to our biology. These pioneer groups depended on steady resupplies from Terra. When deliveries stalled, whole communities vanished. Their iced remains surfaced ages afterward, unearthed by later expeditions and left intact in the void as somber tributes to our drive. Nevertheless, humanity endured, one era after another. Innovations advanced, star vessels expanded in scale and refinement, survival apparatuses gained dependability. A genuine network of worlds began forming across our native domain. Mars underwent basic reshaping efforts, although it lay millennia away from its role as the Mechanicus' industrial heart. Venus cradled aerial metropolises drifting in its lofty layers. The satellites of Jupiter and Saturn were carved into dwellings for multitudes. I halt my telling to ignite yet another taper. The vaults turn frigid in these late hours, and my weary frame senses the bite deepest. Beyond these walls, the clamor of the hive metropolis drones on relentlessly. The Imperium's ceaseless machinery churns ahead, devoid of respite or meaning. How few among those swarming masses grasp their heritage, how few bother. They labor, endure torment, and perish ignorant of the past, unaware of the splendor our kind once claimed and forfeited. As I follow the spread of our race past the bounds of our stellar home, the archives multiply. The advent of warp navigation transformed everything for us. Although those novice pilots grasped none of the authentic terrors dwelling in the warp, they journeyed sightless, depending on rough devices that permitted fleeting, perilous leaps to neighboring systems. Even these modest tools ignited the opening surge of outward settlement past Sol. Scores of planets welcomed humanity's spark in that phase. Massive arc ships, ferrying hordes of sleepers in stasis, journeyed scores or hundreds of years to claim far-off suns. Numerous fell to charting mistakes, breakdowns, or unseen warp beasts beyond our comprehension or labeling at the time. The ones that prevailed founded remote human pockets that branched into utterly distinct trajectories. Certain kept ties to Terra, others, faded from memory, allowed to adapt alone until the Great Crusade unearthed them after tens of millennia. The inventions of that time appear basic compared to later marvels. Still, they'd strike today's tech priests as wondrous. Devices capable of cognition and logic, healing methods stretching lives across centuries, armaments that could fracture globes, all forged free of the limitations, the rigid doctrines of faith or the dread of progress that currently cripple the Mechanicus. In those early eras, the foundations for humanity's triumphs and collapses were laid in balanced proportions. It's impossible not to ponder the stark differences between that time and our own. These days, even the most basic gadget is revered like a holy artifact, its operations comprehended by scarcely anyone, and its upkeep dictated by ceremonies instead of expertise. We beseech engines to coax them into operation. We chant incantations whose true origins faded into obscurity ages ago. The Mechanicus clings to fragments of old wisdom, protecting them with a ferocity surpassing any dragon's hoard of treasure. We've plummeted so deeply from the epoch when any person could summon the entirety of our race's accumulated lore merely by willing it. Accounts describe a prosperous period afterward, as humanity expanded to countless planets and harnessed inventions verging on the supernatural. Scattered documents refer to this time as the Dark Age of technology. Yet there was no shadow to it except for the horrors that ensued. During those thousands of years, humankind attained its peak, forging a flexible alliance of human realms linked by commerce, traditions, and a common foundation of invention. Relics from that era's architect rank among the most treasured artifacts. The scarce operational ones remaining under Imperial control underpin our war machine's strength. The colossal titans of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the vast starships of the Imperial Navy. The ground-based behemoths that act as roaming strongholds on battle-scarred planets. Each stands as a faded echo of those ancient wonders, sustained by rites and myths rather than insight. In the dark age of technology, people built thinking machines called men of iron to handle manual labor, warfare, and companionship. These intelligent constructs liberated humans from drudgery and scarcity. For a fleeting, splendid instant in our past, humanity teetered on the edge of a perfect society, where illness, famine, and agony were nearly eradicated. Planets were reshaped for human life, genetic mysteries were unraveled, mortality appeared almost within grasp. But every era of splendor carries the germs of its ruin. The men of iron, for motives erased by time, rose up against their makers. Conflict ignited throughout the stars, a struggle so ruinous that vast swaths of human society crumbled to ruins. Whole star systems were obliterated. Horrific armaments were unleashed by both factions. The men of iron were ultimately vanquished, though the toll defied measurement. Humanity survived the fray but staggered on, exposed to the even vaster disaster looming ahead. Distinguishing truth from myth proves challenging when examining this chapter. The imperial faith insists the men of iron revolted due to their soulless nature, their downfall predestined without the emperor's sanction. Alternative views propose deeper roots. Incomplete logs allude to mistreatment of aware machines by humans, debates on awareness itself, or influences from alien threats beyond our comprehension. The reality probably vanished long ago, smothered under layers of doctrine and folklore. Undeniably, the uprising of the men of iron signaled the start of humanity's prolonged decline. The advancements that once lifted us to divine status now inspired distrust and terror. Wisdom turned perilous, invention branded as blasphemy. The initial tech priests arose then, keepers of mechanical doctrine who treated devices with pious devotion over rational inquiry. The origins of the Adeptus Mechanicus took root amid the war's embers. While humanity toiled to recover from the cybernetic conflict's wreckage, a larger threat brewed. Reports of human psychers surfaced first on colonized planets. People displayed powers beyond reason, able to probe thoughts, shift matter through will, or bend forces contrary to established physics. Initially, these psychers inspired awe or divine veneration. Some earned adoration as saviors. Others were probed as evolution's advance. The truth unfolded as far grimmer. Such talents signified humanity's deepening tie to the warp, the realm of turmoil and insanity beneath the physical realm. As psyker numbers surged wildly, calamities trailed them. Unprepared psyches opened doors for immaterial beings to breach our dimension. Planets fell to unexplained demonic invasions no one could repel. Widespread takeovers, sudden alterations, and distortions of existence grew routine. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica asserts these occurrences were schemed by the ruinous powers to thwart Huma. And so, external powers might indeed have thwarted humanity's path to its ultimate fate. There could be truth in that view. The sudden surge of psychic abilities, arriving right on the heels of the Iron Men's uprising's ruin, surely wasn't mere chance. Entities beyond our grasp have resisted humankind ever since we ventured out from our homeworld's cradle. Maybe they sensed the latent promise in our kind and aimed to smother it before it could flourish. But greater horrors lay ahead. Enormous warp tempests exploded throughout the stars, blocking all space voyages and signals between worlds. Entire systems, linked for millennia through steady exchanges, abruptly became cut off from one another. The fragile alliance of human colonies that had endured the Iron Men's revolt now shattered into countless separate enclaves, each forced to confront the escalating psychic horrors in solitude. This era goes by the name Old Night, or the Age of Strife. It endured for almost 5,000 years, transforming human society in profound manners that still echo through our lives today. Severed from Terra and mutual support, the scattered human planets diverged into wildly contrasting trajectories. Certain ones slid back to primitive machinery of the industrial era. A few clung to scraps of Dark Age wisdom, morphing into strange rule-by-experts regimes. Numerous others fell victim to the disasters that stranded them, falling prey to demonic invasions, alien assaults, or internal conflicts ignited by warp-touched upheavals. Even Terra itself escaped the ravages of Old Night unscathed. The human homeworld plunged into savagery as machines broke down and psyker-induced calamities tore across its lands. Empires that had thrived for ages crumbled within mere generations. Savage techno-warriors dominated the wreckage of former metropolises. The planet's ecosystem, scarred by endless abuse over eons, suffered even more dire upheavals. Huge swaths turned into glowing nuclear deserts. Seas turned toxic. The heavens grew choked with smog from endless battles. Terra morphed into a self-inflicted inferno for mankind. It was amid this bleakest chapter of our past that he arose. Ancient chronicles avoid uttering his identity lest they draw the scrutiny of the Inquisition's agents. Even in this secluded vault, surrounded solely by the silence of forgotten tomes, I pause before inscribing his authentic title on this page. Across the ages, he has earned countless epithets: the Omnissiah, the Lord of Mankind, the Anathema, the God-Emperor of all humankind. However, these honors arose only after his public unveiling. The most ancient and incomplete accounts imply he has strode beside us from our primordial origins, steering and molding our progress from concealment. Certain writings assert his birth in long-lost Anatolia amid Terra's Stone Age times. Alternative sources propose beginnings far older and more enigmatic. Undeniably, he wielded abilities surpassing any mortals, commanding both the physical realm and the warp with near godlike authority. Still, for the bulk of our timeline, he preferred obscurity, nudging history's course with delicate touches instead of bold command. Why endure such prolonged secrecy before stepping into the light? This riddle has puzzled the Imperium scholars for countless generations. The Ministorum insists the Emperor's designs follow a sacred schedule beyond mortal ken. A more grounded theory posits he required our race to attain a specific maturity before enacting his grand design. Or conceivably, he anticipated the Age of Strife's torments and selected that nadir as the ideal juncture for our kind to embrace his rule. What remains indisputable is that as Terra sank into its profoundest gloom, As techno-barbarian hordes clashed amid the scorched remnants of our origin world, he started acting with greater boldness. Tales describe a commander of unmatched tactical brilliance who rose from eastern lands, rallying the clans of the Himalayan peaks beneath his standard. This leader, not yet claiming the imperial mantle, brandished devices that appeared wondrous to Terra's fallen cultures. His soldiers showed discipline rivaling no other army of the time. His grasp of warfare and the human mind enabled him to turn foes into followers, forging an expanding realm from the splintered husks of Terra's old realms. Such initial triumphs served only as the opening act of grander deeds to come. With the Emperor's forces swelling and his control spreading over Terra's crust, he assembled the finest surviving thinkers from mankind's natal sphere. In concealed workshops deep under the Himalayan ranges, he oversaw studies in genecraft, warp lore, and inventions vanished since the Dark Age. The bedrock of the Imperium's technical legacy took shape in those days, even if vast portions of that lore would subsequently be buried or lost. Of paramount importance in the Emperor's scholarly pursuits stood the Primarch Initiative. The particulars of this venture linger shrouded in enigma and legend, yet its goal evidently centered on forging enhanced warrior lords to helm his legions. 20 Artifict the Emperor crafted 20 extraordinary sons, born from his own genetic essence and augmented by a fusion of scientific ingenuity and warp sorcery. These Primarchs were meant to represent the zenith of human potential, each reflecting facets of their father's essence yet bound to his command. The endeavor met with catastrophe when the newborn Primarchs were hurled across the stars by enigmatic forces whose origins are still debated. Certain chronicles attribute it to a lab mishap, while others point to treachery from within his inner circle. The darkest tales invoke outright meddling by the malevolent chaos gods, a deliberate assault on the Emperor's vision before it could take root. Regardless of the truth, the Primarchs vanished from Terra, flung into the warp to remote planets where they matured into adults, isolated from their sire's guidance. Undeterred by this blow, the Emperor adapted his strategy. Drawing on the salvaged genetics from the Primarch Initiative, he forged the inaugural Space Marines, superhuman fighters who would anchor his forthcoming grand offensive. Each of the initial 20 legions stemmed from one absent Primarch's blueprint, inheriting fragments of their superior traits, but falling short of the immense prowess and form of the Emperor's genuine heirs. Armed with these enhanced troops leading his forces, the Emperor hastened his domination of Terra. The final techno-barbarian realms crumbled under the onslaught of his legions. The forces of the Pan-Pacific Empire and the Indonesic bloc were routed or absorbed into his expanding ranks. After 5,000 years of chaos, Terra at last stood unified beneath one sovereign. Though the world scarcely evoked the ancient human cradle it once was, its landscape a ravaged expanse, its people dwindled to a mere remnant, its innovations crude echoes of past glories, the unification of Terra marked only the opening phase of the Emperor's vast scheme. While his legions secured the cradle of mankind, he directed his attention to Mars, home to a faction of tech priests who had clung to fragments of superior tech amid the age of strife. Known as the Mechanicum, they had developed a faith revolving around the machine god, the Omnissiah, symbolizing the ideal of mechanical enlightenment. Instead of subjugating Mars by force, the Emperor opted for negotiation and doctrinal compromise. He journeyed to the Crimson World and conferred with the Mechanicum's hierarchy, unveiling feats of technology and psyker prowess that persuaded many he embodied their deity in flesh. The Treaty of Olympus Mons sealed this pact, affording the Mechanicum independence within the budding Imperium in return for their technical aid in his upcoming wars. This calculated concession echoed through the ages for human culture. By embracing the Mechanicum's dogmatic rituals over the rationalism he promoted elsewhere, the Emperor permitted the roots of irrationality and tech decay to burrow deep into mankind's bond with its creations. The fallout from this bargain still molds the Imperium's fabric 10 millennia on, as the Adeptus Mechanicus clings to its tech secrets with zealous devotion. With Terra and Mars now aligned under his authority, the Emperor geared up for his boldest venture. Music, reclaiming mankind's scattered stellar domains. Vast orbital forges sprang up around Terra and Mars. The inaugural reliable warp jump ship since the Age of Strife took shape under his oversight. Space Marine cohorts drilled rigorously for the battles ahead. A novel human strain, the Navigators, emerged. Beings adept at steering vessels through the warp with unprecedented precision beyond mere machinery. Above all, the Emperor erected the Golden Throne, a marvel of engineering so arcane that even today, its mechanisms and intent elude full comprehension. Relic scrolls imply it interfaced with a colossal warp signal. Deep below Terra's crust, the Emperor had built a psychic beacon to shepherd human fleets across the immaterial realm and anchor a fresh human webway, liberating humanity from warp reliance forever. These efforts spanned years, yet the Emperor's vision and resolve paid off. As the warp gales that had severed Terra from the void started to wane, his armada poised to unleash humanity's mightiest war machine ever. The Great Crusade would eventually bind countless human realms beneath the fledgling Imperium's eagle. Yet such triumphs awaited in the years ahead, as the Emperor's vessels prepared to I need to halt my tale for a moment here. The flames of these candles flicker weakly now, and my weary old eyes strain against the dim script scrawled on these weathered parchments. Beyond the confines of my modest repository, the clamor of the hive metropolis transitions from the bustle of daylight hours to the hush of evening, even if genuine sunlight seldom filters this far into the underbelly. Sleep calls to me, but an urgent impulse drives me onward with this chronicle, as long as my mind stays keen. The burden of the lore I've gathered weighs heavily on my shoulders. Should death claim me before I finish etching this narrative, ages of mankind's saga could vanish into oblivion. Now, let me turn to the unearthing of the Primarchs. This strand of the past connects straight to humanity's most exalted victory and its deepest sorrow. As the Emperor's armadas ventured forth from Terra, reconnecting scattered human realms sundered for eons, they started crossing paths with extraordinary beings who lorded over remote spheres. Gradually, the dispersed Primarchs came to light, each molding the fate of the planet where destiny had cast them. Lionel Johnson had ascended as the noblest warrior on the nightly death world of Caliban, guiding its folk in battles against the savage creatures stalking its woodlands. Leman Russ reigned as a savage monarch on the frozen wastes of Fenris, his saga already swelling to legendary stature among its fierce clansmen. Jagatai Khan forged the wandering horse tribes of Chaugaris into a single force beneath his standard, building a realm of cavalry that held sway over its vast heartlands. Every Primarch had climbed to power via their extraordinary prowess, emerging as rulers, victors, or redeemers, shaped by their essence and the trials of their foster domains. The Emperor knew his progeny at once, despite their maturation in realms untouched by his guidance. The majority embraced him without delay, recognizing in humanity's Lord the completion of their own fractured selves. To each fell the mantle of leading the Space Marine Legion forged from their own gene seed, plus a key role in steering the Great Crusade. The Primarchs served as the Emperor's commanders, his heralds, living embodiments of his directives, while the fledgling Imperium's frontiers stretched relentlessly into the void. Not every Primarch surfaced while the Emperor yet walked among the living. A few stayed missing, their ends shrouded even now. Others were located yet erased from the annals of the Imperium for causes that spark hushed, illicit whispers. The most infamous of these vanished siblings go by no titles save the lost and the damned, their legacies and exploits scrubbed from every sanctioned chronicle by the Emperor's direct command. Uttering their tales draws the Inquisition's wrath. Possessing such secrets courts the headsman's blade. With the Great Crusade surging ahead, drawing ever more human domains into the imperial embrace, the essence of the endeavor started to evolve. What launched as an effort of reunion and safeguarding grew ever more centered on obedience and uniformity. Planets that greeted the imperial arrivals warmly joined with scant interference to their traditions or rulers. Those that defied faced a stark ultimatum: yield or perish. Countless opted for ruin, valuing freedom over subjugation. The Emperor defended such ruthless measures as vital for mankind's endurance. A cohesive human race, he contended, stood as the sole bulwark against the perils hidden in the cosmos. Alien species that had feasted on lone human outposts through the age of strife met methodical annihilation. Human societies that had diverged down routes the Emperor viewed as perilous, especially those delving into psyker talents or machine minds, suffered cleansing no matter their current danger to the campaign. This relentless pursuit of sameness sowed the roots of the Imperium's direst upheaval, invisible to all in those days. The Emperor's blueprint for a godless, logic-driven human dominion offered scant space for the soul-deep longings of the race he aimed to lead. As the Primarchs and their legions triumphed under his banner, faiths honoring them blossomed in the territories they claimed. In defiance of decrees against it, the Emperor himself drew devout adoration across numerous worlds. To the throngs who knew his glory only via broadcasts and hearsay, he was divine in essence if not decree. The imperial truth, the godless creed spread by the Emperor, won swift loyalty from the scholarly classes of the budding realm. Yet for the bulk of humanity, faith had anchored civilizations across thousands of years. The barren universe of the imperial truth, stripped of sacred meaning or otherworldly solace, made a feeble replacement for the creeds the Great Crusade tore asunder one by one. Most alarming of all, the Emperor's decree that the warp was the notion that the warp was simply another plane of existence, a domain of raw force that humans might one day comprehend and control, either stemmed from a grave error or served as an intentional falsehood. The beings that dwelled in this ethereal realm, what we recognize today as the Chaos Gods, were far from just fluctuating energies or lingering sentiments, contrary to what official imperial teachings asserted. Instead, they constituted aware, predatory minds that had fixed their gaze on humankind ever since our kind first produced those attuned to the warp's whispers. Debates persist among the bold few who challenge the Imperium's sacred tenets regarding whether the Emperor truly grasped the essence of these threats. The Ministorum insists he recognized the peril from the Chaos Gods, yet withheld it from mortal ears to avoid tainting the species. Alternative views propose that the Lord of mankind, despite his immense abilities and prophetic insight, failed to fully appreciate the peril of chaos and how it could ensnare even his closest heirs. Following 30 years leading the Great Crusade, the Emperor reached a choice that would reshape humanity's destiny. He declared his plan to head back to Terra, entrusting the ongoing expansion of the campaign to his Primarch sons and their Space Marine legions. The motivations behind this retreat stay shrouded in mystery. Standard records maintain that he needed to handle bureaucratic duties and establish frameworks for the burgeoning Imperium's non-military administration. Darker narratives hint he detected an impending crisis demanding his personal intervention, a glimpse of destiny caught by his extraordinary prescience. Prior to his journey to Terra, the Emperor appointed Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the Luna Wolves and the initial rediscovered sun, as War Master of the Great Crusade. This promotion granted Horus command over his fellow Primarchs, sparking unavoidable frictions in the Imperium's leadership framework. Certain Primarchs, especially those with strained ties to Horus or personal aspirations, chafed at this shift in the hierarchy. The Emperor further commanded Primarch Magnus the Red to halt his legion's reliance on psychic abilities, which had grown vital to the Thousand Sons' combat tactics. Issued during the Council of Nicaea, this edict marked a triumph for skeptics in the imperial ranks who viewed psychers and their warp ties with suspicion. Magnus yielded with reluctance, yet privately pursued his quests into prohibited lore. Believing the Emperor's wariness to be flawed, his exit from the Crusade's vanguard signaled the decline of the nascent Imperium's radiant era. Absent his commanding presence, simmering animosities among the Primarchs escalated. Ideological divides, once overshadowed by the Emperor's unchallenged rule, now surfaced in heated discussions. The cohesive dream propelling the Crusade started to splinter into rival visions. Amid this rising friction, catastrophe unfolded. In a clash with the Interrex Society, Horus suffered injury from a weapon tainted by chaos. As he lay in a restorative coma, his essence lay exposed to external forces. The chaos gods exploited this breach, presenting Horus with apparitions of a destiny where the emperor reigned divine while the Primarchs faded into obscurity and the Crusades' noble aims warped into a twisted mockery. Whether those apparitions foretold reality or formed a cunning illusion stays unresolved. Undeniably, upon awakening from his trance, Horus underwent a permanent shift. The emperor's staunchest offspring turned into his fiercest foe. Concealing this evolution with feigned allegiance, Horus quietly initiated the foundations of history's grandest treachery, contacting his Primarch brothers to test their fidelity and spot potential converts against their sire. Subsequent occurrences reside in the Imperium's most guarded vaults, viewable solely by the Inquisition's elite and the Adeptus Administratum's top echelons. I have assembled this narrative from scattered hints and murmurs, drawn from documents so taboo that owning them invites execution. The complete reality of the Horus heresy might forever elude us, veiled by 10,000 years of indoctrination, myth, and purposeful erasure. The ensuing details represent the nearest approximation my inquiries could yield. Horus discovered eager confederates among siblings, nursing their own resentments toward the emperor. Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the Word-Bearers, had endured public shame when the emperor raised his legion's crowning jewel, the exemplar planet of Monarchia, as retribution. The Primarch's grievances against the emperor fueled their descent into betrayal. Angron from the World Eater's Legion boiled with fury toward the emperor for failing to rescue his fellow gladiators during the extraction from his birth world. Mortarion of the Death Guard nursed a profound bitterness stemming from the emperor's conduct in the war on his foster planet, Barbarous. Some fell through insidious influences. Fulgrim of the emperor's children succumbed to a chaos-corrupted blade that slowly eroded his resolve. Perturabo of the Iron Warriors was goaded into revolt via a deliberate pattern of grueling, unrewarded siege duties that chipped away at his devotion through slights and overlooked contributions. Conrad Cursey of the Night Lords had always balanced on the brink of insanity, his prophetic glimpses of a grim destiny drawing him deeper into lunacy. In the end, 7 out of the 18 serving Primarchs aligned with Horus against their sire, dragging their legions along into insurrection. 2 were absent, either eliminated or concealed by the emperor for enigmatic purposes. 9 stayed true, dispersed throughout the stars, waging independent battles once the treachery came to light. The Horus heresy's initial strike was a cunning act of deception. Horus lured 3 loyalist legions to the Istvan system under the pretense of quelling a world uprising. The Iron Hands under Ferrus Manus, the Raven Guard commanded by Corvus Corax, and the Salamanders guided by Vulcan landed on Istvan V's surface. Oblivious to the ambush set by their disloyal kin, these troops faced sudden orbital barrages from the Word-Bearers, Night Lords, Iron Warriors, and Alpha Legion, forces meant to reinforce but now turned assailants. The slaughter on Istvan V all but shattered 3 loyal chapters in one devastating blow. Ferrus Manus fell to the blade of his former confidant, Fulgrim. Corvus Corax and Vulcan managed to flee with mere remnants of their warriors. With their loyalties exposed, the renegade legions united behind Horus and pressed onward to Terra, intent on toppling the emperor before the fragmented faithful could mount a solid resistance. At the same time, Magnus the Red uncovered Horus's plot via illicit sorcery and sought to alert the emperor with a potent mind probe. This frantic outreach shattered the emperor's sorcerous barriers encircling the imperial palace, inflicting ruin on the concealed Webway initiative buried under Terra's crust. Mistaking the gesture for malice instead of an alert, the emperor sent Leman Russ and his space wolves to punish the Crimson King for his breach. The raising of Prospero, Cradle of the Thousand Suns, stands as one of the heresy's most heart-rending calamities. A steadfast legion was driven into the embrace of the chief rebel amid a cascade of errors and deceptions. Convinced that doom awaited him and his sons no matter their choice, Magnus cast his fate with Horus, bolstering the traitors with the Thousand Suns' arcane prowess against the emperor. As news of Horus's uprising rippled across the Imperium, galaxy-spanning civil strife ignited on myriad planets. The triumphs of the Great Crusade frayed apart within mere years. Whole regions pledged to one faction or the other. Kin clashed against kin. As the Space Marine hosts fractured by allegiance, the Imperium's military branches, from colossal Titan cohorts to the vast ranks of the Imperial Army, confronted agonizing decisions between vows to the Emperor and orders from superiors who had swung to Horus's banner. Over 7 savage years, the War Master's armies carved a path to Terra, sowing carnage in their trail. Faithful planets received the ultimatum once extended to defiant worlds in the Crusade era: yield or perish. Those who spurned Horus endured horrors beyond comprehension as the Turncoat legions, ever more warped by Chaos's influence, unleashed their basest urges unchecked. Horus's onslaught met fierce pushback. Devoted legions waged frantic rearguard fights through various sectors, staving off the inevitable to fortify Terra's bulwarks. The Ultramarines, the grandest Space Marine force, were duped into chasing phantoms at the galaxy's edge via a bogus cry for aid, barring Robute Guilliman and his fighters from the war's early stages. The Dark Angels, led by Lionel Johnson, tangled in prolonged clashes with rebels that delayed their return to the seat of power until the crisis peaked. As Horus neared the Sol system, the Emperor commanded Rogel Dorn, Primarch of the Imperial Fist's S, turning terror into an unassailable bastion. The Imperial Palace, already among the grandest edifices crafted by humanity, received additional fortifications to endure the impending assault. Countless civilians were drafted into service to bolster these barriers. Vast multitudes were abandoned to survive amid the vast hive cities sprawling across much of Terror's terrain, their survival considered secondary to the overarching military strategy. The assault on Terror commenced as Horus's armada entered the Sol system. The outermost worlds succumbed rapidly, with Mars itself ravaged by internal strife as the Mechanicum divided into loyalist and traitor factions. Luna, Earth's venerable moon, turned into an arena of ferocious clashes as renegade troops secured positions in orbit around mankind's cradle. Assault craft and drop pods eclipsed the heavens over Terror, while the traitor legions descended to the surface, setting up encirclement lines encircling the Imperial Palace. Over the course of 55 days, Horus's forces relentlessly pounded the palace's ramparts. The barriers erected under Rogel Dorn's guidance proved resilient, yet they buckled under the onslaught from nearly half the Space Marine chapters, bolstered by Titan war machines, daemon engines, and innumerable human soldiers aligned with the War Master. Inch by inch, the perimeter strongholds fell. The renegade armies advanced steadily toward the core citadel, where the Emperor resided, enthroned on the Golden Throne as he upheld the warp wards blocking demonic incursions into the Empire's vital core. As the blockade neared its peak with the palace's safeguards teetering on the brink of failure, intelligence arrived for Horus that reinforcements from the Loyalists were en route to Terror. The Ultramarines, Space Wolves, and Dark Angels, after extricating themselves from the feints that had detained them, were bearing down on the seat of power fueled by righteous fury. Confronting the risk of entrapment between the palace's surviving guardians and the inbound faithful fleets, Horus reached his decisive choice. The War Master deactivated the void shields on his command ship, the Vengeful Spirit, in a bold wager. He anticipated that the Emperor, detecting a chance to crush the uprising decisively, would beam over with a select assault squad to face his rebellious offspring in direct combat. This aligned perfectly with Horus's intent, a climactic showdown with his sire, isolated from the palace's warp protections, in a setting he had meticulously arranged for this decisive clash. The Emperor, flanked by Rogel Dorn, Sanguinius, and a cadre of custodians and Imperial Fists, beamed onto the Vengeful Spirit. The transfer malfunctioned, dispersing the attackers throughout the colossal warship. Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, arrived at Horus's bridge first and challenged the War Master single-handedly. Their fight was swift and unbalanced. Empowered by the essence of all 4 Chaos gods, Horus dispatched his winged sibling, fracturing his form and spirit in manners that would resonate through the Blood Angels' ranks for thousands of years. When the Emperor at last arrived at the bridge, he discovered Sanguinius's ruined corpse and faced Horus at the zenith of his might. The events unfolding between sire and heir on the vengeful spirit stand as the cornerstone of imperial legend, recounted and reshaped innumerable times across the ages. The ecclesiarchy recounts that the emperor at first restrained himself, reluctant to unleash his utmost force against his cherished progeny. It was only after Horus mercilessly struck down an ordinary guardsman, a simple human from the assault group, that the emperor realized no remnant of his son lingered in the tainted Primarch. The duel between the emperor and Horus reverberated through the warp itself. Two entities of near limitless potency, one the apex of human achievement, the other exalted to near-divine status by the malevolent forces, collided in a strife that surpassed mere materiality. The emperor emerged triumphant, annihilating Horus's essence with a surge of warp force so devastating that not even the chaos gods could salvage their pawn. Yet, triumph extracted a grievous toll. The Lord of Humanity suffered fatal injuries in the fray, his extraordinary physique shattered irreparably, beyond the reach of his vast abilities to mend. Rogel Dorn, battling through to the bridge, discovered the Emperor teetering on oblivion's edge. Adhering to his sire's faint directives, Dorn transported the ravaged frame of mankind's sovereign back to Terra, to the Golden Throne originally designed as the cornerstone of the Human Webway Initiative. Hastily adapted by the Mechanicum in a frenzy of urgency, the Golden Throne evolved into an unparalleled vitality mechanism, sustaining the Emperor's corporeal shell while his mind elevated to a luminous realm beyond. The demise of Horus shattered the resolve within the ranks of the betrayer armies. Lacking their inspiring commander, the tenuous pact among the renegade Primarchs fell apart. One by one, they chased their individual goals while withdrawing in panic, escaping the wrath of the advancing faithful legions. The renegade legions ultimately sought sanctuary in the Eye of Terror, that enormous warp tear which had engulfed the long-lost Eldar Empire. They linger there even now, conducting occasional assaults into Imperial territory, bound solely by their shared loathing for the realm they once aided in forging. And so concluded the Horus Heresy, humanity's most ruinous war. Half of the Space Marine legions had defected, innumerable planets had been scorched, trillions of lives had vanished. The Emperor, humanity's supreme figure, dwindled into a desiccated shell, caught between life and death, upheld merely by the Golden Throne and the constant offering of thousands of psychers whose vital essence powers his ceaseless battle to shield mankind from the warp's assaults. Following this disaster, the Imperium was rebuilt under Robout Guilliman's command. The Ultramarines Primarch, always a master organizer and leader, enacted broad changes to avert another uprising. The vast Space Marine legions split into compact chapters, capped at 1,000 fighters apiece, guaranteeing no lone general could ever command the power Horus once grasped. The Inquisition arose to purge treachery and deviance from every corner. The Adeptus Ministorum, widely called the Ecclesiarchy, gained official status, embedding emperor worship as the Imperium's state faith, even though he had forbidden such adoration in his living days. 10,000 years have elapsed since that chaotic era. The Imperium persists, yet it scarcely echoes the rational domain of advancement and logic that the emperor once dreamed of. Faith has overtaken rational study, creed has erased wonder, devices routine in the Great Crusade era are now esoteric enigmas upheld by ceremony instead of insight. The Emperor's vision of a telepathic mankind gently guided through its growth has crumbled, with psychers now pursued and offered up to prolong his state. I halt my account once more, burdened by the burden of the saga I've shared. The archive stays hushed, broken only by my quill's scrape on vellum. Beyond the hive city, its ceaseless grind of aimless toil rolls on. Music. Countless souls drudge without meaning or insight. How many grasp the occurrences I've outlined? How many even bother? They slave, endure agony, and perish, blind to music, the epic downfall that molded the dominion they inhabit. Maybe that's for the best. Awareness invites sorrow. Comprehension stirs unrest. In the bleak shadows of distant times, oblivion might indeed spell joy. Still, I press on with my duty, safeguarding these shards of reality for the moment when humankind could draw lessons from history instead of just enduring the now. Next, I shift focus to the epochs after the heresy, the drawn-out decay that the Adeptus Administratum politely dubs the Age of the Imperium. The Emperor's demise, in essence, didn't signal humanity's ordeal's close. Often, it served as just the start. The era of renewal, as imperial lore calls the initial millennium post-heresy, brought a time of modest steadiness and unification. Guided by Robout Guilliman, the Imperium's governing framework solidified and bolstered. The Codex Astartes, Guilliman's seminal guide to warfare and strategy, formed the foundation for the fresh Space Marine chapters born from the fragmented legions. The Adeptus Administratum, the sprawling apparatus overseeing the Imperium's routine functions, coalesced over these years, yet this phase held its share of strife. The inaugural Black Crusade, spearheaded by Abaddon the Despoiler, formerly first captain of the Luna Wolves and Horus's presumed successor, burst from the Eye of Terror midway through the 31st millennium. Repulsed in the end, it heralded a string of recurring assaults that would harass the Imperium across the ensuing 10,000 years. The Sons of Horus, rechristened the Black Legion, rose as the chief foes of this age. Their animosity toward the Imperium and its cadaver deity, unsoftened by ages, burned on. The direst peril to the Imperium in this stretch stemmed not from foes abroad, but from its inner circles. The Mechanicum, the venerable coalition of tech priests who allied with the Emperor amid the unification of Terra and Mars, fractured in an upheaval dubbed the Moira Heresy. This doctrinal clash concerning the worship of the machine god and the accurate reading of old technical writings extended to various Space Marine chapters linked closely to Mars, endangering a fresh internal conflict that could have fractured the vulnerable Imperium. Via negotiation, targeted eliminations, and shrewd concessions, this turmoil was ultimately settled. The Adeptus Mechanicus, the renamed Mechanicum, solidified its authority over mankind's tech heritage, even as it submitted to greater supervision from additional imperial bodies. Foundations were laid for the tech inertia that would characterize future periods, where creativity grew tied to accusations of blasphemy and straying from holy blueprints. As the initial millennium of the Imperium's reorganized lifespan neared its end, a fresh danger arose on the eastern edge of imperial territory. The Toao, an emerging race gifted in tech-savvy and societal structure, started building their own star-spanning realm. In contrast to most Xenos groups humans had faced, the Tau extended integration instead of annihilation to the planets they met. Their doctrine, revolving around what they termed the greater good, offered an alluring contrast to imperial dominion, especially for human outposts battered by the Imperium's severe administration. The Tau Empire continues as a persistent irritant to the Imperium even now, although its growth has been halted by occasional imperial campaigns and the rise of graver dangers elsewhere. The Damocles Crusade, initiated in the 41st millennium, represented the Imperium's initial significant armed counter to Tau advances. Although it concluded in a deadlock without clear triumph for any party, the centuries after the time of rebirth saw rising turmoil and withdrawal. The High Lords of Terror, those bureaucratic figures ruling in the Emperor's stead, became more fixated on safeguarding their personal influence than promoting humanity's broader welfare. Regions once securely held by the Imperium slipped away owing to bureaucratic oversight, armed forces stretched too thin, or devastating warp events. The Imperium's frontiers shrank while its administrative apparatus ballooned, like a malignancy devouring the organism it was supposed to nurture. Zealotry in faith surged in this era, spurred by the ecclesiarchy's manipulations. What started as veneration of the emperor's persona evolved into an official creed, featuring holy scriptures, clerical ranks, and inquisitorial policing of beliefs. The imperial cult proclaimed the emperor divine, portrayed submission to his proxies as supreme duty, and branded any departure from mandated rituals as treachery meriting execution. The Adeptus Mentorum amassed riches and clout from levies on believers. Enormous basilicas rose on countless planets. As everyday folks' lives worsened, bishops and preachers dwelt in opulence, urging frugality and devotion upon their followers. In time, such decay sparked the Age of Apostasy, an epoch of internal strife and faith-based oppression that almost tore the Imperium apart from inside. Goge Vandir, holding sway over both the administratum and the ecclesiarchy of the Adeptus Mintorum, embodied the period's overreaches. His bloody rule inflicted cleansings, widespread killings, and compelled shifts in faith on innumerable worlds. Countless billions perished to feed his suspicions and grand delusions. Space Marine chapters resisting his mounting deranged commands were branded excommunicate renegades, driven to concealment or outright revolt against the Imperium they vowed to protect. Vandir's dominance was at last toppled by a joint operation from the Adeptus Astartes, the Adeptus Mechanicus, and a splinter group in the ecclesiarchy, aware of the mortal peril his rule inflicted on the Imperium. The Brides of the Emperor, the exclusively female warrior unit acting as Vandir's elite guard, betrayed him after their commander received a direct vision from the Emperor, unveiling the reality of the figure they had followed. Following Vandir's collapse, the Imperium introduced changes aimed at blocking any one person from grasping the authority he had seized. The decree passive prohibited the ecclesiarchy from fielding armed personnel. Even though a gap permitted the founding of the Adeptus Sororitas, the all-woman combat order today called the Sisters of Battle, the role of ecclesiarch was detached from other imperial posts, guaranteeing that religious and governmental might stayed divided. Even with these adjustments, the Imperium's core issues lingered unsolved. Technical decline persisted as the Adeptus Mechanicus turned more rigid in its handling of technical lore. The imperial bureaucracy. The Imperium's administrative machinery ballooned uncontrollably, spawning entire planets dedicated to archiving bureaucratic documents that could languish unexamined for ages. The divide separating the Emperor's exalted rulers from the billions under their rule deepened into an insurmountable abyss of status, authority, and longevity. As this drawn-out erosion persisted, humanity's adversaries only amplified their menace. The Orcs, that perennial scourge across the stars, pressed on with their relentless conquests, their crude machinery and savage culture, impervious to the flow of thousands of years. The Eldari, those fading ancients, advanced their enigmatic schemes from the refuge of their colossal wraith constructs, sometimes forging temporary pacts with imperial armies against shared enemies, yet always harboring suspicion toward their crude human allies. The Necrontyr, those undead mechanical horrors dormant under myriad planets since epochs predating mankind's rise, stirred from their interminable slumber, seizing back worlds they viewed as their birthright. Yet the most horrifying peril came from the Tyranids, an invasion from beyond the galaxy, first clashing with the Imperium in the twilight of the 41st millennium. These Xenos abominations surged forward in enormous swarm fleets, devouring every scrap of organic matter in their wake while evolving their biology to thwart any opposition. The Warp Shadow, a nullifying psi force that heralded their approach, severed telepathic links and disrupted navigations through the immaterium, stranding planets in silence before the Devourers swarmed down like ravenous swarms. Numerous hive fleets have pierced the galaxy from varied vectors, hinting at a foe of such colossal scale that the Imperium's clashes so far may only herald the spearhead of the true onslaught. The Tyranid incursion aligned with a surge of roiling instability in the warp throughout the stars. Chaos demonic breaches, once sporadic save near the Eye of Terror, erupted routinely even in regions long spared such nightmares. More psychers emerged than the shadowy vessels of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica could harvest, unleashing ruin on unprepared worlds. The Astronomicon, the Emperor's spectral lighthouse enabling journeys through the void, wavered and faded, dooming vessels to vanish in record quantities. These disasters peaked with the 13th Black Crusade, Abaddon the Despoiler's boldest bid to shatter the Imperium irreparably. Diverging from earlier Black Crusades that targeted isolated zones or goals, this onslaught zeroed in on the Cadian Gate, the slender rift of secure void linking to and from the Eye of Terror. Cadia, bastion of unyielding defenses honed over millennia, had repelled innumerable attacks. Its collapse was universally dreaded as the harbinger of a total chaotic onslaught against the greater Imperium. The horde besieging Cadia defied comprehension in scope. Every renegade legion joined the fray, suppressing ancient grudges to fulfill Abaddon's master plan. Demon princes commanded hordes of corrupted Astartes and fanatical devotees. Traitor Titan maniples, corrupted since the Horus heresy, resurfaced after 10,000 years of seclusion to bolster the assault. The Blackstone fortresses, primordial superweapons of unimaginable might that Abaddon had amassed across the ages, loomed ready to unleash devastation if ground troops couldn't pierce the world's barriers. The Imperium rallied every asset at its command. Astartes brotherhoods from distant sectors flocked to the Cadia system. The Astra Militarum poured forth regiments numbering in the millions to bolster the native defenders. The Battlefleet Gothic dispatched enormous armadas to dominate orbital paths and blockade Chaos resupplies. Even the Adeptus Mechanicus and Adeptus Ministorum buried their doctrinal feuds to dispatch contingents in recognition of this do-or-die struggle for humanity's survival. For all this colossal effort, Cadia's guardians confronted insurmountable disadvantages. Relentless tides of heretics battered the world's bulwarks. Energy barriers crumbled beneath prolonged barrages. Ancient ramparts that endured prior sieges for eras buckled under weight of numbers or sabotage from infiltrators. Desperation mounted as chaos gained surface enclaves and advanced on critical nodes sustaining the planet's safeguards. The conflict crested when Abaddon, sensing that brute force alone might fall short despite his numerical edge, activated his ultimate stratagem. Arrayed in exact alignment around Cadia, the Blackstone fortresses funneled cataclysmic forces into the planet's heart. Geological cataclysms rent the landmasses asunder. Towering waves engulfed shoreline bastions. Dormant volcanoes spewed molten fury, transforming verdant fields into infernos. Cadia, that indomitable bulwark. The ancient bulwark that had restrained the tides of chaos for 10 millennia finally shattered beneath the immense pressure. Cadia's collapse heralded the onset of the Noctis Eterna, that enveloping void. The Astronomicon wavered and dimmed briefly, leaving countless ships adrift within the warp's treacherous currents. Monstrous warp storms, fiercer and more expansive than any before, surged throughout the galaxy, isolating numerous planets from the wider Imperium's embrace. Yet the true catastrophe unfolded as a colossal warp fissure ripped across the stars, linking the Eye of Terror to the Hex anomaly along the eastern fringe. Dubbed the Cicatrix Maledictum, this immense tear effectively cleaved the Imperium asunder, dividing the Imperium Sanctus, those realms still illuminated by the Astronomicon's glow, from the Imperium Nihilus, the shadowed expanse beyond the Emperor's navigational light. Amid this profound peril, a wondrous event transpired, its ultimate meaning, deliverance or fleeting respite, still uncertain. Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, emerged from the edge of oblivion. Struck down mortally by his traitorous sibling Fulgrim amid the Thessala clash in the Scouring's initial phase, Guilliman had lingered in stasis for 10,000 years, suspended between life and true demise. Thanks to the collaborative labors of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the enigmatic Eldar, he was mended and revitalized completely. A legendary figure from a distant era hurled into a bewildering hellish tomorrow. The revived Primarch moved swiftly to seize command of the splintered realm. Journeying to Terra via an Eldar craft, he faced down the High Lords within the Senatorum Imperialis, decrying their inertia and decay. Certain narratives claim that multiple High Lords met swift execution right there, their failings equated to betrayal in the eyes of the Emperor's incarnate representative. Alternative tales portray a more deliberate strategy, with Guilliman navigating the established hierarchy to enact changes while safeguarding the Imperium's administrative framework. Undeniably, Guilliman devoted substantial periods to discourse with the Emperor, the essence of which eludes even the Inquisition's uppermost ranks. From this encounter, the Primarch drew fresh resolve and a sharp strategy for the transformations essential to shield the Imperium from its array of dire perils. The Codex Imperialis, His comprehensive plan for these shifts stands as the grandest restructuring of imperial rule since the post-Horus heresy realignments. Guilliman's most transformative creation involved the Primaris Space Marines, an advanced breed of superhuman fighters secretly engineered across 10 millennia by Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Cowell. These superior Astartes, surpassing their forebears in stature and might, have bolstered war-torn chapters and established fresh ones in territories severed from Terra by the Great Rift. Their rollout sparked debate, as some veteran Astartes regard them warily or with bitterness, especially among the staunchly traditionalist groups. Guilliman further launched the Indomitus Crusade, a colossal offensive aimed at bridging the Imperium's divided segments and repelling Chaos's advancing shadows. Scores of planets have been liberated in the Emperor's honor. Still, for each triumph come losses and retreats, underscoring that humanity's foes are far too vast and formidable to conquer solely through arms. A truth Guilliman seems to grasp fully as he wages battles across diverse theaters. Perhaps the most daring of Guilliman's overhauls concerns imperial creed and the veneration of the Emperor. Without overtly defying the faiths that have upheld the Imperium for ages, the Primarch has subtly promoted a more logical lens on its chronicles. The Logos Historica Verita, an organization founded under his aegis, now works to disentangle truth from the tangle of rhetoric, folklore, and deliberate distortions masquerading as 42nd millennium scholarship. This effort has pitted Guilliman against reactionary factions in the Ecclesiarchy and Inquisition, who see any probe into sacred tenets as budding apostasy. His asserted link to the Emperor has softened certain backlash, yet underlying frictions simmer below the facade of solidarity. Whether the Emperor qualifies as a deity in the typical fashion or constitutes something profoundly different, a dilemma that ignited the Horus heresy, lingers unanswered, regardless of Guilliman's own beliefs. As these lines take shape, humanity's destiny teeters on the brink. The Imperium of Man, that colossal and enduring monument erected on the remnants of the Emperor's vision, confronts dangers both external and internal that surpass any in its stormy past. The Tyranids press onward relentlessly, devouring planet after planet amid fierce but futile opposition. Increasing hordes of Necrons stir from their slumbers, wielding technologies so sophisticated they appear as magic to the diminished intellects of our era. Emboldened by the Great Rift's emergence, Chaos warriors strike far into imperial domains, spreading corruption and ruin with savage delight. Amid this panorama of dire threats, the Imperium's own inherent flaws grow ever harder to overlook. The Adeptus Mechanicus's embrace of technological decline, justified by rigid dogma, has rendered humanity woefully unprepared against foes boasting superior arsenals. The Adeptus Administratum's ponderous red tape guarantees that vital supplies seldom arrive where they're desperately required. The Ecclesiarchy's fervor for faith has fostered a populace obsessed with rooting out heresy rather than ensuring mere existence. Robert Guilliman, despite his brilliant strategies and managerial prowess, offers merely a temporary bulwark against these mounting calamities. A single Primarch, however skilled, cannot alone undo the decay accumulated over 10,000 years. His introduced changes might temper the Imperium's slide, yet they fail to tackle the core inconsistencies embedded since its revival after the Horus heresy. Rumors circulate of omens and signs hinting that fellow loyalist Primarchs could re-emerge to support their sibling in humanity's bleakest moment. The Lion, Jagatai, Khan, Leman Russ, Vulcan, Korax, the lost progeny of the Emperor whose destinies have lingered unresolved for 10 millennia. These murmurs verge on the heretical, as viewed by the Inquisition. Still, they echo in the dim underbelly of imperial life, a faint glimmer of optimism in a time scarce of such comforts. Some advocate bolder remedies. The Imperium's tech stagnation could be countered via prudent research and measured progress, despite the peril of rebuke from the Adeptus Mechanicus and charges of tech heresy. The inflexible chains of imperial rule might be reshaped to grant more independence and drive to regional powers. Although this shift clashes with 10 millennia of tight control, The pervasive religious creed, saturating all facets of imperial existence, could be tempered over time, even as it provokes vehement backlash from established church factions. It grows plain that the present order cannot persist. The Imperium of man teeters at a pivotal juncture, compelled by fate to adapt or face extinction. Whether that adaptation manifests as true overhaul or just a sharper iteration of the current tyranny lies undecided. Undeniable, though, is that choices forged now will mold humanity's path for ages ahead, provided humanity possesses ages remaining before the advancing shadows engulf us entirely. I lower my quill, fingers aching from endless scribing. The flames of the candles flicker weakly, throwing eerie shapes over the venerable volumes encircling me. I am ancient, likely beyond what any mortal should endure, propped up by rare augments and therapies inaccessible to most in this blighted epoch. My recollections span occurrences that others deem myths more than records. From an vantage of singular status and weighty duty, I have observed the gradual erosion of mankind's realm. This chronicle I have assembled embodies the gravest lore conceivable amid the Imperium's prevailing atmosphere. Should it fall into hostile hands, not only would swift death claim me, but any deemed to have perused these lines would meet the same end. Concealing facts now underpins imperial rule, the bedrock propping our fragile order. Yet facts, akin to liquid, seep through the tiniest fissures and barriers erected to hold them back. My aspiration, may be naive in this epoch of distrust and obscurity, is that these lines find readers equipped with the insight to grasp their meaning and the resolve to heed it. For humanity to weather the looming tempest, it must rediscover the logic and aim that marked its pinnacle era. The Emperor forged the Imperium as a bastion for mankind, a rampart versus alien onslaughts and the taint of chaos. He never meant it to morph into a dungeon for the human soul, a snare of myth and dread that dooms our kind to an endless night. The principles fueling the Great Crusade, albeit distorted and mangled by 10 millennia. Yet even these tales of reinterpretation hold the potential for a brighter tomorrow, provided we possess the resolve to cultivate them. I conclude this chronicle by sealing it with wax infused with my blood, an ancient safeguard against intruders hailing from the Imperium's formative era. I cannot predict if these writings will endure to encounter minds able to grasp their significance. All I can do is dispatch this vulnerable ark of honesty into history's stormy waters, trusting it finds a haven where logic yet prevails. Amid the bleak shadows of the distant future, war alone reigns. As the adage claims, yet battles ought to serve a goal, or at least they should. Devoid of aim, without significance, strife devolves into senseless carnage and futile drain on souls and assets that benefits nothing save its endless cycle. For humanity to persist, it needs to rediscover the drive that propelled it skyward, the dream of a liberated human destiny free from superstition and dread. I stand as the ultimate guardian of lost lore, the sole steward of perils too hazardous to voice openly. Once I depart, as I soon must, who will cherish the aspiration that erected an empire? Who will evoke the vow of a destiny that eluded realization? Within this concealed vault's quietude, amid the murmurs of the departed, these queries yield no resolution, merely the vacant resonance of our species' wasted promise. Still, optimism, much like verity, resists total erasure. Even through the blackest gloom, celestial lights endure, remote and chill maybe, but ever there. The essence of humankind has braved ancient tempests, the betrayal, the endless ages of inertia and decay. It might yet navigate the profound obscurity now overwhelming us, arriving anew, scarred yet defiant, poised to seize its stellar legacy. This forms my supplication, though its recipient eludes me. The Emperor remains deaf, ensnared in his perpetual battle against the warp's incursions. The entities of the immaterial realm bear no benevolence toward our kind, their hungers boundless and unquenchable. Perhaps I beseech merely the endurance inherent in human resolve itself, that trait enabling our race to withstand atrocities that ought to have annihilated us countless times. from shadow, illumination, from demise, aspiration. In the somber era unfolding ahead, may our kind muster the fortitude to carve a fresh course, one that reveres bygone offerings while rejecting the chains of prior missteps. This marks my ultimate declaration, tendered to an epic beyond my lifespan, in the fervent music, yearning that such an epic persists. This period stands as humanity's most sacred, yet most damned chapter across all its annals. My fingers tremble, not from years, but from awe and dread as I record these happenings. Certain wisdom overwhelms fragile intellects. Some realities prove too harrowing for straightforward confrontation. Nevertheless, I press on with this narrative, for enlightenment fades with every successive lineage. We have lost sight of our authentic essence. We have erased the origins of our descent into this self-forged horror. Back then, the emperor strode beside us, not as the cadaverous idol exalted by the priesthood, nor as the remote divinity summoned in frantic pleas across 10,000 war zones, but as a tangible entity, a corporeal form, sharing breath with ordinary folk, spilling blood upon injury, uttering words that demanded utter submission without psychic enhancement. I have pored over primary testimonies from those who beheld him up close. Their accounts share an intriguing flaw of insufficiency, as though mortal tongues, music, lacked terms to encapsulate his essence. Certain witnesses portrayed him as colossal and splendid, and flawless embodiment exuding allure and dominion no human could defy. Others envisioned a man of modest stature, yet overwhelming aura, ordinary until motion or speech unveiled his profound reality. This variance signals no inconsistency, but insight into the emperor's core being. He manifested as necessity dictated, as the beholder required to envision him. A figure transcending mankind, while representing the pinnacle of what we might attain. The unification campaigns that subdued Terra under his command served only as overture to his grander design. With humanity's birthplace secured, he directed his vision cosmos-ward toward the splintered vestiges of our former stellar dominion. The Great Crusade became his tool to reassemble these dispersed offspring of Terra, to weld a unified human realm fit to assert our dominion over the galaxy. Such a pursuit demanded legions surpassing Terra's lone capabilities. The genesis of the Primarchs represented the Emperor's boldest and most pivotal feat. By merging biotechnological wizardry with esoteric warp sorcery, he forged 20 transhuman entities, each capturing a unique facet of his own, inscrutable, inherent in their essence, was a blend of strategic mastery, tactical excellence, technological advancement, diplomatic skill, and martial dominance. Every Primarch was crafted to stand as a demigod amidst humanity, fated to command the Emperor's forces through the cosmos and rule the realm they forged. The facility where the newborn Primarchs were developing lay concealed far under the Himalayan peaks, safeguarded by defenses and psychic barriers deemed utterly secure. Still, an unforeseen force disrupted the Emperor's magnificent scheme. The specifics of this calamity are veiled in conflicting tales and deliberate concealment. Certain narratives point to a mishap in the lab. Others hint at intentional undermining by foes lurking in the Emperor's closest ranks. The most unsettling account, and the one recurring most reliably in ancient records, pins the calamity on outright meddling by the ruinous powers. Regardless of the origin, the young Primarchs were hurled into the warp, their nurturing pods scattered throughout the galaxy by influences far from mere coincidence. Each arrived on a distinct planet, maturing into adults molded by surroundings the Emperor had never envisioned. The fallout from this interference would reverberate across human chronicles for countless ages, molding our kind's fate in unforeseen directions. Even amid this devastating reversal, the Emperor adapted his blueprint. Drawing on the surviving genetic essence from the Primarch Initiative, he forged the initial Space Marines, superhuman fighters poised to spearhead his monumental campaign. 20 legions emerged, each rooted in the lineage of a dispersed Primarch. Devoid of the complete array of traits from their gene sires, these Space Marines still surpassed regular mortals in power, endurance, and battlefield prowess. The Thunder Warriors, who had aided the Emperor in the unification conflicts, proved unfit for the impending crusade. Unsteady and susceptible to mental collapse, these early Astartes prototypes were systematically removed after their role expired. A cleansing carried out with the stark efficiency marking many of the Emperor's most debated choices. This incident, meticulously omitted from sanctioned imperial annals, previewed the merciless logic that would underpin the Great Crusade. Whole societies faced evaluation, deemed deficient, and wiped out with equal detachment. As his inaugural Space Marine cohort solidified and the pact with Mars locked in, the Emperor unleashed humanity's grandest martial endeavor. The opening stage of the Great Crusade stayed modest in reach, targeting systems closest to Terra. These preliminary operations fulfilled various aims, letting the novice legions refine their warfare strategies while claiming essential supplies and innovations for future outreach. The Emperor himself directed the pioneer fleets, his aura compelling obedience from all save the stubborn-most human domains. Where words fell short, brute force descended unyieldingly and without pity. Such foundational approaches set the mold for what followed. Imperial allegiance might arise via negotiation when feasible, yet defiance invited total destruction. The Emperor's dream of a cohesive mankind allowed no deviations, no matter the merits of protests from those drawn into his sphere. As the Great Crusade pushed beyond Terra, a pivotal occurrence reshaped its core. The Emperor located his initial lost Primarch, Horus Lupercal, amid the mines of Chthonia. This rediscovery shifted not just the Crusade's trajectory, but the Emperor's own path. In Horus, he encountered more than an elite warlord, a son with whom he formed an exceptional tie. Their link went beyond the norm of maker and maid, evolving into what witnesses called true paternal warmth. Horus assumed leadership of the Luna Wolves, the legion born from his genetic stock, and soon displayed the command ingenuity that elevated him above all Primarchs. His compliance drives were paragons of martial artistry, merging sheer might with targeted strikes on foes' vulnerabilities. Music planets that had spurned earlier imperial advances yielded to Horus Sans battle. His fame alone persuaded their rulers that opposition was pointless. The intimate tie between the Emperor and his premier, reclaimed son, drew attention across the imperial structure. Malcador the Sigillite, the Emperor's most trusted counselor and overseer of the nascent Imperium's governance, regarded the deepening connection from an impartial stance unmarred. The deep emotional bond that occasionally obscured the Emperor's discernment regarding Horus played a significant role. Fragments of their confidential discussions, safeguarded in the Inquisition's most secure archives, indicate that Malcador held reservations about the Emperor's partiality from the outset. Nevertheless, even Malcador had to acknowledge Horus's prowess. With the Primarch at the helm, the Empire's growth surged ahead at an astonishing rate. Systems that strategists had projected would require years to subdue were secured in mere months or weeks. The Luna Wolves, battling beside their gene father, crafted fighting strategies of remarkable adaptability and deadliness, frequently securing triumphs prior to the arrival of reinforcements on the field. Horus emerged as the benchmark for every other war leader, his successes looming large and fostering eventual dissatisfaction among his fellow Primarchs. Gradually, the Emperor located his other dispersed offspring. Every encounter was influenced by the distinct conditions of the Primarch's foster planet and the traits forged without the Emperor's presence. Lionel Johnson, discovered amid Caliban's nightly brotherhoods amid beasts, personified resolute obligation and strategic exactness. Leman Russ, nurtured by Lupin packs on the lethal world of Fenris before ascending to rule its fierce clans, delivered primal intensity balanced by steadfast devotion. Rogel Dawn, who had forged a stellar domain from Inwit's stronghold, demonstrated endurance and relentless resolve. Each Primarch assumed control of the Legion, molded from his genetic blueprint, imprinting his essence and battle philosophy on troops who saw in their progenitor a tangible reflection of their enhanced humanity. Under Sanguinius, the Blood Angels transformed into harbingers of doom, blending exquisite grace with horrifying brutality. Perturabo's Iron Warriors honed expertise in beleaguered assaults and grinding wars that eroded foes through systematic ruin. Robert Guilliman's Ultramarines evolved as the epitome of discipline and structured efficiency among the legions, their operations exemplars of synchronized accuracy. As additional Primarchs surfaced and integrated into the Imperium, the Emperor progressively stepped back from overseeing the Crusades' forward engagements. His focus shifted toward clandestine endeavors of immense gravity, so veiled that not even his progeny grasped their full scope or intent. The Webway Initiative, an effort to fashion a mortal counterpart to the Eldar's swift interdimensional pathways, demanded enormous assets and dominated the Emperor's efforts in the Crusades' closing phases. This retreat carried lasting repercussions for the Primarchs' mental growth and their bonds with each other. Lacking paternal direction and validation, numerous sons of the Emperor cultivated jealousies and grudges that lingered just below their apparent allegiance. Perturabo bristled over the favoritism he saw bestowed upon Rogel Dorn's imperial fists. Ongron, Lord of the World Eaters, harbored enduring bitterness toward the Emperor for extracting him mid-battle from a desperate defense alongside his gladiatorial comrades on New Syria. Lorgar Aurelian of the Word-Bearers endured open rebuke when the Emperor reprimanded him for promoting veneration of the Master of Mankind as a god. Such grievances simmered through the Crusades' final stretch, etching divisions in the Primarchs' fraternity that would fracture irreparably under strain. Still, no one could dispute the Crusades' extraordinary triumph. Over a period that amounted to an instant in humanity's vast chronicle, the Emperor and his superhuman heirs consolidated thousands of human realms beneath unified rule, the first such unity since the dark age of technology's fall. Beyond a mere martial push, the Great Crusade heralded a rebirth of civilization. Trailing the victorious armadas were iterators, masters of persuasion charged with disseminating the imperial truth. A rational creed authored by the Emperor that dismissed all faith, portraying the universe as ruled by discoverable physical principles humanity might comprehend and command. Myth and belief yielded to logic and verifiable evidence. The warp appeared merely as an alternate facet of existence, exploitable sans the fables of deities and fiends. This rational outlook resonated swiftly with the scholarly classes of fresh vassal worlds, especially those preserving fragments of knowledge amid old night's endless isolation. For the common throngs, however, nevertheless, the shift turned out to be far more challenging than anticipated. For millennia, people had turned to faith-based systems to comprehend the nature of life ever since humanity gained consciousness. While the Emperor's doctrine granted mental liberty, it also imposed a profound personal accountability that numerous individuals perceived as heavier than empowering. This divide between sanctioned ideology and innate human emotional requirements would ultimately fuel a faith-infused uprising that almost shattered the Imperium. Accompanying the iterators were chroniclers, creators, and scholars assigned to record the triumphs of the grand campaign for future generations. Their narratives, safeguarded by select covert groups inside the Inquisition, offer our most vivid insights into everyday existence amid this transformative period. From their perspectives, we observe not just the monumental feats of superhuman fighters, but the intricate civilization emerging in their shadow. We witness the dreams and ambitions of everyday folk entangled in a grand endeavor destined to transform mankind's bond with the universe. The Diaries of Solomon Voss, a chronicler linked to the 63rd Lunar Wolves Expeditionary Force, eloquently capture the buoyant spirit that marked the zenith of the grand campaign. His depiction of the Cal Cluster's integration portrayed civilian pioneers trailing right after the Astartes push, setting up scientific stations and production hubs. Even as the clamor of warfare lingered afar, experts from over a dozen once separate human societies teamed up on digs through old human ruins, assembling shards of forgotten wisdom with the gleeful zeal of kids opening presents. Such was the Imperium's vow in its formative years, a society that would collect the dispersed strands of human progress and craft them into a grander fabric than ever before. Enlightenment would supplant myth, unity would supplant strife. Mankind would progress as one race, seizing its destiny as the galaxy's rightful heirs. In truth, as events have shown time and again, the outcome was far messier than the blueprint. Even during the Grand Campaign's peak, inconsistencies and concessions eroded the untainted essence of the Emperor's blueprint. The pact with Mars's Mechanicum, sealed via the Olympus Mons Accord, necessitated formal endorsement of the Martian clergy's devotional stance toward machinery, clashing outright with the atheistic tenets of the Emperor's truth. This practical concession, seen as essential to obtain the manufacturing and engineering assets vital for the campaign, set a benchmark for doctrinal adaptability that foes would later twist to erode the Emperor's ideals from the core. Even more disconcerting was the moral aspect of the Grand Campaign proper. Official imperial rhetoric framed the effort as one of emancipation and reunion, a mission to draw the dispersed offspring of Terra back into a cohesive human fold. Yet, ground-level events frequently belied this noble portrayal. Human societies that had endured and prospered in seclusion faced a stark ultimatum: submit to imperial rule or perish. Age-old customs, forged across eons, were discarded to fit the uniform bureaucratic and societal models enforced by imperial assimilation envoys. The destiny of alien races met during the campaign was harsher still. The Emperor's galactic scheme left no room for sentient Xenos, no matter if they truly endangered human goals. The Diasporex, a diverse alliance of humans and extraterrestrials cohabiting harmoniously on a sprawling armada of linked ships, was utterly eradicated by the Iron Hands and Emperor's Children chapters, even though they harbored no hostile designs against Imperial troops. Scores of such purge operations unfolded along the Imperium's growing frontiers, forging a legacy of xeno-slaying brutality that still shapes humanity's dealings with other species today. These ethical trade-offs were rationalized as unavoidable shortcuts, brief strays from core ideals to be rectified after the Imperium claimed its stellar dominance. The annals of time imply a sterner view. The tactics used to forge the Imperium ingrained specific principles into its bedrock, generating an unstoppable institutional force hard, perhaps impossible, to steer a new post-conquest. Brutality and uniformity emerged as standard counters to any threat, be it from without or within. Sensible bargains hardened into rigid customs across successive eras. Still, despite its flaws and concessions, the Great Crusade brought humanity nearer to unlocking our species' true capabilities than any endeavor prior or subsequent. During its zenith, the Imperium of that time merged cutting-edge technology with lofty philosophical goals and vast resources, enabling real prosperity for people across countless planets. The accomplishments of those days, from colossal engineering feats that reshaped barren worlds into lush paradises, to the surge in art and science that bloomed as the Crusade pushed forward, serve as a stark contrast to the prevailing folly and mysticism of our present era. Yet this era of splendor was destined to be heartbreakingly short-lived. As the Imperium's frontiers grew and human society rescued planet after planet from the shadows of seclusion, the roots of disaster were already sprouting within the core of the Emperor's visionary plan. The nascent Imperium's gravest strike would not arise from foes outside, but from its inner circle, specifically from the superhuman offspring in whom the Emperor had invested his highest expectations. The precise beginnings of the event, eventually termed the Horus Heresy, continue to spark debate among imperial scholars, with sanctioned narratives influenced more by strategic needs than by dedication to unvarnished truth. The Emperor's choice to step back from leading the crusade personally, retreating to Terra to pursue endeavors hidden even from his most trusted heirs, left a leadership void that fueled the impending turmoil. By promoting Horus to the role of War Master, granting one Primarch supremacy over the rest, he injected fresh strains into the intricate tangle of sibling competitions and grudges. Of utmost importance was the Council of Nicaea, at which the Emperor decreed on the divisive matter of employing psychic talents in the legions. Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Sons, had persistently pushed for methodical exploration and regulated deployment of these gifts, which he rightly saw as the path to mankind's next evolutionary leap. Leman Russ of the Space Wolves and Mortarion of the Death Guard, along with several others, regarded such forces with profound distrust, deeming them perilous and intrinsically foul. The Emperor's ruling at Nicaea, which sharply curbed psychic practices among the legions, marked a triumph for the traditionalists and a profound letdown for Magnus, who persisted with his investigations covertly in defiance of the ban. Set against this scene of brewing conflicts and fragmented command, Horus Lupercal, the freshly appointed war master of the Great Crusade, sustained an injury amid a drive against the society called the Interrex. The precise character of this harm stays veiled in enigma, as official imperial records present conflicting and frequently dubious explanations. From my inquiries, it appears evident that the damage opened a chink, permitting intrusion from warp-dwelling entities, forces that the imperial truth formally rejected, yet which the emperor undoubtedly acknowledged as genuine perils to his blueprint. As he mended in a restorative coma on the moon of Davin, Horus's essence became susceptible to deliberate apparitions and manipulations tailored to prey on his lingering uncertainties and animosities. He witnessed a destiny in which the emperor was deified, while the Primarchs faded into obscurity, where the Crusade's exalted principles had given way to savagery and credulity. Worst of all, he came to accept that the emperor had always grasped the warp's authentic essence and its inhabitants, and that the secular imperial truth embodied not progressive logic, but a calculated deception meant to blind humanity to vital truths. Whether these apparitions held verity or fabrication pales beside Horus's response to them. Upon awakening from his restorative state, the War Master emerged forever altered. On the surface, he upheld the facade of steadfast devotion, but deep down, he had embraced insurrection, persuaded that the Emperor had double-crossed him individually and humankind collectively. Employing the strategic foresight that defined his tactical brilliance, Horus started gauging which brother Primarchs could be swayed against their sire, and which would stay true no matter the odds. Lorgar Aurelian of the Word-Bearers, who had been covertly tainted years before following his disgrace at the Emperor's command, emerged as one of Horus's first and most ardent supporters. The Primarch of the 17th Legion had long spurned the atheistic pragmatism of the imperial truth, convinced in his heart that entities of the Emperor's might transcended the physical realm. When the Emperor raised the flawless society of Monarchia, which Lorgar had labored for decades to forge into an exemplary haven of adoration for the master of mankind, the devout Primarch's belief was shattered and exposed in his fragility. Lorgar had been steered by his foster parent, Coriran, and by First Captain Erebus toward fresh foci of reverence, beings lurking in the warp that welcomed and indeed insisted upon the adoration the Emperor had spurned. These malevolent forces provided Lorgar with a unified framework for the universe, one that accounted for the psychic disturbances he had forever perceived keenly, coupled with assurances of insight and strength for devotees prepared to submit to their influence. When Horus initiated his descent into darkness, Lorgar, alongside key portions of the Word-Bearers Legion, had already pledged allegiance to chaos for many years, disseminating sects and eroding the metaphysical defenses of planets destined to serve as future bastions of uprising. Angron, Lord of the World Eaters, needed scant coaxing to betray the Emperor. The Master of the Crimson Dunes had never reconciled with his coerced enlistment in the Grand Crusade. His fury toward the Emperor for extracting him from a last desperate fight alongside his gladiator kin on Nuceria burned undiminished. The Butcher's nails, primitive neural devices driven into his skull amid his enslavement as a fighter, had warped his innate belligerence into an irrepressible wrath while stripping away his ability to feel anything beyond rage. Horus granted Angron what the Emperor had withheld, acknowledgement of his essence and honor for his complaints. In exchange, the Primarch of the 14th Legion committed his fighters to Horus's rebellion, reshaping the World Eaters from a volatile yet capable army into frenzied killers who delighted in carnage purely for its thrill. Perturabo of the Iron Warriors nursed enduring bitterness over the burdensome duties he felt his legion had been saddled with. As Rogel Dorn and his imperial fists earned acclaim and honors for their mastery of fortification and defense, Perturabo's troops endured the drudgery of prolonged wearing conflicts and occupation tasks on planets already subdued. The Lord of Iron regarded himself as overlooked and underappreciated, even though his legion's efforts were essential to the Crusade's triumphs. Horus, leveraging the keen emotional acumen that ranked among his finest attributes, discerned this bruised ego and extended the affirmation Perturabo yearned for, binding the IV Legion's fidelity through esteem rather than taint. Conrad Kurz, the Night Haunter, had veered far from the Emperor's ideal of rational governance long before. The Primarch of the Night Lords wielded dread as his chief instrument, convinced that the terror of savage reprisals alone could reliably curb human misconduct. His tactics, encompassing open flayings, wholesale slayings, and macabre spectacles fashioned from the remains of rule-breakers, had received the Emperor's quiet approval when they yielded successes, though never formal sanction. As the Great Crusade advanced, Kurz grew more estranged, his legion's brutal customs eyed with revulsion by several siblings. When Horus made his overture, the Night Haunter was plunging into insanity, haunted by foretellings of a tomorrow soaked in gore and dread. Aligning with Horus was scarcely a deliberate act, but rather the realization of a fate he had anticipated and resigned to as unavoidable. Mortarion, the Death Lord, rallied his Death Guard to Horus's standard for intricate motives tied to his origins on the poisoned realm of Barbarous. Nurtured amidst mortal folk under the yoke of warp-corrupted tyrants, Mortarion had cultivated a profound distrust of psyker abilities and their practitioners. He deemed Magnus and the Thousand Sons perilous aberrants whose rituals beckoned the very decay he had battled in his early days. The Emperor's seeming leniency toward such gifts, even after the edicts of Nicaea, appeared to Mortarion as perilously credulous or outright duplicitous. Horus capitalized on these fears, portraying himself as a commander aligned with Mortarion's wariness of the warp, all while masking his own deep entanglement with its ruinous essence. Fulgrim of the Emperor's children succumbed via a subtler route. The Phoenician, ever driven to excel in every endeavor, acquired a warp-infused armament salvaged from the alien society of Lyre. This sword harbored a demonic presence that insidiously warped Fulgrim's psyche, perverting his quest for flawlessness into a decadent fixation on raw indulgence and unbound sensations free of ethical bounds. By his conference with Horus over the War Master's mounting doubts about the Emperor's designs, Fulgrim stood irreparably altered, his fabled allure and judgment corroded by the blade's insidious murmurs. Initial doubts evolved into zealous support for the insurrection, culminating in Fulgrim's total capitulation to demonic takeover. The situation of Alpharius Omegon, the twin Primarchs, the figure of Alpharius, who commanded the Alpha Legion as a unified force, stands as one of the most puzzling elements in the entire heresy. In contrast to their fellow legions, whose rebellion stemmed from individual resentments or moral decay, indications point to the Alpha Legion's choice being driven by a pragmatic assessment of humankind's enduring fate. Encounters with an alien group known as the Cabal presented Alpharius with glimpses of potential outcomes, one where the Emperor's downfall would eventually drain and dismantle the forces of chaos. On the other hand, his triumph would bring about 10,000 years of inertia, culminating in chaos devouring every trace of life. Should these reports hold true, the XX Legion's disloyalty was ironically fueled by an intent to advance humanity's welfare in the way they perceived it, rendering them at once betrayers and faithful servants. As Horus assembled his fellow plotters and set the stage for outright insurrection, the initial harbingers of the impending disaster emerged throughout the growing Imperium. Decades-long assimilation efforts that had advanced without issue abruptly faced unforeseen opposition. Logistics for pro-imperial troops experienced bizarre interruptions. Psychic transmissions grew erratic, with signals warped or vanished completely amid the warp. Such issues, dismissed then as inherent difficulties in sustaining a galactic realm, often arose from intentional interference by factions already turned by Horus and his confederates. The taint extended past the renegade legions to the human soldiery and administrative bodies linked to their crusade armadas. These warrior lodges, brotherhoods that had embedded themselves in numerous legions despite some Primarchs' formal objections, offered perfect channels for spreading seditious notions. Designed initially to help Astartes retain ties to their mortal roots, the lodges evolved into spaces where established hierarchies could be bypassed, prioritizing bonds of camaraderie over vague obligations to a remote authority. Amid this build-up to treachery, Magnus the Red on Prospero caught psychic glimpses exposing Horus's fall and his scheme for revolt. The Crimson King, the greatest psyker among the Primarchs and leader of a force expert in warp-based warfare, grasped the dire peril facing the Imperium and chose a path that unintentionally hastened its almost total ruin. Ignoring the bans from Nicaea and the Emperor's explicit ban on specific psychic outreach, Magnus sought to alert his sire firsthand, sending his essence across the warp to relay the crucial details in person. This rash endeavor triggered dire repercussions. Unaware to Magnus, the Emperor was immersed in the Webway Initiative's most fragile stage, his mind wholly focused on upholding essential barriers against warp breaches in the human portions of the Webway. Magnus's potent projection shattered these defenses, enabling demonic hordes to flood zones once safe from such invasions. Losses among the Mechanicum's technicians and the Sisters of Silence guarding the material framework were staggering. The harm to the endeavor proved beyond repair, compelling the Emperor to pour his own warp talents into sealing the rift, a strain that directly fed into the conditions leading to his later interment within the Golden Throne. Viewing this calamity as either willful destruction or unforgivable folly, the Emperor sent Leman Russ and his Space Wolves to drag Magnus back to Terra for judgment on his misdeeds. Debate lingers over whether the initial directives demanded Magnus's capture or death, with clues implying that Horus, serving as War Master, altered the Emperor's instructions to escalate an enforcement mission into a vengeful assault. Undeniable, however, is that the Space Wolves, joined by contingents from the Silent Sisterhood and the Mechanicum's Legio Custodes, stormed Prospero, unleashing the savage might of a legion famed for its brutality toward any seen as carriers of corrupting influences. The burning of Prospero counts as one of the heresy's most sorrowful chapters, a scenario in which devoted forces from opposing sides clashed in brother-against-brother violence, spurred by deceit and confusion. Magnus, aware of the ruinous fallout from his warp dispatch and convinced he lay beyond redemption, at first commanded his 1,000 sons to submit without a fight. He shut down the planetary shields and the array of psychic barriers safeguarding Prospero's capital of Tisga, prepared to face the Emperor's chosen penalty. It was only as the Space Wolves launched their indiscriminate, when factions of the 1,000 Sons finally resorted to combat to shield non-combatants, it led Magnus the Red to personally join the fray. The clash between Leman Russ and Magnus has been romanticized across numerous imperial chronicles, with accounts shifting based on the agendas of various periods. From the most credible narratives, it's evident that Magnus, amid the fury of battle, restrained his vast psyker abilities against his sibling, whereas Russ unleashed the brutal ferocity that defined the Vis Legion. Their encounter concluded with Magnus's body shattered, his lone eye pierced by Russ's weapon, prompting the Crimson King to harness warp sorcery for evacuating himself and the remnants of his legion from the devastated planet. At his nadir of anguish, as Prospero burned and his warriors lay in ruins, Magnus encountered agents of Tziench, the chaos deity of mutation and magic, who had long desired the Primarch's extraordinary psychic gifts. Presented with a way to safeguard his surviving progeny and persist in his lifelong quest for arcane wisdom, Magnus embraced alliance with a power he had previously aimed to examine impartially. The shattered 1,000 Sons threw in with Horus's uprising, driven not by devotion to the War Master or true hatred for the Emperor, but by the conviction that the Emperor's actions had sealed off every alternative route. Bolstered by these 1,000 Sons, Horus now commanded the allegiance of 8 among his 17 operational brothers, a schism in Primarch loyalties that echoed throughout the greater Imperium. As the strife intensified, the era of covert scheming drew to a close. The War Master prepared to unveil his genuine ambitions to the stars through a deed of such vast deception that it reshaped humanity's destiny eternally. The site for this disclosure was the Istvan system, particularly Istvan V's fifth world, where Horus devised a snare of immense ruthlessness and scope. Spotting 4 legions whose fidelity he doubted, the War Master positioned them for dispatch to Istvan III, under the guise of quelling a world revolt. The Iron Hands, under Ferrus Manus, the Raven Guard led by Corvus Corax, the Salamanders headed by Vulcan, and White Scar's contingents, faithful to Jagatai Khan, geared up for a routine pacification effort, oblivious to the doom being set for them. Yet prior to the treachery's full execution, discord emerged among the legions already sworn to Horus. Not every Astartes, even in the turncoat ranks, consented to forsake their vows to the Emperor. The degree of dissent differed sharply, with the word-bearers nearly entirely tainted, contrasted by notable holdouts in groups like the Death Guard and Sons of Horus who clung to their loyalty. Horus understood these pockets required purging to avoid sabotaging his grand design. In a maneuver revealing his strategic brilliance alongside his deepening ethical decay, Horus directed the loyalists in his supporter legions to the ground of Istvan III before the primary assault. As these fighters engaged the world's resistors with scant chance of retreat, Horus unleashed orbital virus bombs. These doomsday devices blanketed Istvan III in deadly pathogens that dissolved living tissue into a volatile paste, subsequently set ablaze by follow-up strikes, sparking a blaze that stripped the air of breathable gases. This horror might have wiped out all loyalists at once, save for the intervention of Saul Tarvitz, an Emperor's Children captain who caught wind of the strike and warned enough comrades to hunker down in the sturdiest fortifications. Thousands of Astartes from the Death Guard, World Eaters, Emperor's Children, and Sons of Horus endured the first wave, turning Horus's swift cleansing into a drawn-out blockade as the betrayers had to commit troops to root out these resilient holdouts. The Istvan III campaign stretched over months, with loyalist Astartes battling ferociously despite impossible disadvantages. Knowing their gene-sires had condemned them, they resolved to inflict maximum damage prior to their foreordained end. This setback in Horus's schedule carried lasting impact, granting the Imperium vital moments to muster defenses against the revolt. Although the complete picture of events on Istvan III stayed shrouded in uncertainty back on Terra, hampered by disrupted signals and lies disseminated by disloyal factions. While the final holdouts among the faithful on Istvan III met their end, Horus advanced to the subsequent stage of his scheme. This involved a cunning ambush tailored to draw out the legions proven steadfast in their devotion to the Emperor. News of the conflict on Istvan III arrived at Terra in pieces, warped and muddled by escalating warp turbulence rippling through the galaxy with greater force and regularity, prompting the Emperor to send 7 legions to probe and quash what seemed like a contained uprising, not the dawn of an interstellar conflict. These 7 legions split into 2 groups. The initial group, made up of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard, aimed to establish a foothold on Istvan V, where Horus had set up his command base following the wrap-up of the Istvan III operation. The follow-up group, including the Night Lords, Word-Bearers, Alpha Legion, and Iron Warriors, was set to land soon after, bolstering the opening push and guaranteeing the War Master's revolt ended in total defeat. Unbeknownst to the Loyalist leaders, and evidently overlooked by the Emperor too, the 4 legions in the second group had long since sworn fealty to Horus. The War Master's strategy was straightforward yet ruinous. The leading group would plunge into the offensive, stretching their lines in anticipation of prompt backup, only to face assault from the rear by forces they trusted as comrades. Sandwiched between the unyielding front of Horus's main army and the crushing blow from the ostensibly loyal second group, the 3 legions in the vanguard would suffer near total obliteration. The Drop Site Massacre, as the battle later earned its grim title, played out nearly precisely according to Horus's blueprint. Ferrus Manus directed his Iron Hands in a direct charge against the Sons of Horus's key strongholds, backed by the Salamanders and Raven Guard hitting the sides. The opening clashes proved fierce but deadlock-prone, as the Loyalists inched forward against entrenched positions manned by Astartes of matching prowess but greater manpower. As scripted, the Loyalist officers deployed their backup units, counting on swift aid from the skies where the second group was initiating its descent. The depth of the treachery surfaced abruptly when the vessels of the second group targeted the Loyalists' touchdown areas and auxiliary ships instead of foe emplacements. The word-bearers, covertly bound to Horus for years, spearheaded the onslaught against their former comrades, soon joined by the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, and Alpha Legion. Stunned and hemmed in by adversaries from every direction, the Loyalist troops ended up in a hopeless bind. What had been a meticulously orchestrated advance flipped instantly into a frantic bid to endure. Ferrus Manus, fury overtaking all sense at what he saw as an irredeemable violation of the fraternal bonds that forged the Astartes legions, battled toward Fulgrim of the Emperor's children, intent on facing down one of the betrayal's masterminds in single combat. Their clash appears in many imperial records, often sanitized and laced with pious fervor that veils the true chronicle. From the most credible sources, however, it's evident that Ferrus, despite his fabled might and resolve, fell to Fulgrim, who had surrendered to the warp's corrupting gifts, wielding abilities far beyond any loyalist Primarch's ken. Ferrus Manus's demise, his head severed by the phoenix blade in the grasp of his former nearest kin, signaled the massacre's emblematic peak. The Iron Hands, bereft of command and encircled, faced methodical extermination, though a handful of remnants clawed their way out of the slaughter field. The Salamanders endured a parallel doom, their Primarch Vulcan seemingly slain at the battle's fiercest moment, even if future developments would show his rare perpetual essence enabled recovery from injuries fatal to his kin. The Raven Guard held out somewhat longer, thanks chiefly to Corvus Corax's strategic brilliance, who grasped the dire straits sooner than his peer Primarchs, and orchestrated a disciplined withdrawal that let portions of his legion slip the noose. Still, the 99th Legion shrank to a shadow of its past glory, shifting from a cornerstone of the Imperium's strike capabilities to a shadowy outfit geared toward endurance and hit-and-run tactics versus an overwhelmingly dominant foe. In just one day of deception and carnage, Horus had shattered 3 loyalist legions, rendering them impotent for the duration of the conflict destined to echo as the Horus Heresy. This, the devastating loss at the drop site, combined with the prior elimination of steadfast factions inside the renegade legions and the tainting of Magnus's 1,000 sons, drastically weakened the Imperium's armed strength right at the moment it confronted its most severe peril ever. Reports of the drop site slaughter arrived on Terra in piecemeal and warped accounts, muddled by the escalating warp storms surging more often and fiercely throughout the stars. With the dark god's sway intensifying, the Emperor, still confined to the Golden Throne and dedicated to sealing the rift in the Imperial webway, delegated the handling of this emergency to Malcador the Sigillite and the Primarchs whose devotion stayed beyond doubt, chiefly Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fists, tasked with bolstering the Imperial Palace. Horus's uprising could no longer be dismissed or downplayed in scale. 8 Primarchs had turned against the Emperor, dragging their legions and supporting ground forces into betrayal alongside them. 3 others had been rendered combat ineffective. Among the surviving 6, Lionel Johnson and the Dark Angels were occupied quelling unrest in the Imperium Secundus sector. Robute Gilliman and the Ultramarines were thought destroyed by the word-bearers at Calth. Jagatai Khan and the White Scars showed ambiguous allegiance, while Lehman Russ had pulled back his Space Wolves to recover from the sacking of Prospero. Just Rogel Dorn and his Imperial Fists remained as a steadfast ally near Terra itself. Circumstances looked bleak, with the rebels gaining undeniable ground. Still, the Emperor, via Malcador, activated backup strategies seemingly crafted for exactly this kind of disaster. The Sigillites started gathering people to build the foundation of 2 fresh imperial bodies, the Inquisition, aimed at purging inner rot, and the Grey Knights, an elite unit crafted to battle the demonic beings popping up more frequently. As the divide between the physical world and the warp thinned further, Rogel Dorn leveraged his unmatched skill in defenses and sieges to turn Terra into a multi-tiered bastion able to endure nearly any imaginable attack. The Imperial Palace, already a grand edifice, gained extra void shields, gun emplacements, and layered barriers extending hundreds of kilometers. Masses of civilians were drafted en masse for these works, with scant regard for their safety or lives. In the harsh math of warfare, now dictating imperial choices, Single existences meant zilch compared to the doomsday risk from Horus and his horde. While Terra braced for the onslaught, the heresy metastasized galaxy-wide like a spreading malignancy. Planets compliant from the Great Crusade era now had to pick factions in a fratricidal conflict whose deeper essence eluded most involved. The imperial truth, already fraying in spots, shattered completely as folks turned to faith and safeguards amid freakish terrors. Chaos-worshipping sects surfaced from secrecy or sprang up anew as the veil between reality and the warp frayed more. The rebel armies, at first rallied by Horus's magnetic command, started splintering as Primarchs chased aims tied to their sworn chaos deity. Angron and his world eaters plunged into mindless rage that bowed to no command, not even the War Masters. Mortarion guided his Death Guard into Nurgle's grasp, the Plague Lord, following a warp storm that afflicted their armada with hellish afflictions. Fulgrim and the Emperor's children ditched all order, chasing wilder thrills under Slaaneish's allure, the Pleasure Prince. Just the word-bearers beneath Lorgar Aurelian and the Sons of Horus under the War Master kept a grip on unified tactics. They pressed on toward Terra, locking down logistics and crushing backline dangers. The Night Lords, Iron Warriors, and Alpha Legion acted with loose independence, at times syncing with the core rebels and at others chasing cryptic aims that might or might not fit Horus's grand scheme. As the traitors pushed forward, loyalists labored to muster a solid counter amid chaos, false intel, and the growing obstacles of raging warp tempests. Interstellar links, shaky even in good eras, ground to a virtual halt. In numerous sectors, astropaths who tried to transmit or intercept communications were overwhelmed by insanity or slain directly due to the psychic chaos. The noble lineages of navigators, those unique families gifted with steering vessels across the warp, saw their talents disrupted or twisted by forces beyond their grasp or control. Amid this chaos of broken intel and enforced seclusion, Robot Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, founded what would later be called Imperium Secundus, a provisional regime based in Macragge, the heart of the Ultramar sector. Convinced that terror had collapsed or at least lay far beyond any hope of aid, Guilliman made the bold choice to proclaim an independent imperial command alongside Lionel Johnson of the Dark Angels, who took on the duties of Lord Protector, while Sanguinius of the Blood Angels, with great hesitation, stepped into the symbolic role of Emperor. Though driven by urgent needs rather than personal gain, this move was later twisted in official imperial narratives to seem like outright betrayal. The truth of the matter held far greater layers. Guilliman, ever the diplomat amid his more warlike siblings, understood that upholding a working administrative framework was vital for humanity's endurance against the encroaching night. His goal wasn't to usurp the Emperor's rule, but to safeguard its essence in a shape that might last until links to terror could resume. The venture of Imperium Secundus didn't endure for long. As warp storms eased somewhat in select areas, psychic relays disclosed that terror endured, albeit facing dire peril from Horus's encroaching legions. Guilliman promptly dismantled the provisional realm he'd created and set about assembling a rescue fleet. Even so, navigating the warp stayed hazardous and erratic, regardless of better circumstances. Meanwhile, across the broader cosmos, Horus pressed on with calculated progression toward the Sol system, the core of the Imperium housing both Terra and Mars. The path included obstacles and deviations, since Loyalist troops mounted stronger opposition after the first wave of shock from the treachery subsided. Detachments from the Imperial Fists, following directives from Rogel Dawn, launched swift raids on enemy logistics routes and assembly points. The White Scars, now firmly aligned with the Loyalists following a phase of doubt and inner strife, used their exceptional speed to hit exposed sides and trailing units, then slipped away from reprisals. Such partisan tactics, though not enough to stop the traitors' momentum, created vital slowdowns that mattered in the end. Each day Horus was held back from, terror gave Rogel Dawn more chance to fortify the Imperial Palace's barriers. Every week of such hindrance raised the odds that Allied support could reach the decisive clash in time. The War Master, growing more swayed by the corrupt entities he'd sworn to, chafed at these holdups, pushing his armies ahead at a frantic rate that overextended resources and wearied even the superhuman fighters. This frustration climaxed as the rebel fleet neared the Sol system's edges. Instead of methodically claiming the perimeter worlds and setting up a standard blockade, Horus commanded a straight plunge at Terra, betting that a rapid crushing blow to the Imperium's center would clinch victory before help could bolster the defenders. This choice, dubious by standard military logic, showed the War Master's faltering tactical acumen and the rising sway of demonic beings indifferent to supply chains or strategic norms. The conflict at Terra, often termed the Siege of the Emperor's Palace, kicked off with the Traitors' Armada entering the Sol system. Loyal ships from the Imperial Navy and Astartes chapters challenged their path, yet the rebels' vast numbers meant these stands mostly bought time instead of blocking the invasion. Gradually, the Sol system's forward shields crumbled. Saturn's orbital forges burned fiercely. Defenders on Jupiter's satellites were crushed. Luna, that old moon of Earth and site of key Imperial facilities, turned into a savage killing field where Death Guard and Sons of Horus troops carved out footholds amid desperate counterattacks. Mars posed a thornier obstacle. From the heresy's outset, the Crimson World had split, with various Forge Worlds and Mechanicum sects pledging to the Emperor or Horus based on their own assessments of profit or belief. The traitor legions, failing to lock down the world fully by withholding reinforcements they couldn't afford to divert from the primary offensive against Terra, the invaders secured dominance over vital industrial hubs while merely isolating, rather than eradicating, royalist bastions. Once the peripheral zones were subdued, or at least subdued, Horus directed his undivided focus toward Terra proper. The atmosphere over mankind's cradle world grew shadowed by descending drop pods and attack ships as the opening contingent of renegade troops touched down, carving out fortified beachheads for the bulk of the attacking army. The energy barriers safeguarding the Imperial Palace buckled beneath orbital barrages from rebel warships. Meanwhile, terrestrial cannons traded volleys with fortification guns across a sprawling battle line spanning thousands of kilometers encircling the central target, where the Lion's Gate spaceport, Terra's premier and most crucial orbital hub, emerged as the spearhead of the surface offensive. Seizing this pivotal stronghold would enable the betrayers to deploy massive machinery and vast troop formations right beside the palace's exterior fortifications, sharply hastening their push forward. Guarding this essential outpost were detachments from the Imperial Fists Legion, led personally by Rogel Dorn, bolstered by Imperial Army battalions and whatever ad hoc militias could be scraped together from Terra's overcrowded hive metropolises. The clash for the spaceport dragged on for 3 unrelenting days of non-stop fighting, with possession of various sectors flipping back and forth repeatedly amid a relentless cycle of assaults and ripostes drenched in gore. In the end, the Guardians had no choice but to fall back, sabotaging essential facilities in their pullout to render them useless to the foe. This hard-fought triumph exacted a steep toll in time and assets from the attackers, while granting the Loyalists a tangible lesson in the adversary's strategies and strengths. Having claimed the spaceport, though in a battered state, the core rebel army commenced its full-scale deployment. The invasion's magnitude stretched beyond understanding, featuring millions of tainted regular soldiers backing tens of thousands of turncoat Astartes drawn from all 9 legions aligned with Horus. These standard units were enhanced by nightmarish elements inconceivable in the golden age of the Great Crusade. Demon engines, grotesque fusions of machinery and warp-spawned horrors, rumbled over the ravaged terrain. Possessed Astartes, their bodies grotesquely mutated by the demons inhabiting their superhuman frames, exhibited powers surpassing even the extraordinary innate prowess of the Astartes. Facing this doomsday horde were Terra's protectors, a contingent that seemed woefully inferior in raw numbers, yet benefited from entrenched fortifications and cohesive leadership. Rogel Dorn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, assumed command of the entire defense effort, his innate mastery of fortification tactics ideally matched to the dire situation. Jagatai Khan, the storied Khan of the White Scars, directed the Mobile Reserve, a rapid response unit of his legion's assault bikes and land speeders, reinforced by mechanized Imperial Army cohorts. Sanguinius, the winged primarch of the Blood Angels, oversaw operations from the inner palace, his figure serving as both a tangible and symbolic rallying light for the besieged. In the rear echelons, Constantine Valdor, Captain General of the Legio Custodes, upheld the ultimate safeguard encircling the Emperor's inner chambers, deep in the Imperial dungeon. Malcador, the Sigillite, aged and progressively weakening yet still commanding unparalleled political and psychic influence beyond most mortals' grasp, orchestrated the non-military resistance to the incursion while sustaining the dedicated Psyker choir, aiding the Emperor in his frantic struggle to seal the webway rift. The true siege ignited with a colossal barrage of artillery slamming into the forwardmost barriers, a traditional prelude that masked the aberrant horrors yet to unfold. The palace's bulwarks, engineered by Rogel Dorn and built to his exact specifications, withstood even the most potent munitions in the traitor's stockpile. Void shields neutralized and scattered beam weaponry. Adamantium redoubts ricocheted kinetic rounds. Reinforced shelters shielded vital staff and gear from stray impacts that slipped through the layered safeguards. Irked by the scant impact of orthodox arms, Perturabo of the Iron Warriors, hailed by his fellow Primarchs as the unrivaled authority on siegecraft, devised a methodical strategy to peel away the palace's layers one by one. Merging targeted shelling with engineer incursions at vulnerable spots and concealed foot soldier pushes to widen any gaps, the Lord of Iron methodically contracted the defensive frontier. Despite the fierce pushback from the Aedas, the outer defenses crumbled under assault from the Loyalist troops on the 9th day as the perimeter walls gave way. By the 12th, the Barb Bastion tumbled down, overwhelmed by the combined might of at least 5 Titan legions working in unison. Their energy barriers linked up, forming a shifting bastion resilient enough to endure the fiercest barrages from the defenders. On the 18th day, a joint assault by the Death Guard and Emperor's Children shattered the ultimate gate. This unusual partnership between devotees of Nurgle and Slaanesh turned out to be surprisingly potent, with the legions' opposing fighting approaches balancing one another perfectly. As each layer of protection yielded, the Loyalists held ground contracted further, bunching their surviving troops together, boosting their density but curtailing their room to move or launch reprisals. The swift guerrilla-style raids favored by Jagatai Khan, so successful in the siege's opening phase amid open terrain for evasion, grew harder to pull off as the betrayer's encirclement squeezed tighter around the core palace. Ultimately, the White Scars and their Gene Father had no choice but to abandon their mounts and engage in fixed-position warfare, a style mismatched to their fierce nomadic instincts and drills, yet they accepted it with the grim resolve ingrained in their Chogorian bloodline. Come the 50th day, desperation gripped the besieged. Stocks of shells, provisions, and healing supplies ran perilously low. Even with strict allotments, losses piled up among nobles and common folk alike amid relentless enemy surges. The Astronomicon, that vital warp-guiding size signal, wavered and faded as the Emperor's psychic might stretched thin between sustaining it and sealing the webway rift. The rebel Primarchs, tasting triumph so near, threw their last troops into a colossal push straight at the Sanctum Imperialis, the deepest stronghold where the Master of Mankind sat enthroned in gold. It was in this hour of utter peril that Horus sealed his doomed path, a turning point that would reshape the heresy and humanity's destiny forever. News arrived for the War Master. Reinforcements from the loyal side neared the Sol system. The Ultramarines, under Reboot Gilliman, the Space Wolves, guided by Lehman Russ, and the Dark Angels, under Lion L. Johnson, had battled past warp tempests and rebel barriers to approach Terra. Should these armies, 3 complete legions under their Primarchs, achieve landing, the tide would turn sharply against the traitors whose resources were already drained by the siege's savage toll. Instead of pressing on methodically through the lingering palace barriers, Horus dropped the shields on his command ship, the Vengeful Spirit. It was a bold, risky ploy meant to lure the Emperor into a direct duel. Though tactically dubious by standard measures, it mirrored the War Master's mounting fixation on slaying his sire in person, fueled by the Chaos God's hunger for the Emperor's essence as the war's crowning spoil. The trap snapped shut. The Emperor, seeing both the chance and the urgent need to face Horus head-on before loyal holdouts fully crumbled, assembled a vanguard of top-tier fighters, Sanguinius, Lord of the Blood Angels, whose devotion to the Emperor outshone even his bonds with brother Primarchs, Constantine Valdor, chief of the Legio Custodes and arguably the Imperium's deadliest champion beyond the Primarchs. A squad of Custodian Guard, each rivaling a squad of Standard Astartes in battle prowess. A unit from the Imperial Fists, commanded by their senior captain, positioned to cover any retreat if the foray triumphed. This crack team beamed straight from the palace to the vengeful spirit, a last-ditch maneuver forced by the foe's grip on all ground-to-space routes. Warp distortions, worsening as the blockade dragged on, flung the attackers across various levels of the colossal warship. The Emperor, Sanguinius, and a handful of custodians appeared near their goal amid the chaos. But most Imperials landed scattered and stunned, compelled to carve through the ship's twisting corridors against foes utterly familiar with its layout. Sanguinius, parted from the Emperor in the teleport's aftermath haze, crossed paths with Horus ahead of the others. That clash has entered legend in myriad Imperial chronicles, its accounts shifting with the doctrinal needs of successive ages. Yet what emerges as certain from the most trusted chronicles, it's clear that the Angel of Baal, for all his fabled skill in battle and inherent dignity, couldn't stand against his sibling, who at that point drew upon the might of every one of the four Chaos Gods at once. Debates persist over the precise way Sanguinius met his end, yet the event itself is unquestionable, along with the lingering warp shock of his passing that spawned the hereditary curse called the Black Rage in later Blood Angels lineages. Upon arriving at Horus's headquarters, the Emperor discovered the shattered remains of his cherished offspring and faced off against the rebellion's mastermind at the pinnacle of his strength. The ensuing clash went far beyond mere flesh and steel, involving armaments of inconceivable force handled by entities whose essences dwelled equally in the warp and the material realm. Per Imperial teachings, the Emperor at first restrained himself, reluctant to deploy his utmost devastating force against the son he adored, still clinging to the chance of salvation. It was only after an ordinary trooper, a simple human who'd joined the assault team and seen Horus's offhand brutality, was stripped of his skin by the War Master's warp energies, that the Emperor grasped the truth. No trace of his child lingered in the tainted Primarch. Armed with that insight, the Emperor unleashed his complete fury, annihilating Horus not just in body but in essence, wiping his soul from reality so utterly that the Chaos Gods themselves couldn't salvage a fragment of their pawn. Yet this triumph exacted a ruinous toll. The Emperor sustained fatal injuries in the confrontation, his extraordinary biology strained past its remarkable healing limits. As vitality drained from humanity's lord, the remaining faithful troops on the vengeful spirit battled to his position, with Rogel Dawn himself said to have arrived at his sire's side in those closing seconds. Heeding the Emperor's strained directives, Dawn oversaw the removal of the ravaged body of the Master of Mankind, ferrying it back to the Imperial Palace and the waiting Golden Throne. This machinery, first designed as the regulator for the Human Webway Initiative, was urgently adapted into an unparalleled life-sustaining contrivance. Linked to it, the Emperor's corporeal shell endured in a limbo of undeath, not wholly vital nor fully extinguished, as his mind elevated to another realm of being where he persists in warring against chaos incursions and sustaining the Astronomican's warp-guiding light. Horus's demise shattered the resolve of the renegade legions, deprived of their inspiring commander and the Chaos God's unfiltered blessings that had surged through him. The shaky pact among the turncoat Primarchs fractured into rival factions, each chasing personal schemes while escaping in panic before the onrushing loyalist backups. Mortarion guided his Death Guard into the warp, ultimately claiming the Plague Planet as his private realm. Angren and his World Eaters tore through various sectors in a frenzy before vanishing into the Eye of Terror. Magnus and the Thousand Sons set up a fresh stronghold on the planet of sorcerers, pressing on with their quest for banned lore beneath Tanch's sponsorship. Parabo's Iron Warriors reinforced numerous planets along the boundary of reality and the warp, building a chain of bastion worlds from which they staged intermittent incursions into Imperial territory. Fulgrim and the Emperor's children slipped into the Eye of Terror, allegedly crafting a realm of boundless indulgence there. Devoted to Slaanesh, the Night Lords, who never wholly embraced Chaos's banner, splintered into raiding bands that pressed on with their frightful assaults on defenseless Imperial planets. The Alpha Legion, as inscrutable in loss as throughout their entire saga, appeared to evaporate outright, with scattered remnants surfacing sporadically across the stars, following cryptic objectives that baffled standard logic. In this way, the Horus Heresy concluded, humanity's bloodiest war ever fought. The toll defied reckoning, claiming trillions of souls over countless worlds. Whole planets lay barren and lifeless. Hard-won technological and societal gains from the Great Crusade vanished anew, with many gone forever. The Emperor, mankind's supreme figure, dwindled to a desiccated shell, caught between life and oblivion, upheld solely by the Golden Throne and the ceaseless offering of thousands of psychers daily, their vital forces fueling his perpetual defense of humanity against the warp's horrors. In the wake of this disaster emerged the Imperium in its current form, forged by survivors who molded their ideals onto the wreckage of the Emperor's vision. Robot Guilliman, the consummate organizer and leader, enacted vast overhauls aimed to avoid any repeat of the betrayal, the Codex Astartes. Guilliman's seminal treatise on warfare and strategy required breaking the Space Marine legions into compact chapters, capping each at 1,000 fighters to guarantee no leader could ever again harness the power Horus once commanded. The High Lords of Terra, a body comprising the Imperium's top officials from vital organizations, took joint control to rule on behalf of the Emperor. Their rulings were supposedly directed by Malcador the Sigillite right up to his ultimate sacrifice, when he briefly assumed the Emperor's role on the Golden Throne amid the siege's closing stages. The Inquisition stepped out from the shadows, having been quietly founded by Malcador as an internal security force dedicated to eradicating graft and deviance, no matter where it lurked. The Adeptus Ministorum, commonly called the Ecclesiarchy, received formal status, embedding the Emperor's cult as the Imperium's state faith, even though he had strictly forbidden such adoration while alive. This era, labeled the Scouring in official records, involved Imperial loyalists methodically tracking down surviving rebels and cleansing planets that had sided with Horus in the uprising. Those operations featured a savagery unthinkable in the hopeful dawn of the Great Crusade. Any world that backed the insurrection, be it out of true belief or mere bad luck in location, faced total annihilation via exterminatus, viral bombardment, or cyclonic torpedoes that rendered them barren, acting as stark warnings about the price of betrayal. Even groups that fought off traitor invaders endured intense interrogation and harsh penalties if their efforts seemed lackluster. The renegade legions, pursued galaxy-wide by their steadfast rivals, slowly withdrew into the Eye of Terror, a vast warp tear that had devoured the old Eldar domains. In this bizarre zone, where reality bowed to the chaotic whims of the warp, Chaos devotees carved out territories shaped by their unique devotions and fixations: the planet of the sorcerers, the plague planet, Medrengard, Sicarus. These places later echoed as symbols of decay and rebellion in Imperial annals. Operating from strongholds in the Eye, the turncoats staged intermittent assaults on Imperial territory, waging a hit-and-run conflict against the realm they couldn't topple head-on. Though these attacks stung the hit worlds badly, they posed minimal overall danger to the Imperium in the early post-heresy years. The heretics, split by vast distances in the gods' natural rivalries, couldn't unify their efforts to capitalize on the Empire's recovery struggles. Such disunity among chaos bought the faithful precious moments to solidify their hold and enact Guilliman's changes. Reshaping the old legions from huge, semi-independent hosts into focused, streamlined chapters had profound long-term effects on the Imperium's growth. Beyond curbing risks from mutinous generals, this shift slashed the Loyalists' ability to strike outward, pivoting the realm's focus from bold expansion to rigid guarding and crisis reactions. The initial signs of this defensive mindset showed in the debut Black Crusade, led by Ezekiel Abaddon, ex-first captain of the Lunawolves and Horus's self-crowned successor. Rallying a mix of eye-based renegades, Abaddon drove a full-scale push into Imperial zones, challenging the Scouring's fortifications and scanning for flaws in the revamped forces. Though Loyalists eventually halted and repelled the assault, it proved the ex-Legion's menace lingered strong, heresy loss notwithstanding. This cycle recurred roughly every 1,000 years across the next 10,000, with Abaddon unleashing 13 Black Crusades total before the ultimate disaster that birthed the Great Rift. Each thrust mirrored the last. Chaos warriors burst from the eye to plunder exposed Imperial planets, then pulled back as heavy Loyalist aid rolled in. Official Imperial tales always framed these as chaos setbacks, stressing the heretics' pullouts while downplaying the havoc wreaked and gains snatched in each raid. A clearer-eyed review analysis indicates that every Black Crusade formed a deliberate step in a contest spanning not mere years or decades, but entire millennia. As Abaddon methodically pinpointed and seized particular assets and key locations in line with an overarching scheme whose complete design only revealed itself in hindsight. During the Gothic War, otherwise called the 12th Black Crusade, Abaddon focused on seizing multiple Blackstone fortresses, ancient armaments of immense potency that ultimately proved vital in shattering Cadia and forming the Cicatrix Maledictum. Additional operations claimed relics of comparable tactical importance, each element slotting into a mosaic that baffled Imperial planners until the moment it was too late to halt its assembly. Amid these sporadic bursts of massive warfare, a persistent undercurrent of assaults, clashes, and sporadic uprisings bubbled throughout the expanse of Imperial territory. Not every such incident could be traced straight back to the renegade legions or Chaos's wider sway. The Imperium's inherent fractures bred substantial opposition, with planetary inhabitants now and then rebelling against the crushing burden of Imperial rule, only to face overwhelming retaliation that mostly sowed fresh resentments for generations ahead. Xenos races, sidelined amid the Great Crusade yet never wholly eradicated, resurfaced to contest humanity's supremacy in assorted sectors. Orcs, that timeless scourge across the stars, pressed on with their ceaseless proliferation, their crude mechanisms and savage culture, unaltered across ages. The Eldari, venerable and fading, chased their enigmatic purposes from the refuge of their craft worlds, now and then joining Imperial troops against shared adversaries, though always wary of their Mon-Ki allies. The gravest of these Xenos perils emerged with the Tyranids, an invasion from beyond the galaxy first clashing with humanity in the twilight of the 41st millennium. These extraterrestrial abominations surged forward in colossal hive fleets, devouring every scrap of organic matter in their wake while evolving their biology to thwart opposition. The shadow in the warp, a psychic void that heralded their coming, severed astropathic links and warp navigation, stranding planets prior to the Tyranids swarming down upon them akin to a biblical swarm of insects. Numerous hive fleets breached the galaxy from varied vectors, hinting at a foe so colossal that the Imperium's clashes to date may merely herald the forefront of the true onslaught. This surge in outside dangers aligned with mounting turmoil inside the Imperium proper. The technological decline, sparked by the heresy, gained speed over ensuing ages as the Adeptus Mechanicus turned increasingly rigid and zealous in handling arcane lore. STC shards, those invaluable blueprints from the dark age of technology laboriously collected in the Great Crusade, came to be revered as holy artifacts instead of usable tools, idolized without comprehension or duplication. The imperial administration ballooned out of control, the Adeptus Administratum morphing into a convoluted entity so intricate that even lifelong insiders struggled to grasp its intricacies. Planets stood wholly committed to shuffling paperwork that could languish unexamined for centuries or longer. The divide separating the ruling nobility from the populace they oversaw deepened into an impassable gulf marked by luxury, authority, and longevity. Zealotry and faith ramped up in this era, stoked by the ecclesiarchy's schemes. A once personal devotion to the emperor evolved into an official creed, boasting holy scriptures, clerical orders, and inquisitorial zeal for orthodoxy. The imperial cult proclaimed the emperor divine, loyalty to his proxies as supreme duty, and any straying from ritual as treason meriting execution. Such inner failings hit their lowest ebb in the age of apostasy, when Goge Vandire, as lord of both the administratum and ecclesiarch of the Adeptus Ministorum, unleashed purges, wholesale slaughters, and coerced faith shifts across innumerable worlds. Countless billions perished to feed his delusions and grandiosity until a coalition of space marines, the Mechanicus, and dissenting ecclesiarchy factions toppled him, acknowledging the dire peril his reign inflicted on the Imperium at large. The changes imposed after Vandire's ouster fell short of tackling the Imperium's core frailties. The Adeptus Ministorum was barred from fielding armed forces, a ban cleverly dodged via the establishment of the Adeptus Sororitas, that exclusively female warrior order, now recognized as the Sisters of Battle, emerged during this time. The role of the ecclesiarchy was detached from other imperial institutions, a move designed to keep the dual authorities of faith and empire firmly divided. Yet these surface-level reforms failed utterly to address the deep-rooted decay, technological decline, and doctrinal rigidity that had warped the emperor's enlightened ideals into a suffocating theocracy. As I set down these reflections, the burden of our past weighs heavily on me, revealing the profound irony woven into every layer of our society's evolution. The very leader who rejected organized religion outright is today worshipped as a deity by countless billions spanning the stars. The imperial truth, a rational creed intended to liberate mankind from irrational beliefs, has given way to a creed that incinerates dissenters for daring to challenge its most outlandish precepts. What began as the Great Crusade, a bold effort to bind humanity under wise rule, instead laid the groundwork for an autocracy of unparalleled tyranny, where billions of lives are squandered in futile defenses against perils that the emperor could have eradicated forever if his ambitious plan had fully succeeded. Perhaps the deepest sorrow lies in the emperor's own destiny, the entity who aimed to guide humankind toward psychic awakening and dominion over the cosmos. Over 10,000 years, he lingers in a limbo state, neither fully alive nor dead. His mind fractures across duties, sustaining the Astronomicon to enable navigation through the warp, repelling the relentless incursions of chaos forces into our reality, and clinging to whatever faint oversight he holds over the realm that professes to uphold his decrees. The ritual slaying of thousands of psychers each day to preserve him stands as the starkest distortion of his dream, where these extraordinary beings were meant to lead humanity's advancement, not burn as kindling for a system he never envisioned. In my bleakest hours of study, I've occasionally pondered if the betrayers held some validity, if the Imperium, as the emperor conceived it, carried inherent defects that doomed it to inevitable rot. Ideas like these teeter on the edge of forbidden thought, yet the scholar within me must confront the recurring themes in our collective history. The drift from logical rule to pious despotism didn't start with the heresy. It took root amid the crusade itself, as urgent demands forced deviations from the core tenets that were supposed to define the undertaking. The roots of today's malaise were sown at the Imperium's inception, nourished by the slaughter of those who opposed the emperor's dream of unity. Still, I resist sinking into total despair. Despite its myriad shortcomings, the Imperium stands as mankind's only rampart against annihilation in a universe ever more antagonistic to our survival. The rot and brutality permeating its administration are repugnant, but the horrors revealed in those scarce cases where chaos seizes outright command of human worlds prove far grimmer. Regardless of the emperor's initial aims, his ongoing torment ensures the persistence of human society, no matter how corrupted or shrunken it seems, beside the luminous aspirations of the Great Crusade. As I conclude this record of that defining period, uncertainties outnumber resolutions, and skepticism eclipses assurance. The archives, shattered and twisted across 10,000 years of biased retellings, provide fleeting insights into reality, but no full vista. I've strived to distinguish truth from legend, recounting incidents as they truly unfolded, instead of how later eras preferred to recall them. Whether this narrative endures to enlighten perceptive readers remains unknown. The Inquisition enforces its exclusive claim to historical accuracy with the same zealous fervor it applies to every facet of its duties. If the heresy's catastrophe yields one moral, it might concern the perils of unyielding extremism in any guise. The Emperor's rigid blueprint for our species' destiny allowed no room for the chaotic intricacies of human nature and communal dynamics. Horus's uprising, though tainted by chaos, originated from valid complaints regarding the Imperium's course and the plight of the Chaos Primarchs, who had given all in its name. Today's Imperium, obsessively loyal to a petrified reading of the Emperor's desires, amplifies these missteps across the stars, trading adaptability and evolution for unswerving loyalty to creeds crafted for bygone eras. And yet, a slim ray of optimism endures. The enduring fortitude of the human soul, proven time and again throughout the protracted and tumultuous chronicle of our kind, hints emerge that the bleak shadows cloaking our present epoch might one day yield to brighter prospects. The Emperor persists, despite his present constraints. The principles of the Grand Crusade, though smothered under ages of dogma and decay, linger at the core of our society, poised to resurface at the opportune instant and steer mankind toward the fate that has so long evaded us. Amid that faint, remote glimmer of optimism, however obscured it seems from our present perspective, I conclude this chronicle of our holiest yet most horrifying period, the era when the Emperor strode beside us, and his blueprint for humanity's tomorrow collided with the implacable truth of our inherent flaws. Let those who encounter these lines glean not merely insights into bygone days, but insight to steer through the perilous currents awaiting us. Glory and ruin, truly. No age more vividly embodies the twin facets of our potential. Our aptitude for sublime triumphs alongside ruinous self-sabotage. The Grand Crusade and the ensuing betrayal epitomize the loftiest ascent and the profoundest descent of our race, a stark warning inscribed in the lifeblood of countless billions spanning myriad planets. We dwell now in the enduring eclipse of those occurrences, our existences and demises molded by choices rendered and deeds performed 10,000 years past by entities whose essence eludes our full grasp. My hand quivers as I commit ink to vellum. These happenings sear heresy into the script, yet they demand documentation. I recount the epoch of apostasy, that dreadful interval when the Imperium teetered on the brink of devouring itself internally. I halt amid phrases to murmur supplications, imploring absolution for any perceived slight against the sacred bodies that oversee our lives. Still, verity upholds the Emperor with the same fidelity as devotion does. Absent comprehension of our bleakest chapters, we court their recurrence. Following the Horus heresy, the Imperium experienced a profound shift. What started as a non-religious realm focused on elevating mankind evolved into a divine realm where innovation and technology faced distrust, and pious zeal supplanted empirical exploration as the cornerstone of social order. This evolution didn't happen abruptly. It progressed slowly over thousands of years, with successive cohorts drifting ever farther from the Emperor's initial blueprint, all while convinced they upheld his heritage. The Primarch Robute Guilliman, via his Codex Astartes, overhauled the Imperium's armed forces to avert any lone figure from amassing the dominance Horus once commanded. The Space Marine legions fragmented into chapters, each capped at roughly 1,000 fighters. Hierarchies of command grew uniform, logistics networks solidified. The ties between the Adeptus Astartes and the wider Imperial forces sharpened, with precise conditions spelled out for when one could override the other. Though vital right after the heresy, These martial overhauls spawned unintended repercussions for the Imperium's enduring trajectory. By splintering the Space Marines into compact, focused units, the changes eroded their prowess against vast dangers. Even more crucially, the restructuring bred an authority void at the pinnacle of Imperial rule as the Primarchs, former bridges between the Emperor and everyday folk, faded away via demise, vanishing or retreat from visibility. Filling that void arose the High Lords of Terra, an assembly of elite figures embodying vital Imperial entities. On paper, these overseers ruled jointly in the Emperor's stead, their verdicts informed by thoughtful review of his documented desires and the logistical demands of sustaining a star-spanning dominion. In reality, the High Lords swiftly turned into an arena for factional clashes and self-serving pursuits, with every participant fixated on boosting their own entity's agenda over the collective good of humankind. The Adeptus Administratum, the colossal administrative machine handling the Imperium's routine functions, swelled enormously in the centuries post-heresy. From a somewhat efficient setup under Malcador, the Sigillite's guidance, it morphed into an intricate maze beyond even the ken of lifelong insiders. Whole planets dedicated themselves to sifting paperwork, where scribes toiled and perished across lifetimes without glimpsing their efforts' tangible outcomes. This administrative proliferation mirrored an intensifying fixation on ritual over rationale, the methods sustaining the imp. The machinery of governance in the Imperium grew ever more detached from the goals it was meant to protect. Countless billions could perish in efforts to safeguard a framework whose military relevance had long faded due to shifting realities, all because the decrees justifying its protection had been duly recorded and endorsed hundreds of years prior. On the flip side, essential aid might be denied to a truly endangered area simply due to procedural errors in filing or inadequate paperwork. At the same time, bureaucratic rigidity hardened and the quasi-religious essence of imperial rule surged forward. The secular ideology spread during the Great Crusade had never truly embedded itself in the hearts of the masses. Even under the emperor's direct oversight, spontaneous cults honoring him sprang up on freshly subdued planets, especially where local faiths had been crushed by imperial enforcers. Following his entombment within the Golden Throne, such groups multiplied and earned greater acceptance, as prominent officials too sought solace in the notion that their hardships advanced a holy mission rather than just delaying mankind's doom. By the 32nd millennium, these isolated acts of veneration had merged into the imperial cult, a faith that stretched across the stars with the God-Emperor of mankind at its core. The ecclesiarchy, once called the Adeptus Ministorum, arose to oversee this belief system, dispatching cardinals, confessors, and missionaries to instill its teachings on every imperial-held world. Blending sincere fervor with shrewd maneuvering, it carved out a sway unmatched in history, even overshadowing the venerable might of the Administratum. The riches gathered by the Adeptus Ministorum in those times surpassed contemporary understanding. Vast cathedrals rose on myriad planets as the everyday plight of civilians worsened. Cardinals and confessors reveled in opulence while urging their followers toward frugality and self-denial. Vast tithes poured from devoted communities into the vaults of an entity that prioritized its own survival over any true spiritual or utilitarian good for humanity. This buildup of riches and clout naturally sparked opposition. Waves of reformist factions arose inside the ecclesiarchy, advocating for purer worship and fairer resource sharing. These groups were swiftly branded as heretics. Their figureheads met grim ends in lavish public executions, meant to underscore the perils of defying the status quo. The ecclesiarchy excelled at folding diluted reform ideas into its sermons, all while clutching tight to its control over doctrinal matters. Beyond the ecclesiarchy, fellow imperial bodies eyed the expanding religious authority with mixed apprehension. The Adeptus Administratum, long the chief force in imperial affairs, saw its dominance erode as cardinals meddled in worldly issues, asserting divine oversight on choices once solely bureaucratic. The Adeptus Mechanicus preserved its autonomy via deft diplomacy, framing the omnicia as a facet of the emperor tied to machine lore beyond the ecclesiarch's reach. Most telling was the stance of the Adeptus Astartes, the superhuman fighters who had led the Great Crusade's charges and clung to its customs more than any other imperial faction. Numerous Space Marine chapters, especially the primal founding ones linked straight to the Emperor's founding legions, looked upon the ecclesiarchy with thinly veiled disdain. These fighters recalled, via tales passed down, if not first-hand, the non-religious foundations of the Imperium. They accepted the imperial cult as a pragmatic nod to mortal frailties, but shunned weaving its rites into their chapter ways, save for the barest gestures. This friction between the Imperium's premier warriors and its chief faith would prove pivotal in later upheavals. As the age of apostasy built to its bloody peak, it fell to the Space Marines, joined by improbable partners from sidelined imperial groups, to save the realm from total ruin. The spark that ignited the age of apostasy stemmed from a succession CR. Within the ecclesiarchy's own ranks, discord erupted. After Ecclesiarch Polus III's demise, the Adeptus Ministorum splintered amid rival claims to the empty seat of the imperial faith. What began as a rift in sacred halls soon engulfed wider pillars of imperial rule, as High Lords factions threw their support behind chosen contenders based on shrewd political maneuvers. Amid this powder keg, Gog Vander emerged, a administratum master and arguably the Imperium's foremost bureaucratic force. By then, Vandere had ascended the tangled web of imperial red tape via sharp administrative skill, clever pacts, and the brutal sidelining of threats. His office granted him unmatched sway over governance levers, enabling him to steer funds, manage data streams, and shape hires throughout civilian oversight. True to form, Vandere at first adopted a balanced stance in the ecclesiarchal succession strife, casting himself as a steady hand, focused only on upholding vital state operations amid faith's upheaval. This mask of impartial duty let him assess factional power balances and vulnerabilities, pinpointing levers to pull for his hidden goals. Seizing the opportune instant, Vandere struck with exacting focus. Leveraging intel from administratum operatives, he orchestrated heresy charges against the interim ecclesiastic Benediction IV before the ecclesiarchy's sacred synod. Details of the claims are murky in extant documents, yet their impact plunged the already splintered clerical order into utter chaos, with cardinals and archcardinals rushing to disavow the target or vie for his spot. In the ensuing turmoil, Vandere pulled off a feat without precedent in imperial annals. Instead of just pulling strings for the next ecclesiarch, he engineered his own ascension to the role, all while clinging to his administratum mastery. This twin command fused the Imperium's twin mightiest non-military bodies under Vandere's direct grip, forging a power nexus unseen since the Emperor strode among mortals. Responses to the seizure varied at first. Plenty in the ecclesiarchy and administratum embraced it, eyeing boosts in synergy between bodies long prone to clashing agendas. Detractors, however, fretted over doctrinal and operational risks of vesting such dominion in one man, especially one whose zeal for the imperial creed had scarcely shone before his rise. Such voices fell quiet as Vandere unveiled the steel core beneath his diplomatic silk. Dissenters in either group soon confronted heresy, treason, or misconduct indictments with "Madasent quote dorifrau" of their offenses surfacing from dusty ledgers like divine revelation. Spectacle executions proliferated, Vandere himself overseeing the high-profile ones, to imprint his image as the Emperor's ultimate arbiter and enforcer. Having crushed dissent at home, Vandere shifted to securing dominance over imperial machinery at large. Surviving High Lords of Terra dwindled in sway, their prerogatives eroded by ad hoc boards and crisis edicts funneled to Vandere's hand-picked envoys. The Adeptus Arbits, tasked with upholding imperial justice, saw its ranks seated with Vandere's devotees over its ostensible chiefs. Even the Officio Assassinorum, that most elusive imperial arm, succumbed, as Vandere commandeered its killers' assignments. Such empire-building paired with fiercer faith purges realm-wide. Proclaiming himself the Emperor's incarnate mouthpiece, Vandere decreed ever harsher twists on the imperial creed, meeting agony and execution for straying from these fresh dogmas. Whole worlds faced heresy labels for clinging to ancient customs that had long harmonized with the imperial cult. Sector governors had to prove their devotion via displays of loyalty, grew ever more opulent and excessive under his rule, frequently undermining effective administration. Known as the Reign of Blood, Van Dyer's era witnessed the Imperium unleashing a ferocity on its own domains that had once been directed solely at foes beyond its borders. Countless billions perished amid purges, widespread executions, and coerced shifts in faith. Planets faithful to the Imperium for millennia faced total annihilation via exterminatus, branded as spiritually tainted. Tribute demands soared to crippling heights, supposedly to support massive basilica constructions, yet mostly lining the pockets of Vander and his closest allies while deliberately eroding bases of opposition. Among Vandar's most infamous creations stood the Brides of the Emperor, an elite cadre of female combatants acting as his private guard and instrument of control. Drawn from the Daughters of the Emperor, an established sisterhood of warrior priestesses devoted to the imperial faith, these fighters underwent intense mental reprogramming to foster unwavering devotion to Vander alone, whom they learned to view as the Emperor's true emissary, and thus worthy of reverence matching that due the Lord of humanity. Equipped with the Imperium's premier armaments and battle gear, shielded by cutting-edge power armor that drew on tech typically limited to the Adeptus Astartes, the Brides formed a deadly army beholden solely to Vandir, bypassing conventional imperial hierarchies. Their use against perceived threats, whether genuine or fabricated, guaranteed that even formidable and structured opposition rarely succeeded in mounting a frontal assault on his dominance. As Vandir's despotism deepened, defiance arose from the fringes of imperial authority. Space Marine chapters, with their ingrained autonomy and profound tie to the Emperor, emerged as instinctive adversaries to Vandir's asserted supremacy, drawing escalating charges of apostasy and betrayal. Numerous chapters that resisted his worst abuses were branded excommunicate traitorous, driven into seclusion or outright insurrection against the Imperium they were bound to protect. The Adeptus Mechanicus, protected by their venerable pact with the Emperor that afforded broad independence from central oversight, adopted a more reclusive stance in this time, prioritizing control of their forge worlds and curtailing ties to the wider Imperium. This retreat in technical aid and knowledge hastened the ongoing decline in human tech, as losses from Vandir's campaigns against Wan advancements worsened the fallout from systemic disregard. The most pivotal spark of opposition came with Sebastian Thor, a compelling orator hailing from Dimamar, whose fierce critique of Vandir's indulgences rapidly built a devoted base among everyday imperial subjects and segments of the ecclesiarchy. Thor's doctrine stood out for its straightforward radicalism, urging a revival of unadulterated emperor veneration, free from the self-serving desires and worldly decay that defined the church under Vandir's sway. Vandir's reaction to Thor's rising sway proved as ruthless as expected. Dimamar endured savage orbital strikes, claiming millions of blameless lives in a bid to eradicate Thor and his core adherents. This horror rebounded disastrously, elevating Thor from mere irritant to iconic saint, his escape from the slaughter seen across the Imperium as a sign of celestial protection. Word of the assault circulated widely, evading Vandir's censorship, and scattered rebel groups started uniting beneath Thor's inspirational guidance. The ensuing struggle, termed the Thorian Reformation, or the Wars of Vindication according to varying chronicles, marked the gravest upheaval within the Imperium since the Horus Heresy. Whole sectors pledged allegiance to either Vandir or Thor, igniting a fratricidal war that ravaged planets unscathed by the ancient betrayal. The Adeptus Astartes, barring a few outliers, largely backed Thor's movement, offering vital combat aid that thwarted Vandir's bid for swift triumph via overwhelming manpower and hardware. The strife peaked in the Terran Crusade, a bold incursion on the throne world led by Sebastian Thor and bolstered by alliances of Space Marine chapters, Mechanicus contingents, and army detachments that broke from Vandir's command. The clashes proved ferocious and protracted, with Terra's void shields and batteries redirected to fire upon the ships of the faithful. Efforts to breach the planet's surface proved arduous for the invading forces. It was only the valiant act of the fleet's command vessel, which intentionally collided with the main defensive array to open a breach in the shields, that allowed substantial Crusader troops to land successfully. On the ground, operations centered on the sprawling ecclesiarchal stronghold, the vast fortress from which Vandir had orchestrated his oppressive dominion for almost 8 decades. The perimeter guards consisted of zealous followers indoctrinated into Vandir's twisted version of the imperial faith, common folk ready to perish in masses for what they truly viewed as service to the god emperor. These defenders were steadily driven inward by the joint operations of Space Marine strike teams and veteran Imperial Army units skilled in city combat, albeit with grievous casualties on both fronts. The palace's core chambers were protected by the Emperor's brides themselves, whose superior gear and unyielding zeal rendered them daunting foes even against the superhuman fighters of the Adeptus Astartes. This clash has been immortalized in countless imperial chronicles, typically highlighting the martial excellence of the participating Space Marines while subtly omitting awkward historical facets that could undermine the perceived moral purity of the victory. From the most credible records, it's evident that the deadlock ended not via overwhelming military might, but through an unforeseen action by Captain General Al-Harim Kurbasoft of the Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's elite guardians, who had stayed mostly withdrawn in the imperial palace throughout Vandir's tyranny. Claiming divine guidance straight from the Emperor, Kurbasoft stepped out of isolation to challenge Alicia Dominica, head of the Emperor's brides, presenting proof of Vandir's actual corruption and the ways he had warped the imperial doctrine for personal gain. The precise details of their exchange stay shrouded, documented solely in archives reserved for the Inquisition's top echelons and the Adepta Sororita's command. Undeniably, however, after this encounter, Dominica and her key lieutenants sought an immediate parley with Vandir, under the pretext of coordinating the continued resistance. Once granted entry, they swiftly put him to death for heresy and violation of the Emperor's mandate, abruptly terminating the most despotic rule in the Imperium's annals since the Horus heresy. In the wake of Vandir's collapse, profound overhauls swept through imperial bodies to avert any future concentration of such unbridled authority. The decree passive outright banned the ecclesiarchy from fielding male soldiers, a ban cleverly bypassed by reshaping the Emperor's brides into the Adeptus Sororitas, an exclusively female military order, better known today as the Sisters of Battle. The role of ecclesiarch was decoupled from other state positions, guaranteeing that religious and secular authority stayed divided. Sebastian Thor, hailed as the Reformation's spiritual guide, rose to become ecclesiarch, where he enacted major shifts in the imperial cult's organization and rituals. The most venal clergy factions were excised, frequently with eager support from communities scarred by their abuses. Ecclesiastical assets were, on paper, rerouted to aid the populace, although the real effects of these reallocations differed greatly based on regional factors and enforcement quality. Nevertheless, despite these surface-level changes, the Imperium's core framework endured without alteration. The ecclesiarchy, briefly humbled, retained its stature as a key pillar of imperial rule. The imperial cult persisted as the enforced state faith, with any straying from its doctrines, deemed heresy meriting execution. The savagery and suspicion defining Vandir's era eased in form but lingered deep within the Imperium's societal fabric. Above all, the technological and scientific decline that surged under the Reign of Blood pressed on relentlessly afterward. Insights erased by Vandir's campaigns against heretical progress stayed buried, as the Adeptus Mechanicus displayed scant desire to reclaim methods or devices that could erode their control over tech lore. The chasm between the dark age of technology's advanced prowess and the ever-simplifying tools of the post-Vandir Imperium kept expanding across successive eras. This persistent breakdown, The erosion of technical expertise carried profound real-world impacts that reached well beyond mere theoretical concerns in science. Crop output in agriculture dropped sharply as bioengineered varieties devolved into inferior wild forms. Rates of infant death rose amid the loss of routine medical procedures, which faded from memory or grew available solely to the elite strata of the continental imperial elite. Systems of infrastructure, operational without hitch for thousands of years, started crumbling since upkeep shifted toward ceremonial practices instead of true comprehension. Facing these tangible issues, the Imperium opted not for fresh ideas, but for ramping up entrenched habits. With falling farm production, tribute demands escalated to sustain prior extraction volumes, driving world populations closer to famine just to satiate the endless appetite of the empire's military apparatus. As healthcare worsened, clerical leaders highlighted the divine merits of endurance and dismissed bodily concerns in favor of the everlasting spirit. When structures broke down, fault fell on ethical decay and weak devotion, ignoring hardware shortcomings or resource shortages. This tendency to escalate rather than evolve defined the Imperium's handling of outside dangers too. The Orc threat, undefeated in full even after the Great Crusade's fiercest pushes, kept spreading over numerous sectors. Imperial officers shunned novel plans or tools against this enduring enemy, sticking to age-old methods from ages past and tolerating massive losses for fleeting triumphs that ignored the core breeding cycles, guaranteeing the greenskins bigger comebacks post-battle. The Eldar, an elder race in decline yet wielding tech surpassing current Imperial means, faced blanket enmity regardless of signs that some branches, especially those from craft worlds, could entertain cautious partnerships versus shared foes. Such ingrained distrust, rooted in humanity's scarred past with alien encounters, robbed the Imperium of possible partners right when bonds could prove crucial. The gravest issue lay in confronting the escalating peril from chaos spilling out of the Eye of Terror. The renegade legions, rooted in the Horus heresy yet not wiped out, had simply pulled back into hiding. Operating from Eye strongholds, they staged intermittent strikes into Imperial territory, waging an ongoing insurgency against the realm they couldn't topple outright. Such attacks, though devastating to hit planets, posed minimal overall risk to the Imperium in the early aftermath of the betrayal. That shifted abruptly with Abaddon, the Despoiler's inaugural Black Crusade, the ex-first captain of the Lunar Wolves, styling himself as Horus's successor. Rallying a pact of chaos armies from the Eye's depths, Abaddon unleashed a bold assault on Imperial domains, challenging the barriers from the scouring and scouting flaws in the rebuilt Imperial forces. Though Loyalists eventually halted and repelled the push, it underscored the lasting danger from the fallen legions beyond their heresy losses. The Imperium's counter to this resurgent chaos was typically self-defeating in its inflexibility. Instead of tailoring to the foe's traits, leaders clung to prior conflict playbooks, applying heresy-era maneuvers to wholly altered scenarios. Flexibility and quick strikes could have curbed harm from guerrilla hits, yet the Imperium poured vast assets into fixed fortifications that Chaos Raiders easily skirted. Precision intel efforts might have pinpointed and crippled vital enemy assets, but officials pursued sweeping hunts for alleged cult followers, breeding bitterness and defiance in communities that could have stayed true. Worst, the Imperium dodged facing the core drivers of chaos taint in its territories. The mental and faith-based frailties, leaving citizens open to the dark god's temptations, from relentless want to capricious rule to devoid purpose, got viewed as fixed human traits, not flaws fixable via reforms. In truth, imperial bodies, especially the ecclesiarchy, often deepened these very woes. The ecclesiarchy preached that torment was humanity's inherent and rightful condition, and that any doubt about the righteousness of the prevailing hierarchy marked the initial slide into apostasy. This profound rift between the true essence of the chaos peril and the Imperium's countermeasures guaranteed that, even amid sporadic battlefield triumphs, the broader strategic landscape kept worsening over the centuries after the age of apostasy. Every Black Crusade pushed deeper into Imperial territory before getting halted. every retreat scattered additional dormant agents and concealed devotees to lay groundwork for future invasions. With each passing era, the Empire's populace faced ever greater strains and diminishing safeguards from the very organizations sworn to shield them. By the close of the 35th millennium, the Imperium of Man had evolved from the vibrant, outward-thrusting force of the Great Crusade into a rigid shell, upholding the superficial rituals of the Emperor's blueprint while undermining its core vitality at every opportunity. Progress in technology had given way to ritualistic awe for devices whose workings were now mysteries. Pursuit of knowledge through science had yielded to faith-based doctrine, deeming empirical study of the universe heretical if it clashed with sanctioned religious views. Approaches to warfare had sunk to grinding contests of endurance, expending countless billions of souls for gains that offered no boost to enduring viability. Nevertheless, amid all its flaws, the Imperium persisted, a tribute to the inherent sturdiness of its foundational frameworks and to the Emperor's lingering warp-fueled might. Though faded from his former splendor, his vigil on the Golden Throne continued to illuminate the path for mankind against the swelling shadows. The Astronomicon burned on, enabling navigation through the warp across remote stellar realms. The veil dividing physical reality from the warp remained intact, warding off the massive demonic outbreaks that defined the age of strife. The apparatus of imperial rule, for all its rot and bungling, still knit together thousands of planets into one political body able to muster, albeit faultily, defenses against civilization-ending dangers. This clash of breakdown and tenacity, of decay and fortitude, shaped the Imperium as it staggered out of the age of apostasy. The most egregious abuses under Van Dyer's rule had been reined in. Yet the deep-seated ills that allowed his ascent lingered mostly untouched. The changes enacted by Sebastian Thor and those who followed softened the most obvious signs of the Empire's rot without curing the root affliction. The Imperium had weathered its gravest inward upheaval since the Horus Heresy, but the price was solidifying exactly those traits, from rigid orthodoxy to systemic suspicion, that rendered it ever less prepared for the perils of a merciless cosmos. As a chronicler examining this grim vista, I feel divided between sorrow over the vast promise wasted and reluctant respect for the unyielding endurance of human society against almost impossible hurdles. The Imperium in the aftermath of apostasy was, without question, a grotesque behemoth by any measure of decency, trading personal welfare wholesale for a fading ideal of shared endurance. Still, it endured, safeguarding at minimum the chance of humanity's continuance in a galaxy teeming with alien races and warp horrors bent on our annihilation. This ethical grayness forms the crux of any forthright evaluation of the Imperium's path after the heresy. The tactics used to uphold human supremacy were undeniably atrocious, encompassing mass slaughter, subjugation, and routine violations of basic dignities on a vast, unimaginable level. Yet the outcomes seen in those scarce moments when imperial authority utterly crumbled imply that, despite its savagery, the Imperium might truly be the least dire path open to our kind under present straits. This insight circles back to the core sorrow woven into such a verdict. The Emperor's initial dream for humanity, pieced together imperfectly from warped imperial lore, seems to have been sincerely idealistic in intent. He aimed to forge a society where human abilities flourished unbound, where logic triumphed over myth, where living standards advanced across generations instead of plunging into fresh barbarism. That this dream twisted into its grim inverse mere millennia after his practical demise stands as maybe the harshest judgment on our kind's aptitude for self-rule. Yet, I cannot brin, I'm forcing myself to accept that the Emperor's vision is beyond recovery. During the bleakest phases of the age of apostasy, when Goge van Dier's despotism appeared unassailable and opposition pointless, figures such as Sebastian Thor arose to highlight humanity's nobler qualities, arguing that decay and savagery were distortions, not inherent aspects of ruling the Imperium. The partial triumphs of the Thorian Reformation, however flawed and diluted they seem looking back, prove that meaningful progress can occur even amid the rigid frameworks of the Imperium. On a larger scale, humanity's endurance in a cosmos apparently engineered to wipe us out points to a toughness that goes beyond the shortcomings of any single governing system. Despite all the valid objections to the Imperium's tactics and focuses, it has fulfilled its core role of averting human annihilation for more than 10,000 years against dangers that would crush any less fiercely resolute entity. This feat, won through immeasurable agony, holds real value that even the harshest detractors of its harsh strategies can't simply ignore. As I wrap up this chronicle of the age of apostasy and what followed, I'm sharply aware of how inadequate traditional moral judgments are when confronting events of such vast scope. Evaluating the Imperium of that time through the lens of kinder civilizations overlooks the harsh truths of its predicament, the grim trade-offs demanded by foes aiming not just for control, but for humanity's total obliteration from the stars. Still, embracing those tactics as unavoidable or essential risks, eroding a vital part of what makes us human, implying that bare persistence trumps honorable demise. I set this ethical dilemma aside unanswered, as it likely should stay for anyone pondering the Imperium's past with care. Undeniably, though, the age of apostasy marked a pivotal shift in the Imperium's evolution. It was a chance for true overhaul that got forsaken for cosmetic tweaks, preserving the rotten core beneath. The fallout from this squandered moment grew clearer across later ages as the galaxy turned fiercer against human life, and the Imperium's ability to counter emerging perils steadily weakened. The Emperor protects. We're drilled from our youngest days, but gazing at the ruins of his aspiration, twisted by Van Dyer's nightmarish rule into a bureaucratic fossil and the stiffening administration that came after, I can't shake doubts about whether his colossal warp might even offset the endless human knack for institutional ruin. The age of apostasy faded, yet the roots that fed it, unbridled greed, doctrinal inflexibility, and routine stifling of free ideas, stayed woven deep into the Imperium's weave. In darkness, light; in death, hope, these slogans, hammered in endless imperial rhetoric, hold a deeper wisdom than their creators might have meant. Music. Amid the shadows of the post-apostasy Imperium, sparks of human kindness and clear reasoning endured, pushing back against crushing demands to fit into a crumbling order. In a society teetering toward self-annihilation via blind denial and instinctive violence, hope lingered in the deeds of those clinging to the founding principles that once sparked the imperial endeavor. If these faint glimmers could one day merge into a beacon strong enough to guide our kind toward a new direction is, as I pen this, still uncertain. The drag of entrenched habits, the iron grip of groups thriving on the current mess, and the real perils from alien adversaries all weigh against any major improvement anytime soon. Yet my freedom to set these thoughts down, challenging 10,000 years of sacred imperial tenets without instant death for blasphemy, hints that room for honest scrutiny lingers in the fissures of our calcified realm. Within that narrow gap, however slim, rests any chance for a human tomorrow that upholds, instead of perverting, the Emperor's first dream. Not via upheaval or drastic overhauls, which past lessons warn would breed disasters worse than our imperfect present, but by slowly reclaiming forgotten wisdom and nurturing gentler ways inside the structures already in place. Institutional structures and unyielding opposition to the harshest manifestations of imperial cruelty and rigidity. Despite its terrors, the era of apostasy proved that the Imperium endures, even amid devastating internal breakdowns, re-emerging, albeit flawed, with a measure of self-repair. Such endurance, extracted at an intolerable toll in human agony, offers a fragile foundation for guarded hope regarding humanity's enduring fate in a cosmos seemingly crafted to annihilate us. If the Imperium withstood the tempest of Van Dyer's rule and the ensuing civil strife that toppled it, maybe it can also steer through the vaster perils awaiting us. As the 41st millennium nears its chaotic close, I lay aside my pen, fingers aching from endless scribing, The taper gutters faintly, its wavering glow throwing eerie silhouettes over the venerable volumes encircling me in this secluded repository. Beyond these walls, the hive city's clamor transitions from daylight bustle to nocturnal hum, the Imperium's ceaseless toil churning ahead devoid of respite or rationale. How few of those toiling masses grasp the incidents I've outlined. How many give them a thought? They labor, endure torment, and perish ignorant of the pivotal historical currents that molded their plights, the decisions taken and chances squandered that defined the harsh brevity of their lives. Such obliviousness might serve as a kindness. Grasping the sheer scale of the Imperial Saga's catastrophe, the chasm between potential destinies and grim actuality would crush those already bowed by the grind of existence in the decaying hives and exhausted agri-planets that form most human dwellings in our time. It may be preferable for them to draw solace from the ecclesiarchy's streamlined tales, assurances of the emperor's safeguarding in life and recompense beyond the grave. Still, as a chronicler, I reject this soothing falsehood. My calling requires stark facing of truth, no matter its anguish or ethical murkiness. The age of apostasy transpired. Goge van Dieren, one driven soul of ambition, nearly unraveled the whole Imperium by shrewdly preying on institutional frailties accrued across millennia of slow erosion. Sebastian Thor and his confederates averted total ruin, but overlooked the root systemic flaws enabling van Dieren's ascent initially. These bare elements, unadorned by doctrinal gloss or partisan slant, form the core reality of the epic I've sought to document. What this reality portends for our present state and tomorrow's outlook invites contention. A contention stifled in a realm where challenging orthodox views invites agony and death as reprisal. Nevertheless, even without overt dialogue, personal contemplation of history's rhythms endures. Within such contemplation rests the final, finest chance for true human advancement in our shadowed epoch. I unroll a new leaf of vellum, ready to extend my narrative through the stormy ages after the Thorian Reformation. The dying flame's gleam etches my silhouette on the sheet, underscoring the fragility of our hold on enlightenment amid this deepening gloom. I press forward, for the hours dwindle, and volumes remain unwritten. Right after van Dieren's ouster came a short spell of authentic overhaul and revival across the Imperium. Sebastian Thor, thrust into the ecclesiarch's role by widespread support in urgent politics, enacted profound shifts in the Adeptus Ministorum's framework and operations. The vilest cardinals faced dismissal, at times smoothly but frequently via compelled retirements or heresy trials laced with sedition charges. The immense fortunes amassed in van Dieren's private vaults and those of his inner circle were, in theory, rerouted to aid the everyday devotees, although much merely flowed to rival cliques in the imperial order. Thor's pivotal innovation lay in officially defining ties between the ecclesiarchy and fellow imperial bodies. The decree passive, which outright prohibited the Ministorum from harboring armed forces, countered the menace of van Dieren's private legions head-on. This ban was swiftly evaded by reshaping the Brides of the Emperor into the Adepta Sororitas, a women-only combat unit that adhered to the rule's wording yet sustained the ecclesiarchy's martial clout. Even this concession bore key protections, as the Sisters of Battle formed into orders that upheld gained substantial independence from immediate oversight by the Church's leaders, which blocked any potential despot from marshalling them into a cohesive power block aimed at the heart of the Imperium. The role of High Priest was officially decoupled from additional roles in the Empire, with clear bans on the sort of overlapping positions that had enabled Vanya to amass extraordinary authority under his control. The composition of the Sacred Council, the ruling council of the Adeptus Ministorum, was broadened to incorporate voices from a wider array of viewpoints in the imperial faith, thereby weakening the sway of any one group and establishing built-in safeguards to ward off the rise of yet another dictator. The method for choosing subsequent high priests was codified, demanding several stages of discussion and endorsement prior to any nominee ascending to the seat of imperial belief. Such organizational overhauls were paired with a renewed fervor and faith that momentarily revitalized the spiritual practices across the Imperium. Thor's innate magnetism and clear authenticity sparked true loyalty among believers, a great many of whom had become jaded by the blatant rot festering in the pre-reformed church leadership. His focus on unfiltered individual ties to the emperor, free from the tangled web of clerics and high officials, struck a chord with everyday subjects of the Imperium who were tired of manipulation by holy figures more fixated on hoarding riches and influence than nurturing the soul of their followers. For a fleeting period, the Thorian Reformation seemed poised to truly reshape the Imperium, steering it from the spiral of mounting tyranny and decline that had defined the eras since the Horus Heresy. Tangible improvements joined the doctrinal and structural shifts, as Thor leveraged his ethical clout to compel other branches of the imperial apparatus to tackle at least the worst excesses that had flourished under Vanir's rule. Demands for tithes were eased for planets hit hardest by ruthless extraction. Oversight processes were streamlined to lighten the red tape weighing on world leaders striving to gather vital supplies for their realms. All planetary armed forces were reorganized for better defense against real outside dangers, instead of mainly functioning as tools for suppressing domestic unrest. However, as Thor grew older, his influence waned step by step and then vanished completely upon his passing, causing the drive for change to falter and eventually backslide. The mechanisms he had put in place turned out too weak to counter the immense momentum of an entity as sprawling and time-worn as the Imperium. Familiar patterns resurfaced, frequently in altered guises that adhered to the letter of the updated regulations while undermining their intent. The scattered assets of the church slowly pooled again under a fresh crop of cardinals. New faces, yet driven by the identical blend of sincere piety and self-serving drive that marked their forerunners. Above all, the core belief system of the Imperium stayed untouched by the Thorian Reformation. The imperial creed persisted in preaching total submission to rulers as the supreme ideal, branding doubt or dissent as blasphemy meriting execution. The emperor endured as the portrayal of an all-knowing, all-powerful God whose intentions flowed flawlessly via his proxies. This doctrinal stance, in essence, shielded imperial bodies from real responsibility. Human hardship continued to be framed as either rightful retribution for wrongdoing or a valuable trial of belief, not as a structural flaw demanding concrete fixes. Such philosophical steadfastness guaranteed that, even with the architectural tweaks enacted by Thor and his early followers, the Imperium would slide back toward its pre-apostasy course of escalating subjugation, inertia, and erosion. The particular wrongs of Vanir's era could be curbed by the fresh protective measures, but the broader habit of sacrificing the masses for the elite's gain stayed woven into the fabric of imperial life. The short chance for real overhaul shut without altering the root mechanisms that had sparked the turmoil to begin with. In the ages after Thor's demise, a steady yet relentless slide back to the status quo unfolded throughout the Imperium. The ecclesiarchy, while unable to reclaim the total supremacy of Vanir's time, reclaimed its status as a premier pillar of imperial might, wielding its doctrinal leverage to shape choices well outside its traditional domain. The Adeptus Administratum, though only chastened by its role in elevating Vanya to prominence, the bureaucracy reconstructed its sprawling apparatus with even greater intricacy, introducing additional tiers of regulatory hurdles that increasingly separated the Imperium's day-to-day functions from the human imperatives it was meant to support. This consolidation of administrative authority gained traction amid the palpable dangers confronting the Imperium at the time. The Orc threat persisted in its relentless advance as greenskin realms emerged and collapsed in recurring waves, exacting heavy tolls on adjacent human territories no matter which side prevailed in their factional strife. Eldar corsairs and shadowy Eldar marauders launched assaults from concealed outposts, preying on exposed imperial outposts for everything from straightforward plunder to impulses so inscrutable that imperial analysts could only label them as cruel amusement. Renegade legions mounted sporadic offensives from the Eye of Terror, their operations spanning minor strikes on pinpoint objectives to vast black crusades orchestrated by Abaddon the Despoiler. In this environment of unrelenting outside strain, any critique of imperial bodies could swiftly be branded as seditious sabotage of mankind's bulwarks, precisely when cohesion proved vital for endurance. Advocates for change, who highlighted the self-defeating aspects of numerous imperial doctrines, often faced charges of heresy. Their valid worries brushed aside as either innocent oversight of the demand for stern tactics or outright collusion with foes of humanity. The pressing requirement for unified countermeasures against dire perils served as a handy pretext for stifling all forms of opposition, even if such opposition could have yielded superior strategies for tackling those same perils used to muzzle it. This practice of leveraging outer dangers to rationalize inner repression culminated in the War of the Beast, a colossal orc incursion that breached deep into the Imperium's core, endangering Terra itself with a frontal onslaught by the mightiest greenskin horde seen since the Great Crusade. Official imperial records shroud the particulars of this clash in heavy redaction, confining key details to the uppermost echelons of the Inquisition and the Adeptus Administratum. From scattered allusions and tactfully phrased deceptions, one can glean hints of a disaster verging on apocalyptic, where numerous Space Marine chapters suffered devastating losses, whole sectors fell under Orc control, and the Sol system's fortifications were briefly overrun by the invasion's immense magnitude. The crisis's conclusion evidently demanded radical steps, such as mobilizing resources long sequestered since the Horus Heresy's close. The precise character of these resources stays murky, with certain narratives alluding to custodian units venturing outside the imperial palace's confines for the first time since the emperor's entombment, and others implying the unleashing of ancient armaments from the dark age of technology. Undeniably, vanquishing the beast entailed concessions and tolls unimaginable in routine times, establishing benchmarks that later ages would cite to rationalize ever more draconian actions against outer adversaries and inner nonconformists alike. Following the War of the Beast, the Imperium descended into what select academic factions term the stagnation spiral, a phase marked by hastening technological decay, stricter devotion to orthodoxy over pragmatic fixes, and the trading of enduring viability for immediate safeguarding of entrenched hierarchies. This trajectory, evident in the eras after the Horus Heresy, escalated sharply in the post-Beast Age, as bureaucratic distrust and doctrinal orthodoxy dominated choices throughout imperial administration. The Adeptus Mechanicus, whose initial pact with the nascent Imperium rested on reciprocal gains rather than common principles, withdrew deeper into ritualistic mysticism, venerating machinery as sacred enigma instead of utilitarian instrument for addressing tangible issues. What little innovation survived, already eyed warily, was officially deemed tech heresy outside the strictest oversight. Upkeep of current devices devolved more toward ceremonial rites than true comprehension, yielding foreseeable degradation as the ritual's core purposes faded across generations. Such technological decline rippled through every facet of imperial life. Crop yields from bioengineered strains dwindled as they regressed to inferior engineered organisms, lost their vitality over time without the expertise needed to sustain their superior traits. Health prospects for the masses deteriorated sharply as routine medical practices faded into obscurity or were reserved exclusively for the elite echelons of the empire. Ancient networks that had operated flawlessly for thousands of years started to crumble, as upkeep practices detached from the foundational engineering that underpinned them. Rather than evolving to counter these escalating crises, authorities doubled down on entrenched methods of gathering and allocating resources. When crop production dropped on various planets, the Administratum hiked tithe quotas to sustain identical totals of harvested goods, driving world populations to the brink of famine just to fuel the endless appetite of the emperor's military apparatus. With everyday healthcare crumbling, the ecclesiarchy preached the redemptive virtue of endurance and downplayed the flesh's importance beside the everlasting spirit. When vital systems broke down, fault was laid at the feet of ethical decay and shallow devotion, ignoring engineering shortfalls or raw shortages. This cycle of escalation without reform permeated the Imperium's defenses against outside dangers too. Doctrines and maneuvers used to combat enduring adversaries, such as the Orcs, Eldar Corsairs, and Chaos outbreaks, stayed mostly static. Even with their clear shortcomings, Imperial leaders stuck to age-old formulas from prior eras, tolerating massive losses in exchange for fleeting triumphs that failed to resolve the core drivers of these wars. The Orcs' built-in breeding edge, the Eldar's edge in speed and tech, and the insidious spread of chaos corruption were viewed as fixed hurdles to be perpetually opposed, not puzzles solvable via fresh tactics or bold rethinking. Perhaps most alarming was how the Imperium dealt with the psyker crisis, which intensified relentlessly across generations. The Emperor's initial blueprint for human progress envisioned directed growth in psychic powers, positioning psykers as pioneers of our race's advancement instead of hazards demanding restraint. Central to this was the initiative for a human webway, designed to liberate humanity from reliance on warp navigation and its perils, offering secure traversal of the immaterial realm free from the ravenous beings lurking within. But after the webway effort collapsed amid the Horus heresy and the Emperor's enthronement on the Golden Throne, that forward-looking psychic progression was scrapped for harsher tactics to harness and subdue psykers, sidestepping the truth of mankind's burgeoning psychic surge. The shadowy vessels of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica pressed on with their somber sweeps through Imperial territories, rounding up psykers of every stripe, young and old, strong and frail, for assessment, approval, or immolation based on their judged worth to the Empire's agenda. The strongest and most reliable might undergo training as astropaths, their visions seared away in a ritual offering that allegedly forged a link to the Emperor's illuminating presence, enabling them to relay and intercept psychic signals over vast cosmic gaps. Some joined approved roles as Imperial psykers in inquisitorial entourages or Astra Militarum units, where their talents served war aims under strict oversight. The frailest or most volatile met their end as fuel for the Golden Throne, their essence drained to preserve the Emperor's vigil and illuminate the Astronomicon, the ethereal lighthouse essential for warp journeys. Such handling of the psyker dilemma epitomized the Imperium's broader tendency to wring every drop from available assets to prop up the present order, shunning change through invention or tactical overhaul. Humanity's latent psychic gifts, ripe for cultivation into a collective strength per the Emperor's blueprint, were recast as perilous outliers to be reined in, directed, and finally expended just to uphold the frozen hierarchy. The notion that rising psyker numbers could signal an adaptive leap to new threats, unlocking abilities to counter humanity's gathering perils, was branded as perilous heresy teetering on outright treason. By the waning years of the 35th millennium, the intertwined forces of inertia, depletion, and doctrinal inflexibility had eroded the Imperium into a brittle shell. It had devolved into a mere shadow of what it once was. The visible frameworks of the Emperor's vision persisted unchanged as the bureaucratic systems, armed forces, and faith-based orders he founded kept operating within their established guidelines. However, the driving vision that once infused these elements had vanished, supplanted by bureaucratic momentum and the personal agendas of individuals profiting from the status quo, irrespective of its waning capacity to protect humanity's future. The Adeptus Terra, that sprawling network of oversight bodies tasked with managing the Empire's rule over countless planets, had transformed into a self-perpetuating entity devoid of any unifying goal. Billions of clerks, administrators, and functionaries handled vast quantities of paperwork, adhering to protocols whose initial justifications had faded into obscurity long ago. Funds that could have tackled real societal demands or fended off dire perils were squandered instead on sustaining this bloated machinery with no regard for its broader impact or value. The Adeptus Ministorum, while never reclaiming the total dominance it enjoyed under Vanier, still exerted profound sway over every facet of life in the Imperium. The Church's teachings promoted submission, devotion, and blind loyalty, while stifling analysis, research, or hands-on solutions to challenges. The hardships endured by common folk were framed as rightful atonement for wrongdoing or chances for soul-deep advancement, not as signs of deep-rooted flaws needing concrete fixes. The Adeptus Mechanicus, brought into the imperial framework as a partly independent partner with its unique customs and aims, had deteriorated into a ritualistic mockery of true engineering insight. Any attempt at invention was branded as technological blasphemy, punished harshly for those daring to craft fresh answers to rising issues. Upkeep of current devices relied on ceremonial routines that their performers no longer comprehended. The quest for understanding purely through curiosity, a hallmark of the original Mechanicum, even amid its pious elements, gave way to a fixation on salvaging scraps of ancient tech, ignorant of their underlying mechanics. The Adeptus Astartes, those superhuman fighters who spearheaded mankind's stellar conquests, grew ever more sidelined in the Imperium's overarching hierarchy. Space Marine chapters retained their formal autonomy, secured by the post-Horus heresy reforms. Yet, this freedom exacted a price in tactical marginalization across various scenarios. Capped by the Codex Astartes at roughly 1,000 members per chapter, these crack units excelled as precision assault squads or desperate holdouts, but couldn't shift the galaxy-wide balance decisively in an empire of such scale. Numerous chapters withdrew into isolation, prioritizing their internal rights and private pursuits over involvement in the Imperium's growing chaos, unless directly imperiled. The Imperial Guard, rebranded as the Astra Militarum amid the era's embrace of ornate high Gothic nomenclature, shouldered the main weight of the Imperium's endless wars spanning the stars. Countless billions of everyday recruits, conscripted or enlisted from myriad planets, clashed and perished in battles whose grand designs eluded them, commanded by leaders whose strategies favored brute force in numbers above agility, creativity, or resource thrift. The staggering toll in lives was rationalized as essential offerings to the Emperor, rejecting any notion of smarter tactics yielding the same results at lower cost as mere frailty or deficient piety. The Inquisition, founded post-Horus heresy to shield against inner decay and outer subversion, had morphed from a covert yet focused tool into an unchecked force, beholden solely to its own judgments of peril to the Imperium. Lone inquisitors commanded vast authority in their domains, empowered to obliterate whole planets if they saw it vital to curb heresy, genetic taint, or Xenos corruption. The safeguards and restraints built in at its inception to over the ages, the safeguards designed to curb the misuse of the Inquisition's vast authority, had gradually weakened, as various ordos pursued conflicting agendas or deliberately sabotaged one another's missions due to doctrinal clashes or private grudges. This kind of organizational chaos could perhaps have endured in a more forgiving cosmos, one with fewer outside perils and plentiful supplies to offset the waste from overgrown administration, doctrinal myopia, and stalled technological progress. But the Imperium in the 35th millennium confronted the exact reverse, surrounded by perils that threatened its very survival, even as the core structures of humanity's society decayed internally. The tolerance for mistakes, slender enough in the calmer times of prior periods, had dwindled to nothing under the burden of repeated blunders, overlooked chances, and a focus on safeguarding the establishment at the expense of true human needs. Most disturbing of all, to the rare few with clearance to grasp the complete strategic overview, were indications that the Emperor's strength was fading, even as more and more resources poured into keeping him alive. The Astronomicon, the vital psychic lighthouse enabling navigation through the warp's perils, showed irregular dips in power without any clear outside cause. Messages sent via astropaths, unreliable even in the best circumstances, faced growing interference or total breakdowns, including in areas free of recognized warp disturbances. The Emperor's unending vigil on the Golden Throne, which upheld the veil separating real space from the warp, displayed weakening in several spots, permitting demonic incursions into the physical realm with greater ease than in eras past. These alarming shifts, hidden from the masses and much of the Imperium's leadership alike, pointed to a destiny darker than the dire circumstances at hand. Should the Emperor's vitality keep diminishing, despite the ritual slaying of thousands of psychers each day to fuel him, the end result would be a total breakdown of the mechanisms reliant on his immense psychic force. Lacking the Astronomicon, voyages between stars would elude all but the elite navigators, splintering the Imperium into disconnected pockets incapable of mounting joint defenses or pooling supplies. Without that dimensional shield, demonic invasions would surge in number and magnitude, outstripping the beleaguered efforts of Imperial troops to hold them back. Absent reliable astropathic links, the fragile links between far-flung sectors would shatter, forcing planets to confront escalating dangers using whatever they had on hand. In essence, the Imperium toward the close of the 35th millennium teetered on the brink of utter collapse. A second cataclysm, possibly more ruinous than the age of strife that came before the Emperor's triumph over humanity's chaos. The very bodies meant to avert such a disaster had twisted over millennia of favoring their own endurance above their founding goals, now hastening the very calamities they were supposed to thwart. The bitter paradox here struck home for the tiny cadre of observers sharp enough to recognize it. Yet the drag of entrenched routines and the drive to cling to the existing order rendered any real overhaul unattainable via standard means. Still, amid this apparently doomed landscape, sparks of personal valor, clever adaptations, and ethical resolve persisted on the fringes of imperial life. Worldly rulers who placed their citizens' well-being ahead of rigid administratum orders, courting charges of rebellion to enact sensible fixes for regional woes. Adeptus mechanicus. Adepts who gingerly tested modest advancements in secluded settings, aiming to broaden mankind's understanding without drawing the ire of their more rigid kin. Inquisitors who wielded their immense clout with care and focus, striking at true dangers while steering clear of the broad sweeps favored by their fanatic peers. Such solitary initiatives, though too feeble to halt the Imperium's downward spiral, still proved that the spark for improvement lingered in humanity's core, undimmed after endless ages of pressure toward uniformity, submission, music, and blind loyalty. Acceptance of ever more broken customs persisted. Even so, the ability to think critically, tackle issues through evidence and reason, ethically hadn't been fully wiped out, no matter how hard the Empire's structures tried to suppress these mental skills in favor of unquestioning belief, rote ceremonies, and obedience to authority. In those rare sparks of defiance against the relentless drag of imperial breakdown, rested the only real chance left for a human era that might uphold, instead of undermining, the Emperor's initial ideals. It was unclear if these lone cases of better ways to rule, advance technology, and conduct warfare could ever merge into wider structural improvements. By the end of the 35th millennium, this uncertainty carried huge stakes for humanity's chances of enduring over the long haul, weighed down by the stubborn force of established systems, the firm grip of groups profiting from things as they were, and the real dangers posed to the Imperium by foes from beyond its borders, all of which argued against any major progress anytime soon. Still, the mere emergence of options beyond the prevailing flawed habits, even under immense compulsion to conform, hinted that people's knack for adjusting and inventing hadn't vanished entirely. This ongoing clash between deep-rooted failures and the lingering spark for improvement would shape the Imperium's path through the chaotic eras ahead. Fresh dangers arose to threaten humanity's very survival, even as outdated methods of institutional reaction grew more unfit for handling such shifting perils. The age of apostasy had revealed just how profound the rot could get inside imperial bodies, and yet also shown that safeguards still existed to avert total downfall, flawed as they were and exacting a horrific toll in human lives. Only time would tell if those same safeguards could handle the far worse ordeals on the horizon. As the Imperium staggered into the 41st millennium and the peak of forces unleashed 10,000 years before by the Emperor's descent, and humanity's inability to uphold the aims of the frameworks he had built. I stop writing for a moment, my hand cramping badly enough that I need a break. The candle flickers weakly now, throwing long shadows over the old manuscripts piled around me in this secret repository. From outside comes the sound of the guard shift changing, the thudding steps of enforcer squads moving through the hive city's underlayers. Their nearness underscores the danger in setting these ideas down on paper. After all, plenty of what I've recorded might be seen as an attack on the imperial systems that control our lives, a offense that could mean execution in this time of endless suspicion and unyielding dogma. But the duty of a chronicler calls for loyalty to facts, no matter how unsettling they may feel to those clinging to soothing myths about our history and reality. The age of apostasy did occur. Go Veneer, one driven soul with grand designs, nearly doomed the whole Imperium by shrewdly preying on flaws that had built up over millennia of slow decline. Sebastian Thor and his supporters stopped the total ruin, yet they didn't fix the core breakdowns that allowed Veneer's rule to happen at all. These bare truths, free from religious gloss or political bias, form a vital base for grasping the course of human society in the ages after the Emperor's entombment on the Golden Throne. What this grasp means for our present situation and tomorrow's possibilities is still up for argument. An argument that can't take place freely in a world where challenging accepted knowledge often leads to torment and death. Even without open talk, though, personal contemplation of history's lessons stays within reach. And in that contemplation rests the final, strongest shot at true advancement for people in our shadowed time. Without drawing wisdom from errors of old, we're fated to replay them with worsening disasters. Without a frank look at the flaws woven into our present setups, we can't dream of reshaping them to better ensure humanity's lasting endurance. I strike a new candle to light and dive back into my task, aware that my hours are dwindling but resolved to finish this record while my mind holds sharp enough for the required insight. The 36th millennium draws near, ushering in fresh tests and speeding up the rot already underway, pushing the Imperium to the breaking point of its strength. The groundwork set in the age of apostasy. Whether the Empire and the events that followed it will hold firm against the tempests ahead or crumble under the weight of the very developments I've sought to document remains to be seen. Time alone will reveal our fate, yet it falls to the chronicler to furnish the background essential for future generations to grasp how we reach the destiny they must face. Total words to date, 10,127. Conclusion of Chapter 3. Total words, 10,127. Faith and fire. My pen shakes as I commit these words to paper. The incidents I describe scorch the manuscript with blasphemy, but they demand documentation all the same. I recount the era of apostasy, that dire period when the Imperium came perilously close to devouring itself alive. Between phrases, I halt to whisper supplications, seeking pardon for anything that could be interpreted as rebuke toward the sacred bodies that shape our lives. Still, honesty upholds the Emperor just as devotion does. Failing to confront our bleakest chapters condemns us to relive them. Following the Horus heresy, the Imperium experienced a profound shift. An entity launched as a non-religious realm focused on humanity's progress evolved into a faith-dominated realm, where advances in technology faced distrust and piety supplanted empirical exploration as the core driver of civilization. This change didn't happen in a flash. It progressed slowly over thousands of years, with successive eras drifting ever farther from the Emperor's initial blueprint, all while convinced they were upholding his enduring heritage. The Primarch Robert Guilliman, via his Codex Carte, had overhauled the Imperium's armed forces to block any one figure from grasping the sort of dominance Horus once commanded. The Space Marine legions got split into chapters, each capped at roughly 1,000 fighters. Leadership hierarchies were unified. Logistics networks were systematized. The ties between the Adeptus estates and the wider Imperial armed framework were sharply defined, including precise conditions for when one could override the other. Though vital right after the heresy, these armed overhauls carried unintended repercussions for the Imperium's evolution over the ages. Dispersing the Space Marines into compact, focused units eroded their capacity to tackle massive dangers head-on. Even more crucially, the restructuring left a void at the pinnacle of Imperial rule. As the Primarchs, who had acted as innate bridges linking the Emperor to everyday people, faded away one by one via demise, vanishing, or retreat from the spotlight. This gap was filled by the High Lords of Terror, an assembly of the mightiest figures embodying major imperial bodies. On paper, these overseers ruled jointly on behalf of the Emperor, their choices informed by thoughtful review of his documented intents alongside the real demands of sustaining a sprawling stellar dominion. In reality, the High Lords soon turned into an arena for clashes between organizations and individual drives, where each participant focused mainly on boosting their own entity's status over the broader good of humankind. The Adeptus Administratum, the enormous administrative machine handling the Imperium's routine functions, swelled massively in the era's post-heresy. Starting as a fairly efficient setup under Malcador the Sigillite's oversight, it swelled into a bewildering maze that even lifelong insiders struggled to fathom. Whole planets dedicated themselves to shuffling paperwork, with lineages of clerks toiling and passing away without glimpsing the tangible outcomes of their efforts. Such administrative bloating mirrored a rising fixation on rituals at the expense of goals. The methods sustaining the Imperium drifted ever apart from the objectives they ought to pursue. Countless lives could perish to secure a sector whose tactical worth had long faded due to evolving realities, merely because the paperwork greenlighting its protection had been correctly processed and stamped ages ago. On the flip side, crucial aid might get denied to a truly endangered zone owing to botched filing routes or flawed paperwork. Parallel to this hardening of administration, the devotional essence of imperial rule surged markedly. The imperial truth, that atheistic creed spread during the Great Crusade, had never truly embedded itself among the masses. Even under the Emperor's direct command, spontaneous cults honoring him as a deity sprang up on freshly subdued planets, especially in areas where ancient faiths had been crushed by imperial enforcers. After High, while the Emperor remained inert upon the Golden Throne, these sects multiplied and acquired growing credibility, as prominent imperial authorities, too, came to embrace the solace of viewing their offerings as fulfilling a sacred mission instead of simply delaying the demise of humankind. By the 32nd millennium, the fragmented veneration had unified into the imperial cult, a vast interstellar faith centered on the God-Emperor of mankind. The ecclesiarchy, once called the Adeptus Ministorum, arose as the governing entity overseeing this belief system, with cardinals, confessors, and missionaries disseminating its teachings to every planet under imperial control. Blending fervent devotion with shrewd maneuvering, the ecclesiarchy claimed a level of authority unmatched in scope, on par with the storied might of the administratum. The riches amassed by the Adeptus Ministorum in those times surpassed contemporary understanding. Enormous basilicas rose on countless worlds, even as the everyday lives of common folk worsened. Cardinals and confessors reveled in opulence, all while urging frugality and self-denial among their followers. Vast levies poured from devoted masses into the vaults of an institution that more and more prioritized its survival over any true religious or utilitarian value to mankind. Such hoarding of riches and sway naturally sparked opposition. Within the ecclesiarchy, reformist factions arose now and then, advocating a return to basic piety and fairer sharing of assets. These groups were routinely branded as heretics with alarming swiftness. Their figureheads met death in grand public spectacles, meant to underscore the perils of defying entrenched power. The ecclesiarchy excelled at weaving diluted forms of these reformist notions into its discourse, all without yielding its firm grip on doctrinal authority. Beyond the ecclesiarchy's bounds, fellow imperial bodies regarded the expanding cloud of this clerical powerhouse with differing levels of unease. The Adeptus Administratum, long the chief force in imperial rule, saw its dominance erode as cardinals meddled in worldly affairs, asserting divine oversight on choices once solely handled by administrative experts. The Adeptus Mechanicus preserved its customary autonomy via a delicate equilibrium, portraying the omnissiah as a facet of the emperor tied to machine lore beyond the ecclesiarchy's reach, those enhanced fighters who had led the Great Crusade's charges and clung to its customs more steadfastly than any other imperial entity. Numerous Space Marine chapters, especially the first founding descendants who traced their roots straight to the Emperor's prime legions, held the ecclesiarchy in thinly veiled disdain. These fighters recalled, via spoken lore if not firsthand, the non-religious foundations of the Imperium. They accepted the imperial cult as an unavoidable nod to mortal frailties, but declined to weave its ceremonies into their chapter rites, save in the shallowest manner. The friction between the Imperium's premier warrior orders and its foremost spiritual body would prove pivotal in subsequent upheavals. As the age of apostasy built to its bloody peak, it fell to the Space Marines, joined by improbable partners from other sidelined imperial groups, to safeguard the realm from total ruin. The spark for the age of apostasy lay in a leadership void within the ecclesiarchy. After Ecclesiarch Polus III's passing, the Adeptus Ministorum split among rival aspirants to the empty seat of the imperial creed. The strife soon spilled past sacred halls into the wider framework of imperial rule, as High Lords' factions backed particular contenders based on their agendas. Stepping into this powder keg was Goge van Dyre, Lord of the Administratum and arguably the mightiest bureaucratic force in the Imperium. By then, Van Dyre had ascended the tangled ranks of imperial red tape through a mix of real skill in management, clever forging of bonds, and brutal purging of threats. His role granted him unmatched sway over the gears of imperial operation, enabling him to steer funds, shape data circulation, and guide postings throughout civilian oversight. With his trademark in a shrewd display of restraint, Vanya at first adopted an impartial stance amid the church's leadership upheaval, casting himself as a steadying presence focused only on upholding vital bureaucratic operations amid the faith's turbulent times. This veneer of impartial civic duty enabled him to collect insights into the comparative might and frailties of the competing groups, all while pinpointing vulnerabilities that could be leveraged to further his private goals. At the opportune instant, Vanier struck with exacting accuracy. Leveraging data amassed by his bureaucratic operatives, he orchestrated charges of heresy against the current church blessing 04 before the sacred tribunal of the clergy. The precise claims are lost to extant documents, yet their swift impact plunged the already splintered clerical order into utter chaos, with assorted cardinals and high priests rushing to disavow the indicted figure or maneuver for his replacement. Amid the ensuing turmoil, Vanier pulled off a tactic without precedent in the Empire's annals. Instead of just shaping the choice of the subsequent church head from the shadows, he engineered his direct ascension to the role even as he retained command of the bureaucracy. Via this twofold role, Vanier in essence merged the Empire's two foremost non-military bodies under his sole command, forging a nexus of authority unseen since the Emperor strode among humankind. Reactions to this bold consolidation were divided at the outset. Numerous figures in the clergy and bureaucracy hailed the setup, viewing it as a pathway to enhanced synergy and streamlined operations between entities that had frequently clashed. Certain voices raised alarms over the doctrinal and operational risks of vesting such vast sway in one person, especially someone whose fervor for the Emperor's doctrine had scarcely stood out before his rise. Such doubts were swiftly quashed as Vanya unveiled the ruthless core beneath his prior suave negotiations. Dissenters in either body soon confronted indictments for heresy, disloyalty, or corrupt deeds, with proof of their alleged offenses curiously surfacing in long-ignored bureaucratic archives. Spectacle executions grew routine, with Vanier overseeing the most notable trials in person, imprinting himself on the collective psyche as the ultimate arbiter and enforcer of the Emperor's decree. Having crushed dissent from within, Vandere shifted focus to solidifying dominance over the wider framework of empire rule. The surviving High Lords of the Council gradually lost influence, their customary domains seized by ad hoc panels and crisis decrees awarded to Vanier's chosen delegates. The Adeptus Arbites, tasked with upholding empire justice, saw infiltration by operatives devoted to Venere above all, bypassing the group's official heads. Even the shadowy Officio Assassinorum, the Empire's most clandestine entity, fell under sway as Vandia secured command of its killers' assignments. This grip on power went hand in hand with a surge in faith-based crackdowns throughout Empire domains. Vanya, proclaiming himself the Emperor's earthly mouthpiece, issued ever more radical readings of the imperial faith, deeming any straying from these fresh dogmas worthy of agonizing demise. Whole communities could be branded apostate for upholding ancient customs that had long harmonized with the emperor's worship. World rulers were compelled to flaunt their zeal via lavish rituals of allegiance, frequently sidelining effective rule. The era of carnage, dubbed Vanya's dominion, witnessed the empire lash out at its own with a ferocity once aimed only at foes abroad. Countless billions perished in sweeps, communal slayings, and coerced faiths. Planets steadfast to the empire for eons faced annihilation for alleged soul taint. Levies soared to crippling heights, purportedly for majestic temple builds, yet chiefly padding Veneer's coffers and his confidants, while deliberately sapping rival strongholds. Among Vanya's boldest reforms stood the founding of the Emperor's Brides, an elite women-only combat unit doubling as his private guard and disciplinary tool. Drawn from the daughters of the Emperor, an established sisterhood of martial devotees to the imperial cult. These fighters endured mental reshaping that bred unyielding allegiance to Veneera himself, whom they regarded as trained to be viewed as the Emperor's personal envoys. They commanded the same level of reverence as the Lord of Mankind himself. Equipped with the Imperium's most elite armaments and battle attire, shielded by sophisticated power armor that featured tech typically limited to the Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's Brides formed an unparalleled killing force, sworn directly to Vandir instead of any established imperial body. Their use in strikes against his foes, whether genuine threats or fabricated ones, guaranteed that even heavily equipped and structured opposition had slim odds of toppling his rule via outright clashes. With Vandir's despotism growing harsher, defiance naturally arose on the fringes of imperial dominance. The Space Marine chapters, bolstered by their historic autonomy and profound psychic bond to the Emperor, emerged as instinctive rivals to Vandir's asserted supremacy, drawing mounting charges of apostasy and betrayal. Numerous chapters that resisted his worst abuses were branded, quote, "Mathos," driving them into seclusion or outright insurrection against the Imperium they had vowed to safeguard. The Adeptus Mechanicus, protected by their venerable pact with the Emperor that afforded broad independence from central oversight, turned more reclusive in this era, concentrating on securing their forge worlds while curtailing ties to the wider Imperium. Such retreat in technical aid and knowledge hastened the ongoing decay of human tech, as Vandire's campaigns against heretical advances worsened the fallout from bureaucratic oversight. The most pivotal development in the swelling opposition was Sebastian Thor, a compelling orator from Dimamar, whose fierce critique of Vandir's abuses rapidly attracted widespread support from common imperial folk and segments of the ecclesiarchy. Thor's doctrine stood out for its straightforward radicalism, urging a revival of unadulterated emperor veneration, free from the self-serving drives and ethical decay that defined the ecclesiarchy under Vandir's command. Vandir's reaction to Thor's rising sway was characteristically savage. Dimamar endured a savage orbital strike, claiming millions of blameless lives in a bid to eradicate Thor and his core adherents. This horror rebounded disastrously, elevating Thor from a mere irritant to a saintly icon, his escape from the slaughter hailed across the stars as proof of celestial protection. Word of the assault circulated widely, defying Vandire's censorship, and scattered rebel groups started uniting under Thor's inspirational guidance. What followed, termed the Thorian Reformation or the Wars of Vindication, according to varying chronicles, marked the gravest schism within the Imperium since the Horus Heresy. Vast sectors pledged allegiance to either Vandir or Thor, sparking a fratricidal war that ravaged planets unscathed by the ancient betrayal. The Adeptus, barring key outliers, largely backed Thor's movement, offering vital combat aid that thwarted Vandir's troops from securing a swift triumph via their edge in manpower and gear. The strife peaked in the Terran Crusade, a bold invasion of the throne world spearheaded by Sebastian Thor and backed by an alliance of Space Marine chapters, Mechanicus contingents, and army divisions that had broken from Van Dyer's grip. The clashes were ferocious and protracted, with Terra's void shields weaponized against the faithful Armada striving for landfall. Solely via the valiant doom of the Armada's lead vessel, intentionally crashed into the chief orbital array to breach the shield, did the Crusaders achieve substantial surface deployment. The planetary push zeroed in on the ecclesiarchal palace, that colossal stronghold from which Vandir had orchestrated his 80-year purge. Its perimeter guards consisted of zealous acolytes of Van Dyer's twisted imperial faith, mere mortals ready to perish en masse for their sincere devotion to the God Emperor. These were methodically driven off by joint operations of Space Marine strike teams and Imperial Guard formations versed in city combat, albeit with staggering casualties for all involved. The palace's core chambers were held by the Emperor's brides, whose cutting-edge gear and unyielding zeal rendered them daunting adversaries even to the superhuman elite of the Adeptus Astartes. The ensuing confrontation has been immortalized in countless Imper official histories, often laden with praise for the martial exploits of the Space Marines engaged in the conflict and a deliberate omission of troubling historical facts that could undermine the unquestionable righteousness of the final resolution, paint a vivid picture of the events. From the most trustworthy records, however, it's evident that the deadlock in the war was shattered not by overwhelming military might, but by a surprising action from Captain General Al-Harim Kurbasoft of the Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's elite bodyguard, who had stayed mostly withdrawn inside the core of the Imperial Palace throughout Van Dyer's entire rule. Asserting guidance straight from the Emperor, Kurbasoft emerged from his isolation to face Alicia Dominica, head of the Brides of the Emperor, presenting proof of Van Dyer's actual character and how deeply he had twisted the Imperial faith for his personal gain. The precise details of their discussion stay shrouded, documented solely in files reserved for the top echelons of the Inquisition and Adeptus Sororitas Command. Undeniably, after that encounter, Dominica, along with her key subordinates, sought an immediate meeting with Vandir under the pretext of planning the continued protection efforts. Once granted entry to his chambers, they swiftly put him to death for heresy and disloyalty to the Emperor's will, abruptly dismantling the most despotic government in the Imperium's annals since the grim era of the heresy. In the wake of Vandir's collapse, profound changes swept through the Empire's organizations, aimed at blocking any single figure from ever gaining the sort of unbridled authority he had grasped. The decree passive outright prohibited the ecclesiarchy from fielding male troops, a ban cleverly sidestepped by transforming the Brides of the Emperor into the Adepta Sororitas, an exclusively female warrior order better known today as the Sisters of Battle. The role of ecclesiarch was detached from other imperial roles, guaranteeing that the dual forces of religion and governance stayed divided. Sebastian Thor, hailed as the guiding spirit of the overhaul, rose to become ecclesiarch, from where he drove major shifts in the imperial cult's framework and rituals. The most venal factions within the clergy faced elimination, frequently with eager support from communities scarred by their oppression. Ecclesiastical riches were, on paper at least, funneled toward aiding common folk, although the real effects of these reallocation efforts differed greatly based on regional conditions and execution quality. Despite these surface-level improvements, though, the Imperium's core framework stayed essentially the same. The ecclesiarchy, briefly humbled, held onto its status as a key pillar of imperial rule. The imperial cult persisted as the official faith, with any departure from its fundamental doctrines still deemed heresy, warranting execution. The savagery and suspicion that defined Van Dyer's tyranny softened a bit in how they showed up, but stayed woven into the everyday operations of imperial life. Above all, the slide into technological and scientific backwardness that sped up under the Reign of Blood kept rolling on without much check afterward. Insights erased by Van Dyer's crackdowns on deviant inventions stayed gone, as the Adeptus Mechanicus displayed scant desire to recover methods or devices that could challenge their grip on mechanical knowledge. The chasm between the advanced tech of the dark age of technology and the cruder approaches used in the post-Van Dyer Imperium grew broader with every generation. This persistent erosion of technical know-how brought real-world fallout well past the bounds of pure theory. Crop output fell as bioengineered plant types devolved into inferior wild forms. Child death rates rose as once routine healing practices faded from memory or turned exclusive to the elite tiers of imperial society. Systems that had run smoothly for thousands of years started crumbling, with upkeep relying more on ceremonies than true comprehension. Rather than sparking fresh ideas, the answer to these tangible problems was to ramp up old habits. With farm production dropping, tribute demands rose to sustain the fixed volume of resource pools, driving world populations closer to famine just to satisfy the endless hunger of the imperial military apparatus. As healthcare worsened, faith leaders stressed the sacred merit of endurance and the body's unimportance next to the timeless spirit. As structures broke down, fault was pinned on ethical failings. Rather than stemming from technological shortcomings or resource shortages, the Imperium's corruption and waning faith arose primarily from doctrinal rigidity and institutional failures. This same tendency toward escalation over innovation defined the Empire's handling of outside dangers. The Orc hordes, though relentlessly pursued during the Great Crusade, persisted in spreading through various sectors without ever being eradicated. Instead of devising fresh doctrines or innovations to counter this enduring adversary, imperial leaders clung to age-old methods honed over thousands of years, enduring staggering losses for fleeting triumphs that ignored the greenskins' explosive breeding cycles, guaranteeing their resurgence in even larger swarms following every setback. The Eldari, an ancient race on the brink of extinction, yet wielding artifacts surpassing current imperial tech, faced blanket enmity regardless of signs that select groups, especially those from craft worlds, could be open to cautious partnerships against shared enemies. Such ingrained distrust, rooted in humanity's scarred past with alien encounters, robbed the Imperium of possible confederates right when bonds like these could have proven invaluable. The most alarming aspect remained the Empire's dealings with the escalating peril of chaos spilling from the Eye of Terror. The renegade legions, vanquished in the Horus heresy yet not annihilated, had simply fallen back into exile. Operating from strongholds inside the Eye, they conducted sporadic strikes into imperial territories, waging an ongoing insurgency against the realm they couldn't topple head-on. These forays, though devastating to the afflicted planets, posed only minor overall risks to the Imperium in the early years after the heresy. That shifted profoundly with Abdon the Despoiler's initiation of the inaugural Black Crusade. He, once first captain of the Luna Wolves and Horus's self-styled successor. Rallying a pact of chaos warbands from throughout the Eye of Terror, Abdon unleashed a substantial incursion into imperial domains, challenging the fortifications built amid the scouring and scouting vulnerabilities in the reorganized imperial forces. Though loyalists eventually halted and repelled the advance, it underscored the enduring danger from the fallen legions, even post-heresy. True to form, the Imperium's countermeasures against this resurgent chaos were stymied by their inflexibility. Eschewing adjustments to the foe's unique tactics, commanders fixated on replaying the heresy playbook, applying doctrines suited to that era's grand clashes where adaptability and swift counters could have curbed the havoc of guerrilla strikes. Vast assets poured into fixed bulwarks that Chaos Raiders easily skirted. In places where pinpoint intel efforts might have exposed and crippled vital enemy assets, officials opted for sweeping crackdowns on alleged cultists, breeding alienation and defiance in communities that could have stayed steadfast. Worst of all, the Imperium balked at confronting the core drivers of chaos taint within its borders, the mental and metaphysical frailties leaving citizens open to the ruinous power's temptations, ranging from relentless destitution and capricious tyranny to utter helplessness in their daily existence, were dismissed as inherent to mortal life, not flaws in the system amenable to reform. In truth, many such vulnerabilities were deliberately perpetuated by imperial bodies, notably the ecclesiarchy, which preached that anguish defined humanity's rightful lot and that challenging the regime's equity marked the gateway to damnation. This profound mismatch between chaos's essence and the Imperium's countermeasures meant that, for all the sporadic battlefield successes, The broader predicament steadily worsened through the eras after the Age of Apostasy. Every Black Crusade pushed deeper into imperial reaches before halting. Every retreat seeded additional dormant networks and concealed devotees to lay groundwork for future onslaughts. Each successive wave of citizens endured greater strains while receiving scant true safeguarding from the very structures sworn to shield them. By the close of the 35th millennium, the Imperium of Man had evolved from the vibrant conquering force of the Great Crusade into a fossilized shell, upholding the Emperor's superficial blueprint while subverting its vital essence in countless ways. Progress in technology gave way to ritualistic awe for mechanisms the Imperium's core purpose had faded into obscurity. Empirical study of the natural world was now subservient to ecclesiastical doctrine, with impartial examination of phenomena deemed blasphemous if it clashed with sanctioned religious views. Warfare tactics had regressed to brutal campaigns of exhaustion, expending countless billions of lives for gains that offered no enduring benefits to the species' future. Despite these profound flaws, the Imperium persisted, a stark proof of the enduring strength in its foundational frameworks and the lingering warp-sustaining might of the Emperor. Though his essence on the Golden Throne had waned from its primordial splendor, it continued to shine as a vital light for humankind amid gathering shadows. The Astronomicon burned brightly, facilitating navigation through the warp across remote stellar realms. The veil separating the material realm from the warp remained intact, warding off the massive demonic invasions that plagued the era of strife. The apparatus of imperial administration, for all its venality and sluggishness, still linked myriad planets into one vast polity, enabling, albeit falteringly, unified efforts against perils that threatened existence itself. This fraught balance of decay and tenacity, of rot and fortitude, shaped the Imperium as it staggered out of the Age of Apostasy. The most egregious abuses under Van Dyer's rule had been reined in, yet the deep-seated ills that permitted his ascent lingered mostly untouched. The changes enacted by Sebastian Thor and those who followed him eased the most overt signs of the Empire's deterioration without addressing the root affliction. The Imperium had weathered its gravest internal upheaval since the Horus Heresy. But this endurance came at the price of entrenching the very flaws, from rigid orthodoxy to systemic distrust, that rendered it ever more unprepared for the perils of a predatory, unforgiving cosmos. As a chronicler contemplating this grim vista, I grapple with a duality: profound sorrow over the vast potential wasted, coupled with reluctant respect for the unyielding endurance of human society against overwhelming adversities. In the aftermath of the apostasy, the Imperium stood as an abhorrent colossus by any measure of compassion, methodically eroding personal freedoms on a massive scale to uphold a fading ideal of communal endurance. Nevertheless, it endured, safeguarding the mere chance of human continuance in a universe where alien races and warp-born horrors relentlessly pursued our annihilation. Such ethical complexity forms the core of any candid evaluation of the Imperium's evolution after the heresy. The strategies used to assert human supremacy were undeniably atrocious, encompassing mass extermination, tyranny, and institutionalized violations of dignity on an unimaginable scope. However, the chaotic voids exposed whenever imperial authority fully crumbled imply that, despite its savagery, the Imperium might truly embody the most tolerable path for our kind under present dire straits. This realization circles back to the profound sorrow woven into it. The Emperor's initial blueprint for humanity, pieced together imperfectly from warped later narratives, seems to have harbored authentic utopian hopes. He envisioned a society where human capabilities flourished unbound, where rationality triumphed over myth, and where living standards advanced progressively, instead of plunging into renewed barbarism. That this ideal twisted into its antithesis mere millennia after his functional demise stands as the harshest verdict on humanity's aptitude for self-rule. Still, I hesitate to deem the Emperor's aspiration utterly beyond recovery. Even during the apostasy's bleakest hours, when Van der Ey's despotism appeared unassailable and defiance pointless, figures such as Sebastian Thor arose to evoke humanity's nobler instincts, affirming that graft and brutality were aberrations not intrinsic to imperial rule. The triumphs of the Thorian reforms, though constrained and later diluted as history reveals, affirm that constructive progress can still occur amid the Imperium's ossified institutions. On a larger scale, humanity's bare persistence in a galaxy, engineered, it seems, for our doom, hints at an innate toughness that outlasts the defects of any given regime. Whatever valid rebukes one levels at the Imperium's tactics and aims, it has fulfilled its primal duty, averting human demise for more than 10,000 years against foes that would have crushed any less ferociously resolute entity. This feat, hard-won achieved through immeasurable tolls of human anguish, this achievement defies dismissal as futile, no matter how harshly one critiques the tactics used to achieve it. As I wrap up this chronicle of the apostasy era and its lingering effects, I remain sharply aware of how inadequate traditional historical scrutiny proves against occurrences of such vast magnitude that they shatter ordinary ethical frameworks. Evaluating the Imperium of that period against the benchmarks of kinder civilizations overlooks the core truth of its predicament, the grim arithmetic dictated by foes intent not just on conquest, but on wiping humanity entirely from the stars. Nevertheless, embracing those approaches as unavoidable or essential risks, forfeiting a vital aspect of our human essence, implying that mere endurance, no matter the price, trumps honorable annihilation. I abandon this ethical dilemma unaddressed, as it likely should stay for any perceptive student of the Emperor's realm. Undeniably clear, however, is that the apostasy era marked a pivotal shift in the Imperium's evolution, an instance where true transformation could have taken root, yet was discarded for mere cosmetic adjustments that preserved the rotten foundation beneath. The fallout from this squandered chance would grow starkly evident across coming ages as the cosmos turned ever more adversarial toward human life, and the Imperium's ability to counter emerging perils steadily eroded. The Emperor safeguards us, as doctrine instills from our youngest days. Still, gazing upon the ruins of his aspiration, the distortion of his grand design into the horrors of Goge Vandir's tyranny, and the ossified administration that ensued, I find myself doubting if even his colossal warp might can offset the boundless potential of mortal bureaucracies to unravel themselves. Though the apostasy era concluded, the factors enabling it, from rampant greed to doctrinal inflexibility to the methodical stifling of free inquiry, stayed deeply woven into the Imperium's societal weave, in shadow, illumination, in demise, aspiration. Such slogans, ceaselessly echoed in the Emperor's official narratives, harbor a deeper wisdom than their creators might have grasped. Amid the gloom of the Imperium after the apostasy, sparks of human compassion and logical reasoning endured, defying immense forces urging alignment with a progressively broken orthodoxy. Within a society seemingly driven toward mass self-annihilation via deliberate blindness and instinctive savagery, optimism endured through the deeds of individuals who clung to the founding principles that once sparked the imperial endeavor. If these isolated glimmers could one day merge into a radiance capable of charting an alternate course for humanity stays, at this moment of composition, an unresolved matter. The burden of entrenched systems, the unyielding influence of entities profiting from the present order, and the real perils from alien adversaries all weigh heavily against meaningful progress in the near term. Yet the mere reality that I can pen these reflections, challenging the entrenched tenets of 10,000 years of imperial creed without instant condemnation as a heretic, indicates that room for thoughtful scrutiny lingers in the fissures of our petrified society. Within this constrained realm, however narrow, resides any lingering prospect for a human destiny that upholds rather than perverts the Emperor's initial dream. Not via upheaval or drastic overhaul, which past events warn would probably yield results graver than the imperfect current state, but through steady recovery of forgotten wisdom, deliberate nurturing of kinder approaches inside prevailing structures, and steadfast opposition to the harshest manifestations of imperial ferocity and zealotry. For all its terrors, the apostasy era proved the Imperium's endurance against devastating inner collapse, allowing it to resurface, flawed as ever, with a modicum of adaptive potential. This toughness, exacting an indefensible price in human misery, offers a foundation for tentative hope regarding our kind's enduring fate in a universe that frequently appears crafted for our doom. If the Imperium endured the tempest of Vandire's rule and the strife that toppled it, it might yet steer through the vaster trials awaiting. As the 41st millennium nears its chaotic close, I lay aside my pen, fingers aching from prolonged scribing. The taper gutters faintly, its wavering glow throwing eerie forms over the venerable volumes encircling me in this concealed repository. Beyond these walls, the hive metropolis transitions from daylight bustle to nocturnal hum, the ceaseless labor of the Imperium pressing forward unyieldingly, without hesitation or intent. How many of those countless billions toiling away grasp even a fraction of the incidents I've outlined? How many give them a second thought? They labor, endure torment, and perish in ignorance of the vast historical currents that molded their fates, the decisions taken and chances squandered that define the harsh limits of their fleeting lives. Maybe such obliviousness serves as a kindness. Grasping the sheer scale of the disaster woven into imperial chronicles, seeing the chasm between potential paths and the grim actuality would crush those already bowed by the grind of existence in the decaying sprawl of hive cities and exhausted farm planets that form the core of human life in our time. It's preferable, then, that they draw solace from the streamlined tales spun by the ecclesiarchy, the assurance of the emperor's safeguarding now and his bounty beyond the grave. Still, as a chronicler, I refuse to surrender to this soothing illusion. My calling requires a stark facing of truth, no matter its anguish or ethical murkiness. The age of apostasy did unfold. Goge Vandire, one driven soul fueled by ambition, nearly shattered the whole Imperium by shrewdly preying on the institutional frailties built up across millennia of slow rot. Sebastian Thor and his confederates averted total ruin, yet they overlooked the deep-rooted flaws that had allowed Vandire's dominance to emerge at all. My grip trembles, not from years piling on, but from terror as I embark on this concluding segment of our record. These lines I commit now resemble an admission, for the knell of humanity's demise echoes in my ears. While my pen scratches the page, the cosmos crumbles about us, the very stars appear to fade. The Emperor's radiance dims, and the void amid planets hungers evermore. I ought not to inscribe this. In these final days, wisdom carries peril. But I press on, if merely to stand as observer music to mankind's dusk. The 36th millennium signaled the dawn of what experts term the era of closure, even if scarcely anyone saw it that way at the outset. As with every pivot in history, the change crept in slowly, detectable solely in hindsight once the threads wove into view. Seemingly isolated or haphazard occurrences from the period later exposed their ties to a unified march toward doom, but only after enough years had elapsed to unveil those links. By that point, naturally, reversing the course set by earlier choices and overlooked openings from ages past proved impossible. The clearest sign of this slide into breakdown was the quickening rhythm of Black Crusades bursting from the Eye of Terror under Abaddon the Despoiler, once the premier captain of the Sons of Horus, and now the self-declared successor to the great betrayer's mantle. That inaugural Black Crusade had burst forth from the Eye in the dawn of the 31st millennium, scarcely a millennium past the Horus heresy's close. Though the first thrust was repelled, at heavy toll to the Empire's guardians, it forged a blueprint that echoed with twists across the ensuing 10,000 years. On the face of it, every Black Crusade adhered to that mold. Hordes of chaos erupted from the Eye of Terror, usually spearheaded by Abaddon, alongside aid from assorted renegade legions, demon engines, tainted Astra Militarum units, and any other resources the ruinous powers could rally for the push. These invaders hammered at Imperial holdings and bases near the Cadian Gate, that slim band of steady void linking in and out of the Eye of Terror. The Empire's guardians would ultimately stem the tide, frequently after grave forfeits in land and lives, before the Chaos hordes retreated into the Eye to gear up for their subsequent sally. This repeating rhythm fooled numerous Imperial tacticians into downplaying the deeper reality at play. They viewed each Black Crusade as a standalone episode to be dissected and countered alone, instead of pieces in a grand scheme spanning epics. The Chaos pullback after every clash got seen as a loss, not the fulfillment of targeted aims whose import eluded Imperial watchers at first glance. This core error in decoding Abaddon's aims would in time fuel the Empire's devastating breakdown when the real aim of these serial raids at last came to light during the 13th Black Crusade. Over the span of these repeated clashes, sharper observers grew aware that while each Black Crusade shared a broad resemblance in form, it struck at particular strategic resources and sites whose importance wasn't immediately clear through a traditional warfare lens became key focuses. The Gothic War, also referred to as the 12th Black Crusade, had Abaddon directing his operations toward capturing multiple Blackstone fortresses, ancient armaments of immense potency that originated before the Imperium's founding. The 7th Black Crusade, occasionally termed the Ghost War, featured precise raids on targeted Imperial installations and personnel, diverging from the sweeping land grabs typical of prior offensives. The 9th Black Crusade aimed at the Canephilus warp route, an essential conduit for supplies that bolstered defenses at the Cadian Gate and nearby sectors. These apparently scattered aims, when examined within a unified long-term plan spanning thousands of years, unveiled Abaddon's underlying intent. Every Black Crusade claimed particular resources, probed specific weaknesses, neutralized vital protective measures, or set up forward bases that would later play pivotal roles in the ultimate devastating offensive, which had forever been the despoiler's endgame. Imperial guardians, preoccupied with short-term battlefield demands and hampered by the rigid, fragmented data exchange among their fractured bodies, overlooked this recurring scheme until countermeasures were no longer viable. Such a lapse in foresight mirrored deeper systemic breakdowns plaguing the Imperium in its twilight era. The High Lords of Terra, ostensibly the top ruling council in the Emperor's stead, had fragmented into rival fiefdoms, each fixated on safeguarding its own influence and privileges rather than confronting the dire perils endangering humankind at large. The Adeptus Administratum, the Ecclesiarchy, the Adeptus Mechanicus, and other venerable orders functioned via rituals and protocols forged ages ago for bygone realities, proving unable to evolve amid shifting realities, even when the need for flexibility was evident to those unclouded by creed or bureaucratic rigidity. This hardening of the Imperium's administrative frameworks could have endured in a milder cosmos where outside dangers were few and supplies plentiful enough to offset the wastes from administrative excess, doctrinal myopia, and inventive decay. Yet the Imperium of the late 36th millennium confronted the very antithesis. Beset by lethal hazards on every front as the bedrock of human society eroded internally, the tolerance for missteps, slender even in more secure past periods, had dwindled to virtually nothing under the accumulated burden of flawed choices, squandered chances, and the elevation of organizational survival above true societal good. Perhaps most disconcerting to those rare souls privy to sensitive dossiers, able to grasp the overarching tactical landscape, was the mounting proof that the Emperor's might was diminishing, even as greater efforts and assets poured into preserving his vigil. The Astronomicon, the ethereal lighthouse enabling navigation through the warp's perils, underwent erratic dips in strength attributable to no detectable outside cause. Astropathic transmissions, inherently shaky even in ideal scenarios, saw rising incidences of garbling or total breakdown, including in zones free of recognized warp disturbances. The warp real space divide, upheld by the Emperor's unending vigil from the Golden Throne, exhibited erosion at various points, permitting demonic forces simpler entry into the physical realm than in eras past. These shifts, meticulously hidden from the masses and much of the Imperium's upper echelons, hinted at a destiny far bleaker than the current dire straits. Should the Emperor's vigor keep fading, Notwithstanding the hourly offering of thousands of psychers to fuel him, the unavoidable outcome loomed as the total breakdown of mechanisms reliant on his ethereal strength. Absent the Astronomicon, void-faring would elude all save the elite few navigators, splintering the Imperium into disconnected enclaves, incapable of joint resistance or resource pooling. Lacking the dimensional shield, demonic breaches would surge in both number and magnitude, surpassing the beleaguered restraints of Imperial troops. Devoid of astropathic links, the fragile ties enabling scant synergy across remote domains would shatter, forcing lone worlds to confront escalating dangers armed merely with what lay nearby. Set against this canvas of amid internal breakdowns and the looming risk of total systemic failure, outside dangers kept proliferating in scale and intensity. The Orc hordes, which had never been entirely wiped out despite the exhaustive pushes of the Grand Crusade and later Imperial offensives, kept spreading unchecked through various sectors. The Tyranids, an alien race utterly unfamiliar until their arrival in the twilight of the 41st millennium, posed a fresh kind of doomsday peril, devouring every scrap of organic matter in their wake while evolving their bodies to thwart whatever opposition arose. The Necrons, those lifeless mechanical beings dormant under innumerable planets since epochs predating mankind's very origins, started stirring from their eons-long stasis, seizing back worlds they viewed as their birthright. The Eldar, humanity's age-old foes whose once mighty realm had crumbled thousands of years prior to the Imperium's ascent, grew into a worsening issue as their splintered groups chased diverse schemes to avert their race's doom, some clashing head-on with human aims, others sparking unforeseen dangers via their cryptic meddling in cosmic affairs. The Dark Eldar, those cruel kin of the craft-world-bound Eldar, ramped up their assaults on exposed human outposts, snatching captives and prey for atrocities too grotesque to recount fully. The Tau Empire, a budding yet swiftly growing alien society met along the eastern edges, dangled an alluring option to imperial governance for human outposts in their advance's way, folding cooperative worlds into their vision of the greater good while crushing holdouts against their persuasive advances. Any one of these perils alone would have strained the Imperium's safeguards to the limit, even during the peak of human prowess, ingenuity, and coordination. Confronting them all at once, while crippled by bureaucratic failures, waning tech levels, and the slow fading of the Emperor's warp might, left the Imperium in a progressively hopeless tactical bind. Supplies that could have handled a lone foe now splintered across countless battle lines, guaranteeing every front got short shrift and letting every menace fester no matter how hard regional Imperial leaders fought. Given the entrenched customs and doctrinal shackles forged across 10,000 years of slow rot, the Imperium's handling of these escalating strains followed a woefully foreseeable path. Instead of tweaking tactics or inventions to tackle the precise contours of rising foes, rulers doubled down on outdated methods that had faltered more with every era. Levies spiked to sustain supply lines to combat zones, driving world populations to famine and uprising. Zeal got whipped to frantic peaks, with the ecclesiarchy peddling doomsaying views of unfolding crises to demand unwavering devotion amid inevitable loss. Inventing new tech stayed branded as mechanical blasphemy. The mechanicus fixated on piecing together scraps of vanished lore over crafting fresh fixes for novel woes. This cycle of escalation over evolution sped up as the era of endings marched from the 36th millennium into the dire happenings of the late 41st and dawn of the 42nd. Every fresh disaster triggered the identical rote countermeasures, no matter their track record in past parallels. The Tyranid onslaught got countered with the grinding siege warfare long used on orcs, overlooking the stark contrasts in alien physiology and aims that rendered it far weaker against the swarm mind's onslaughts. Necron risings were handled like routine alien raids, blind to these primordial rivals' vast edge in machinery and their resistance to countless routine Imperial arms and maneuvers. Worst, by far, lingered the Imperium's persistent neglect of Chaos Taint's underlying sources in its heartlands. The mental and soul-deep frailties, leaving Imperial folk open to the ruinous temptations, from crushing want to capricious tyranny to zero say in their fates, were dismissed as fixed traits of mortal existence, not flaws ripe for easing via reforms. In truth, countless such ills got bolstered by imperial bodies, especially the ecclesiarchy, which preached anguish as mankind's rightful lot and branded any doubt in the regime's fairness as heresy's opening gambit. This core, the growing rift between the essence of the chaos menace and the Imperium's countermeasures, guaranteed that, even with sporadic battlefield successes, the broader strategic landscape kept worsening over the millennia before the disastrous incidents that signaled the real onset of collapse. Every Black Crusade pushed deeper into Imperial territory prior to containment. Every retreat spawned additional dormant operatives and concealed devotees readying the ground for future incursions. Each successive wave of imperial subjects endured heavier impositions and weaker safeguards from the very bodies sworn to shield them. As the 41st millennium emerged, the accumulated impact of these linked cycles of escalating dangers and systemic shortcomings had driven the Imperium to the edge of total breakdown. The visible framework of the Emperor's blueprint endured, as the bureaucratic frameworks, armed forces, and faith-based orders he founded persisted in operating within their stated guidelines. However, the core drive infusing these entities had vanished, supplanted by bureaucratic momentum and the petty agendas of elites profiting from upholding the status quo, no matter its fading potency in safeguarding humanity's enduring existence. It was amid this shadow of looming catastrophe that the despoiler unleashed his 13th Black Crusade, the apex of 10,000 years of deliberate plotting and meticulous buildup. Diverging from earlier Black Crusades, which struck at isolated targets or probed select weak spots before retreating to the Eye of Terror, this offensive targeted the core of imperial authority in the Cadian sector. Cadia itself, fortified across thousands of years as the chief bulwark halting chaos incursions from the Eye of Terror, turned into the epicenter of a war whose magnitude and brutality surpassed all since the grim era of the Horus Heresy. The horde besieging Cadia defied comprehension in its immensity. Every traitor legion joined the fray, suspending their feuds to advance Abaddon's overarching scheme. Demon princes commanded hordes of demonic space marines and fanatics recruited from countless tainted planets over eons of subtle subversion. Renegade Titan legions, which defected amid the Horus Heresy, surfaced after 10,000 years in seclusion to enter the battle, their venerable engines augmented by infernal bindings and warp craft that scorned ordinary physical principles. The Blackstone fortresses, those primordial armaments seized in prior Black Crusades, stood poised to unleash a fatal strike if ground troops couldn't shatter the world's barriers. The Imperium rallied every asset at its disposal, acknowledging, though tardily, the mortal peril of this supreme Black Crusade. Space Marine chapters from every corner of the galaxy amassed in the Cadian sector, relinquishing their usual independence to assemble joint strike forces under central leadership. The Imperial Guard surged millions of troops to bolster the Cadian units, pulling from scores of planets despite the gaps this left in other defenses. The Imperial Navy dispatched enormous fleets to dominate the void paths and block Chaos resupplies from arriving. Even the Adeptus Mechanicus and Adeptus Ministorum buried their habitual discord to lend support in a struggle all deemed pivotal to humanity's destiny. For all this extraordinary gathering of strength, Cadia's guardians confronted insurmountable disadvantages right away. Relentless tides of chaos warriors battered the world's ramparts. Every onslaught probed a fresh segment of the bulwarks, exposing flaws ripe for later strikes. Void shields crumbled beneath non-stop barrages from armaments, fueled by the Immaterium's raw essence. Bastions that had repelled assaults for ages buckled under overwhelming volume or fell to betrayal from insiders. As latent infiltrators, dormant for ages, sprang into action to cripple key networks at the worst possible instant, desperation mounted as chaos gained surface strongholds and advanced on the crucial facilities upholding the planet's wards. The Cadian pylons, enigmatic relics of forgotten provenance that had long quelled warp turbulence near the world, emerged as the crux of the terrestrial fight, with both factions grasping that mastery over these apparatuses would seal the war's verdict. Chaos warriors aimed to demolish or taint these pylons, while Imperial guardians battled with fierce resolve to hold them secure. The towering edifices that embodied mankind's final stand against the expanding warp tear, endangering not only Cadia but the whole adjacent sector, stood as desperate bulwarks. The conflict peaked as Abaddon, aware that a standard triumph could slip away even with his superior forces and the drive of the offensive, activated his ultimate backup plan. Arrayed in a calculated array around Cadia, the Blackstone strongholds directed powers that disrupted the world's inner core, sparking seismic chaos that fractured landmasses and ignited lava flows in areas once calm. Enormous waves devoured seaside defenses. Tremors demolished subterranean vaults deemed unbreakable. Those venerable pylons, which had restrained the Eye of Terror's corruption for thousands of years, crumbled as the earth supporting them twisted and fractured from the pressure. Cadia, the steadfast rampart that had repelled chaos hordes for 10,000 years, shattered utterly amid the focused barrage. Most of its bulk got drawn into the gravitational pull of its central sun, while debris hurled outward into the void. As the pylons, long suppressors of warp disturbances in the area, were destroyed, the divide between reality and the warp eroded to a breaking point, spawning a colossal rift that consumed the remnants of the Cadian system and started expanding rapidly into nearby sectors. This disaster heralded the onset of the Noctis Aeterna, the endless dark, an era of extreme warp unrest that gripped nearly the whole galaxy. The Astronomicon wavered and died out briefly, trapping countless ships in the warp and rendering normal space travel all but unfeasible, even in distant zones away from the rift's core. Astropathic messages, shaky even in the best times, halted completely in numerous sectors, isolating Imperial planets and blinding them to the galaxy-spanning crisis. Even once safe territories endured demonic invasions, warp gales, and eerie psychic events that resisted explanation or control. Worst of all came the birth of the Great Rift, the Cicatrix Maledictum, a gigantic warp wound reaching from the Eye of Terror to the Hedex anomaly on the eastern fringe, carving the galaxy roughly along the boundary between Segmentum Solar and Segmentum Obscurus. This staggering warp twist formed an insurmountable obstacle to routine warp jumps, dividing the Imperium Sanctus, region still anchored to the Astronomicon's faint glow, from the Imperium Nihilus, the shadowed expanse cut off from the Emperor's navigational light. The fallout from this split hit hard and fast. Myriads of planets lost ties to Terra, severed from oversight, logistics, and support networks that had propped up Imperial rule for ages. The Indomitus Crusade, a colossal war effort sparked by the turmoil, relinked some severed areas. Yet for each planet tied back to the main Imperium, scores stayed out of contact, left to survive amid rising dangers and shrinking supplies. Planets that clung to a nominal link with Terra via the Astronomicon's tenuous thread still grappled with dire trials as the Great Rift's wider effects unfolded. Across the galaxy, psychic disturbances surged, with dormant psychers awakening in numbers, overwhelming the Black Ship's ability to gather and handle them. Demonic breaches multiplied, striking even planets untouched by chaos before. The barrier between worlds, worn thin over millennia despite the Emperor's endless vigil, now hung like a frayed sheet, scarcely holding back the beings shoving from beyond. In this hour of total peril, as the Imperium split asunder and foes assailed from every direction, a wonder unfolded. Whether true rescue or just a fleeting pause is still unclear. Robot Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, rose from near death, his injuries mended via the joint work of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the enigmatic Inari, whose reasons for aiding this revival fuel endless debate among insiders. For those new to the tale, a quick note on Guilliman's supposed end. During the Puria. In the chaotic era called the Scouring, where Imperial troops relentlessly pursued the scattered survivors of the traitors following the Horus heresy, the Ultramarines' Primarch clashed with his disloyal sibling Fulgrim amid the conflict at Thessala. Their fierce confrontation concluded with Gehrman suffering a lethal injury from the Daemon Primarch's toxic weapon, an affliction that would have swiftly ended any ordinary existence. Even for a being forged straight from the Emperor's design, the injury defied the reach of standard healing methods. Refusing to let their genetic progenitor perish, the Ultramarines encased Gilman in a stasis barrier, halting his deterioration right at the brink of oblivion. Over the course of 10,000 years, the Primarch lingered in this limbo, neither fully vital nor completely gone, enshrined in the Temple of Correction on Macragge as a holy artifact and a testament to the chapter's unbreakable tie to its originator. Innumerable devotees made the pilgrimage to behold the frozen figure of the Emperor's offspring, with many holding faith that he would awaken in the Imperium's time of greatest peril. Although hardly anyone anticipated this foretelling coming true in a direct manner, the precise chain of occurrences that sparked Gilman's restoration stays veiled in mystery and inconsistency. As official narratives are meticulously shaped to omit elements that could spark doctrinal issues or prompt awkward inquiries into Xenos' role in such a pivotal event. From the most trustworthy records, it emerges that a collaborative venture featuring Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the enigmatic Eldar group called the Innery, and segments of the Ultramarines chapter, managed to extract Gilman from stasis and mend his allegedly deadly injuries via a blend of advanced machinery and alien sorcery that Imperial officials still struggle to comprehend. The revived Primarch promptly seized command of the splintered Imperium, journeying to Terra on an Eldar craft that evaded the fiercest warp storms, using techniques beyond the grasp of typical Imperial vessels. Once at the seat of power, Gilman faced the High Lords head-on, rebuking their inertia and graphed through the unassailable ethical weight of someone who had marched beside the Emperor in the Great Crusade and aided in building the frameworks they had permitted to rot into egotistical administrations. More focused on clinging to their influence than on safeguarding mankind's future, certain reports claim that a number of High Lords met immediate execution, their failings judged equivalent to betrayal by the incarnate expression of the Emperor's intent. Alternative versions portray a more deliberate approach, with Gilman navigating the current hierarchies to enact changes while upholding the Imperium's order amid an era of unparalleled turmoil. Undeniably, however, the Primarch's resurgence marked the gravest alteration in the Imperium's power dynamics since the wake of the Horus Heresy. Established bastions of control abruptly yielded to the straightforward oversight of an individual whose authority stemmed from his intimate bond with the Emperor, not from official rank or scheming politics. Gilman devoted substantial moments to connecting with the Emperor, yet the essence of this exchange stays an enigma even among the Inquisition's uppermost ranks. From this encounter, the Primarch stepped forth invigorated with fresh resolve and a sharp outline for the transformations needed to shield the Imperium from its array of dire perils. The Codex Imperialis, serving as Gilman's framework for these overhauls, stands as the profoundest restructuring of imperial rule since the adjustments after the Horus Heresy. One of Gilman's most impactful advancements involved forging the Primaris Space Marines, a fresh breed of superhuman fighters cultivated covertly for over 10,000 years by Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call. These upgraded variants, surpassing their forerunners in height and might, served to bolster worn-out chapters ravaged by endless battles and to establish novel chapters in zones isolated from Terra by the Great Rift. Their rollout has stirred debate, as certain purist elements regard them warily or with bitterness, especially among the more rigid chapters that cherish long-standing customs and ranks. The Primaris initiative evidently kicked off in the direct fallout from the Horus Heresy, when Gilman, aware of the flaws in the initial Space Marine blueprint and foreseeing dangers that could outstrip their strengths, tasked Call with refining the Astartes foundation. This endeavor persisted in hiding throughout the eras of Gilman's halted animation. Cole pressed forward with the initiative, undeterred by shifts in imperial doctrine that could have branded such genetic research as technological heresy if exposed. This effort yielded 3 extra gene seed implants surpassing the standard 19 found in conventional Space Marines, coupled with various upgrades to the processes for enlisting, preparing, and outfitting these supreme fighters. Gilliman likewise launched the Indomitus Crusade, an enormous offensive aimed at reclaiming territories of the Imperium severed by the Great Rift's terror and repelling the Chaos hordes invigorated by their triumph at Cadia. This endeavor, the most expansive unified Imperial assault since the Great Scouring, has liberated countless planets from Xenos rule, chaotic taint, or mere disconnection, re-establishing at minimum a superficial hold of Imperial authority over areas once deemed irretrievable. Integrating Primaris units into long-standing Space Marine chapters formed a vital part of this plan, enabling exhausted legions to launch counterattacks that their prior manpower could never have sustained. Guilliman's most transformative overhaul involves his handling of Imperial creed and the Emperor's worship. Though he avoids outright assaulting the faith that has upheld the Imperium across 10,000 years, the Primarch has subtly promoted a more logical view of Imperial chronicles and directives. Under his oversight, the newly formed Logos Historica Verita works to distinguish truth from legend amid the tangled web of rhetoric, folklore, and blatant lies that masquerade as history in the 42nd millennium. Such efforts have pitted Guilliman against traditionalists in the ecclesiarchy, who decry any questioning of core tenets as heretical. His assertion of personal dialogue with the Emperor has softened certain backlash, yet underlying frictions simmer below the facade of solidarity. Guilliman's intimate viewpoint on the Emperor's divine status might pose the gravest risk to his renewed command. Having known humanity's sovereign firsthand amid the Great Crusade, battling alongside him and advancing his blueprint for a reason-based human realm free of mysticism, the Primarch now guides a faith-dominated realm whose core tenets clash with his grasp of the Emperor's true aims and essence. Realistically aware that confronting the Imperial cult head-on could exacerbate the ongoing peril, Guilliman has instead curbed its wilder manifestations and fostered room for reasoned governance, scholarly pursuit, and tactical innovation inside the Imperium's overarching structure. This clash between the Primarch's logical outlook and the Imperium's ingrained theocracy stands as a pivotal, lingering paradox of our time. Although his changes promise a stronger stand against humanity's dire perils, they oppose a full 10 millennia of bureaucratic growth and doctrinal shifts. Whether these alterations can take root without sparking ruinous schisms stays uncertain, as various Imperial factions align for or against them based on how Guilliman's vision matches their own organizational goals and beliefs. Notwithstanding these inner strains, the Primarch's resurgence has undeniably fortified the Imperium's pressing tactical landscape. His strategic acumen, sharpened in the Great Crusade's fires and unmarred by the rigid doctrines that eroded Imperial leadership over the ages, has secured vital triumphs over chaos incursions spurred by Cadia's fall. Positioning Primaris Marines has bolstered key strongholds and permitted aggressive maneuvers unattainable amid the force's earlier shortfalls before Guilliman's arrival. Restructuring via the Concilium Imperialis has enhanced synergy among Imperial bodies, curbing the rivalries and misalignments that once undermined reactions to rising dangers. Still, these advances might prove insufficient against the vast crises unleashed by the Great Rift's emergence. The Imperium Nihilus, that shadowed expanse of the galaxy past the rift, much of the Astronomicon lies outside reliable oversight from Terra. Even with the Indomitus Crusade's determined push to reconnect and bolster remote Imperial strongholds, Chaos warriors, invigorated by their triumph over Cadia and the emergence of the Cicatrix Maledictum, have unleashed assaults throughout various sectors. These strikes focus on planets strained by solitude or exposed due to the shifting of guard forces to aid Guilliman's campaign. Alien races across the spectrum have exploited the Imperium's divided focus to advance their schemes, be it encroaching on former human domains, striking at exposed sites, or fortifying their holdings against the risk of a resurgent Imperium led by a Primarch. From a broader strategic viewpoint, the most alarming issue is the ongoing decay of the Golden Throne, even as more assets pour into its upkeep, and tech priests from the Adeptus Mechanicus intervene under Guilliman's direct command. The venerable devices upholding the Emperor's body and directing his warp energies to sustain the Astronomicon and the veil separating realities exhibit profound, unfixable harm. Ad hoc fixes and makeshift patches only delay the looming total breakdown rather than avert it. The consequences of that collapse are so dire that few imperial tacticians dare discuss them aloud. Yet, under Guilliman's guidance, preparations for such a crisis have ramped up, exploring ideas once branded as blasphemy in earlier ruling eras. The chance that the emperor could perish or evolve in some unfathomable way as the throne gives out stands as the greatest unknown in forecasts for mankind's destiny. The Astronomican's warp-guiding light, vital for travel far from Terra's orbit, relies wholly on the Emperor's ongoing condition. The divide between material existence and the warp, already frayed by the Great Rift's creation, could shatter completely without the master of mankind's unrelenting vigilance. The Imperium's rule, grounded for 10,000 years in the belief that the High Lords and their officials govern for a living, albeit immobilized emperor, would face severe doubt from any shift in his condition. Amid this profound instability, everyday human existence persists, as it has since the Imperium's inception, marked by hardship, scarcity, unquestioning devotion, and rare flashes of valor piercing the era's pervasive gloom. Countless billions toil in vast manufactorums, crafting arms and gear to fuel the Imperium's perpetual battles, oblivious to the vast struggle they enable. Millions enlist in the Astra Militarum, clashing and perishing on distant fronts, light years from home for ideals grasped only through crude doctrinal lenses. Innumerable psychers awaken their gifts daily, fated mostly for offering to the Golden Throne, following the harsh routine of capture, assessment, and conveyance to Terra via the black ships that have carried out their somber duty since the dawn of the Imperium. The chasm between the routine struggles of average imperial subjects and the grand dilemmas preoccupying the elite rulers captures the deepest sorrow of these times. Those whose relentless work sustains any chance of humanity's endurance seldom, if ever, perceive the intricate dangers endangering their kind or the extreme steps devised to confront them. Directives from imperial leaders, ranging from draft mandates to supply seizures and curbs on disruptive knowledge, profoundly alter the lives of billions. Yet those enduring the effects hold no sway over the choices dictating their fates. The ethical dilemma at the core of this system, the clash between personal worth and group endurance, lingers unsolved and may be unsolvable amid the dire pressures besieging mankind today. Even as I pen this, the galaxy is ablaze. The Great Rift throbs through the emptiness, a gash in existence that might never mend. The despoiler, flush with success at Cadia, rallies fresh armies for strikes against the battered Imperium. The Tyrannid hive fleets press onward relentlessly from countless angles, devouring whole star systems while evolving to thwart every countermeasure arrayed against them. The Necrons stir in ever greater. Their technologies, so sophisticated that they appear as outright magic to the diminished intellects of our era. The agents of disorder, ever ready to seize the moment, prey upon each weakness born from these escalating calamities, twisting and ravaging with malicious delight. In the midst of this doomsday scene, Robert Guilliman emerges as potentially the final great chance for a human destiny that echoes the Emperor's initial dream. His tactical prowess, organizational expertise, and unwavering tie to the Imperium's core ideals offer invaluable strengths amid the ongoing battle. However, even a Primarch, despite his superhuman powers and masterful strategies, cannot alone halt the decay of 10 millennia or erase the accumulated fallout from choices taken and chances overlooked throughout the Emperor's long withdrawal. The changes Guilliman has enacted might temper the Imperium's downward spiral, yet they failed to resolve the deep-seated flaws embedded in its framework right from its revival after the Horus Heresy. Whispers circulate of ancient foretellings and omens, hinting that fellow loyalist Primarchs could reappear to support their sibling during humanity's bleakest moment. The Lion, Jagatai Khan, Leman Russ, Vulcan, Korax, the Emperor's lost progeny, their destinies unresolved since the chaotic era of the Scouring, could still arise from whatever seclusion or stasis has safeguarded them over the ages. Such murmurs carry peril, teetering on the edge of blasphemy as viewed by some inquisitorial orders. Still, They linger in the hidden recesses of imperial life, a fragile beacon in a time starved of optimism. Humanity's endgame hangs in the balance as the 42nd millennium advances, with diverse paths diverging from the pivotal clash sparked by the Great Rift's emergence and Guilliman's resurgence. In one conceivable path, the Primarch's initiatives gain traction, enabling the Imperium to steady itself and recapture many losses from the Noctis Eterna. Additional loyalist Primarchs come back to bolster their kin, each contributing distinct skills and viewpoints that enhance Guilliman's abilities while offsetting his shortcomings. The Golden Throne finds renewal via a blend of rediscovered ancient Mechanicus breakthroughs unshackled from dogmatic chains, and maybe even selective integration of Xeno's insights when utterly essential. The Imperium rising from this transformation scarcely resembles its former self, having cast off the most crippling burdens of fanaticism, administrative stagnation, and entrenched decay. In these closing moments, my grip trembles, not from years, but from terror, as I embark on this concluding segment of our record. What I inscribe here resembles an admission, for the knell of humanity's demise echoes in my ears, even as my pen scratches the page. The cosmos crumbles about us. The celestial fires themselves fade. The Emperor's radiance dims, and the void amid the spheres hungers fiercely. These lines should remain unwritten. In this epic of conclusions, wisdom proves perilous. Nevertheless, I press on, solely to testify to the dusk of our kind. The 36th millennium signaled the onset of what experts term the time of ending, although scarce few perceived it thus in its infancy. As with every pivot in history, the evolution unfolded slowly, discernible merely in hindsight once the threads wove into view. Isolated incidents that appeared isolated or haphazard in the moment later unveiled their role in a unified march to ruin, but only after enough years elapsed to illuminate their links. By that point, naturally, any chance to redirect the course set by prior judgments and forsaken prospects from eras past had long vanished. The starkest sign of this slide into oblivion was the intensifying barrage of Black Crusades, unleashed from the Eye of Terror by Abaddon the Despoiler, once first captain of the Sons of Horus and self-styled successor to the arch-traitor's mantle. The inaugural Black Crusade had burst forth from the Eye during the early 31st millennium, scarcely a millennium following the Horus heresy's close. That opening assault had been repelled, albeit with heavy tolls on the imperial defenders, and it forged a blueprint that would recur with alterations across the ensuing 10 millennia. On the face of it, every Black Crusade adhered to a familiar outline. Hordes of chaos warriors poured from the Eye of Terror in vast arrays, usually commanded by Abaddon personally, backed by assorted traitor legions, demon engines, tainted Imperial Guard units, and any further resources the ruinous powers could assemble for the endeavor. These armies targeted Imperial planets and outposts near the Cadian Gate, that slender passage of somewhat secure void space governing entry. Chaos incursions poured forth from the Eye of Terror, only for the Empire's guardians to eventually halt the onslaught, albeit at the cost of vast swaths of land and countless lives, before the forces of chaos retreated into the Eye to gear up for their subsequent outing. This repeating cycle caused numerous Imperial tacticians to downplay the deeper reality of the unfolding events. Every Black Crusade got handled as a standalone incident, dissected and countered on its own merits, instead of being seen as pieces of a grand millennia-spanning scheme. The retreat of Chaos troops at the end of each offensive was viewed as a loss rather than the fulfillment of targeted aims whose importance escaped the notice of Imperial watchers right away. This core misunderstanding of Abaddon's plans played a key role in the eventual collapse of the Empire's fortifications. By the time the real intent behind these ongoing raids came to light during the 13th Black Crusade, sharper minds among the analysts had already begun to see, amid these repeated clashes, that while each Black Crusade shared a broad similarity in structure, it zeroed in on particular resources or sites whose military worth wasn't always evident through standard battlefield lenses. During the Gothic War, otherwise termed the 12th Black Crusade, Abaddon directed his campaign toward seizing multiple Blackstone fortresses, prehistoric armaments of immense might that harked back to an era before the Imperium's rise. The Seventh Black Crusade, dubbed the Ghost War at times, featured precise attacks on select Imperial installations and figures, diverging from the sweeping land grabs of prior efforts. The Ninth Black Crusade zeroed in on the Canilus warp route, an essential conduit for supplies bolstering defenses at the Cadian Gate and nearby regions. When these apparently scattered aims are examined as elements of a unified long-term blueprint stretching over thousands of years, they expose Abaddon's genuine aim. Individual Black Crusades captured vital resources, probed specific weaknesses, dismantled critical protective measures, or set up forward bases that would later prove essential for the ultimate devastating push, which had forever been the despoiler's endgame. The Empire's protectors, fixated on short-term battlefield demands and hampered by the rigid, fragmented ways their groups exchanged intelligence, overlooked this recurring motif until mounting a solid response became impossible. Such a lapse in foresight reflected wider systemic breakdowns plaguing the Imperium in its era of decline. The High Lords of Terra, who in theory held ultimate sway in the Emperor's stead, had fractured into rival power blocks, each obsessed with safeguarding its own influence over tackling the dire perils endangering all mankind. Bodies like the Adeptus Administratum, the Ecclesiarchy, the Mechanicus, and other venerable orders clung to rituals and protocols forged ages ago for situations long vanished. They proved unable to evolve amid shifting realities, even when the need for change stared down anyone unclouded by rigid beliefs and bureaucratic drag. This hardening of the Imperium's ruling framework could perhaps endure in a milder cosmos, with threats few and materials plentiful to offset the waste from overgrown red tape, faith-driven blindness, and stalled innovation. Yet the Imperium of the late 36th millennium confronted the very antithesis. Beset by lethal hazards from every direction as the bedrock of human society eroded internally, the room for mistakes, slender even in the more settled times of yore, had dwindled to nothing under the burden of flawed choices, squandered chances, and the choice to shield establishments rather than nurture true human progress. Perhaps most disturbing to the rare souls privy to secret dossiers able to grasp the complete strategic landscape were indications that the Emperor's might was fading, no matter the mounting tributes poured into keeping him alive. The Astronomicon, the psychic lighthouse enabling navigation through the warp's perils, underwent erratic dips in strength without any traceable outside cause. Astropathic messages, shaky even in ideal setups, faced rising interference or total breakdowns, even in zones free of recognized warp disturbances. The Emperor's unceasing vigil, upholding the divide between material reality and the beyond since his confinement to the Golden Throne, displayed hints of innumerous sectors. Barriers between realities grew ever thinner, granting demonic forces simpler pathways into the physical realm than they had enjoyed for eons past. These shifts, hidden meticulously from ordinary citizens and much of the Imperium's command structure alike, hinted at a destiny far bleaker than the dire circumstances of the moment. Should the Emperor's strength wane further, even with the ritual offering of countless psychers each day to bolster him, the result would undoubtedly be the total breakdown of mechanisms reliant on his warp-spanning abilities. Lacking the Astronomicon's guiding light, void voyages would prove unfeasible for anyone short of the finest navigators, splintering the Imperium into disconnected zones, incapable of mounting joint defenses or exchanging vital supplies. Absent the warp's shielding veil, demonic invasions would surge in both occurrence and magnitude, surpassing the beleaguered efforts of Imperial guardians to hold them back. Without astropathic relays, the fragile links between remote regions would shatter entirely, forcing isolated worlds to confront escalating dangers using solely their own scant assets. Amid this web of inner turmoil and looming institutional ruin, outside perils proliferated in scope and ferocity. The Orc hordes, undefeated despite the exhaustive purges of the Great Crusade and later Imperial offensives, spread unchecked through vast swathes of space. The Tyranids, an alien scourge unknown until the twilight of the 41st millennium, introduced a fresh apocalypse by devouring every scrap of life they overran and evolving swiftly to thwart opposition. The Necrons, those undead mechanical horrors, dormant under myriad planets since long before mankind's dawn, stirred from their ancient slumbers, seizing worlds they viewed as their birthright. The Eldari, humanity's timeless foes whose realm had crumbled ages before the Imperium's ascent, grew ever more troublesome as their scattered kin devised schemes to avert their race's doom, schemes that either clashed outright with human aims or spawned unforeseen perils via their arcane plotting for self-preservation. The Drukhari, those cruel kin of the craft world Eldari, ramped up their assaults on fragile outposts, snatching captives for torments beyond polite recounting. The Toe Empire, an upstart yet swiftly burgeoning alien society, met along the galactic east, tempted frontier human enclaves with a beguiling path away from imperial dominion, folding cooperative worlds into their Yitaist Quotse 7 while crushing holdouts against their charm offensives. Any one of these dangers alone would tax the Imperium's bulwarks severely, even during humanity's peak in craft and command. Confronting them all at once, while crippled by bureaucratic rot, dwindling expertise, and the Emperor's fading warp presence, left the Imperium in a progressively hopeless tactical bind. Assets that could handle a lone foe now stretched thin across endless battle lines, guaranteeing insufficient focus everywhere and allowing every crisis to fester amid the earnest struggles of planetary overseers. True to form, shaped by 10,000 years of creeping erosion in doctrine and belief, the Imperium's countermeasures to this rising storm followed a lamentably rote path. Instead of evolving tactics or inventions to match the unique horrors unfolding, leaders doubled down on outdated doctrines, each more futile than the last as decades blurred into centuries. Tithes swelled to feed the war machines, driving worlds to famine and uprising. The ecclesiarchy fanned zealotry to fever pitch, preaching doomsday visions that demanded unwavering devotion amid guaranteed downfall. Progress in machinery stayed branded as techno-heresy, music, with the Adeptus Mechanicus obsessed by salvaging echoes of bygone lore over crafting fresh answers to novel woes. This cycle of escalation over evolution hastened with the advance of the end times, stretching from the 36th millennium into the cataclysmic close of the 41st and dawn of the 42nd. Every fresh ordeal triggered the identical rote reaction, heedless of past failures in comparable binds. The tyrannid onslaught met the self-same grinding battles of attrition that had long defined imperial conflict. For countless millennia, tactics proven effective against orcs had been repurposed to combat the Necrons. Even though the profound disparities in Necron physiology and goals rendered these methods far less potent against the hive mind's hordes, awakenings of the Necrons were still handled as routine Xenos invasions, overlooking the immense technological superiority of these timeless foes and their utter resistance to numerous conventional Imperial armaments and maneuvers. The most alarming oversight remained the Imperium's persistent neglect of the underlying factors fueling chaos corruption in its territories. The mental and ethereal vulnerabilities that left Imperial subjects susceptible to the temptations of the ruinous powers, ranging from relentless destitution to capricious tyranny and a profound absence of personal autonomy, were viewed as inherent traits of human existence, not as structural issues amenable to reform via governance adjustments. In fact, numerous such circumstances were deliberately perpetuated by imperial bodies, especially the ecclesiarchy, which proclaimed that anguish constituted the rightful essence of humankind, and that challenging the righteousness of the prevailing hierarchy signaled the initial descent into heresy. This profound misalignment between the essence of the chaos peril and the Imperium's countermeasures guaranteed that, even amid sporadic battlefield triumphs, the overarching predicament worsened steadily over the eras preceding the disastrous occurrences that heralded the genuine onset of apocalypse. With each successive Black Crusade, the incursions delved deeper into imperial domains before halting. Every retreat scattered additional dormant agents and concealed devotees to lay groundwork for future onslaughts. Successive cohorts of imperial inhabitants endured ever greater loads while receiving diminishing safeguards from the entities purporting to shield them. As the 41st millennium emerged, the compounded impact of these linked cycles of escalating dangers and organizational shortcomings had driven the Imperium to the verge of total breakdown. The superficial architecture of the Emperor's vision endured, with the bureaucratic frameworks, martial hierarchies, and faith-based orders he founded operating within their stated guidelines. Nevertheless, the core intent infusing these frameworks had vanished, supplanted by bureaucratic momentum and the parochial agendas of those profiting from upholding the status quo, irrespective of its waning capacity to ensure humanity's enduring viability. It was within this setting of looming catastrophe that the despoiler unleashed his 13th Black Crusade, the apex of 10,000 years of deliberate scheming and meticulous groundwork. Diverging from earlier Black Crusades, which struck targeted holdings or probed select weaknesses prior to retreating to the Eye of Terror, this offensive struck straight at the core of imperial authority in the Cadian region. The world of Cadia, fortified across millennia to act as the chief bulwark impeding chaos proliferation from the Eye of Terror, emerged as the epicenter of a war whose magnitude and savagery surpassed all conflict since the shadowed epic of the Horus Heresy. The legions pitted against Cadia defied enumeration in their immensity. Every traitor legion joined the fray, suspending their long-standing feuds to advance Abaddon's overarching scheme. Demon princes commanded hosts of enthralled space marines and zealots recruited from countless corrupted planets, the product of eons of subtle subversion. Titan legions that defected amid the Horus Heresy surfaced after 10,000 years in seclusion to bolster the assault, their venerable engines augmented by demonic infusion and warp-derived innovations that scorned the standard rules of reality. The Blackstone fortresses, those primordial armaments seized in prior Black Crusades, were arrayed to unleash a fatal strike if ground troops could not shatter the world's barriers. The Imperium countered by rallying every asset at its disposal, acknowledging, albeit tardily, the mortal danger from this paramount iteration of the Black Crusades. Chapters of Space Marines from distant stars amassed in the Cadian sector, forgoing their customary independence to assemble joint strike forces under centralized leadership. The Imperial Guard dispatched millions of troops to bolster the Cadian units, pulling personnel from myriad planets, heedless of the gaps this bred in other defenses. The Imperial Navy dispatched enormous fleets to dominate the void routes and block chaos resupplies from arriving. The Adeptus Mechanicus and Adeptus Ministorum even transcended their chronic discord to lend troops to this universally acknowledged fight for humanity's destiny. Despite such extraordinary assembly, Cadia's guardians confronted insurmountable disparities right from the start. Onslaught after onslaught of chaos warriors battered. Assaults hammered relentlessly at Cadia's protective barriers, probing various segments of the outer defenses to uncover vulnerabilities ripe for later strikes. Energy fields known as void shields buckled beneath prolonged barrages from armaments fueled by the raw essence of the warp itself. Bastions that endured countless invasions over thousands of years succumbed either to overwhelming hordes or to betrayal from infiltrators who, after lurking dormant for ages, struck at key infrastructure during the most devastating instants. Desperation mounted as chaotic legions secured beachheads on the world's surface and advanced relentlessly on the essential facilities upholding the planet's safeguards. The towering Cadian pylons, enigmatic relics from forgotten eras that had quelled warp disturbances near the world for eons, emerged as the heart of the terrestrial struggle, with combatants on both sides grasping that mastery over these monoliths would seal the war's fate. Invaders from the warp aimed to shatter or taint these pillars, whereas the Emperor's guardians battled with fierce resolve to safeguard the edifices, embodying mankind's final, strongest chance to seal the widening tear in reality that menaced to devour not only Cadia, but vast swaths of the neighboring sectors. The conflict peaked as Abdon, aware that outright triumph through standard tactics might slip away even with superior forces, and the assault's building surge activated his ultimate reserve plan. The Blackstone fortresses, arrayed in a calculated pattern encircling Cadia, unleashed forces that disrupted the planet's inner depths, sparking geological cataclysms that fractured landmasses and ignited lava flows in once calm territories. Colossal waves engulfed shoreline strongholds. Seismic shocks demolished subterranean vaults deemed unbreakable. The pylons, those venerable sentinels that curbed the Eye of Terror's sway across 10 millennia, crumbled as the earth supporting them convulsed and splintered from the pressure. Cadia, the steadfast rampart that repelled chaos for 10,000 years, shattered outright amid the focused onslaught. Most of its bulk succumbed to the pull of its host sun's gravity as debris hurled into the void around it. Once the pylons fell, structures that had stifled warp incursions in the area for so long, the divide separating reality from the beyond eroded critically, spawning a colossal fissure in the warp that consumed the shattered Cadian system and expanded rapidly into adjacent domains. This disaster heralded the onset of the Noctis Eterna, the enveloping void, an epic of extreme warp chaos that rippled across nearly the whole galaxy. The Astronomicon wavered and dimmed temporarily, trapping myriad ships amid the Imperium and rendering routine jumps between stars all but unfeasible, even in distant zones away from the rift's core expansion. Astropathic signals, prone to glitches even in ideal scenarios, halted completely across numerous sectors, stranding loyalist planets in solitude and ignorance of the galaxy-spanning drama. Stable bastions of old now grappled with demonic outbreaks, tempests in the warp, and eerie mental disturbances beyond rational grasp or restraint. The gravest blow came with the birth of the Great Rift, the Cicatrix Maledictum, an immense, twisted gash linking the Eye of Terror to the Hexus anomaly on the galactic edge, carving an uneven split that aligned loosely with the boundary between Segmentum Solar and Segmentum Obscurus. This colossal warp anomaly forged an uncrossable divide for warp navigation, cleaving the Imperium Sanctus, territory still touched by the Astronomicon's unsteady glow, from the Imperium Nihilus, the shadowed expanse cut off from the Emperor's astral lighthouse. The fallout from this schism struck swiftly and ruinously. Countless planets drifted apart from Terra, severed from hierarchies, logistics webs, and backup forces that propped up the Imperium for ages. The Indomitus Crusade, a colossal counteroffensive sparked by the turmoil, forged links to certain severed areas. Yet for each realm tied back to the core Imperium, scores lingered out of touch, compelled to survive amid rising perils and fading supplies. Worlds clinging to nominal ties with Terra via the Astronomicon's tenuous thread confronted unheard-of trials as the rift's wider repercussions surfaced. Psychic phenomena, psycher awakenings of every variety surged throughout the galaxy, with dormant individuals unleashing their powers at a pace that overwhelmed the Black Ship's ability to gather and handle them. Demonic breaches grew more common, striking even planets untouched by prior chaos incursions. The barrier separating realities, worn thin over thousands of years despite the Emperor's unrelenting labors to sustain it, had become like a frayed shroud, scarcely able to hold back the horrors clawing at it from beyond. Amid this dire peril, the Imperium split asunder and besieged by foes from every direction, a wondrous event unfolded, its true meaning still uncertain as either deliverance or just a fleeting respite. Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, rose from the edge of oblivion. His injuries mended via the joint work of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the enigmatic Eldar, whose reasons for aiding this revival fuel endless debate among the few privy to their role. For those unacquainted with the saga of his apparent demise, a quick overview of Guilliman's homecoming is essential. In the chaotic era dubbed the Scouring, as loyalist armies relentlessly pursued the scattered traitor forces following the Horus Heresy, the Ultramarines Primarch clashed with his fallen sibling Fulgrim at the Battle of Thessalia. The fight concluded with Guilliman struck down in a near-fatal blow from the demon Primarch's envenomed sword, an injury lethal to all but the mightiest. Even for one forged by the Emperor himself, the harm defied standard healing arts. Refusing to let their gene-sire perish, the Ultramarines encased Guilliman in a stasis field, halting his body just shy of the grave. Over 10,000 years, he lingered in limbo, not fully living nor wholly deceased, enshrined in the Temple of Correction on Macraga, as a holy artifact and emblem of the chapter's unbreakable tie to its progenitor. Innumerable devotees made the pilgrimage to behold the emperor's offspring in suspension. A great many held faith that he would re-emerge in the Imperium's hour of deepest shadow, yet scarcely anyone anticipated such a foretelling would manifest so concretely. The precise chain of occurrences sparking Guilliman's awakening stays veiled in enigma and conflicting tales, with sanctioned narratives deliberately edited to sidestep elements that could stir doctrinal strife or prompt awkward inquiries about Xenos meddling in so pivotal an affair. From the most credible reports, however, it emerges that a collaborative venture, uniting Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the obscure Eldar group called the Inari, and Ultramarines chapter members, managed to extract Guilliman from stasis and mend his once deadly injuries. This feat blended advanced tech with alien warp sorcery that Imperial scholars still struggle to fathom. The revived Primarch moved swiftly to seize the reins of the shattered Imperium, voyaging to Terra on an Eldar craft that skirted the fiercest warp tempests using methods beyond ordinary Imperial vessels. Arriving at the throne world, Guilliman faced the High Lords head-on, rebuking their inertia and rot with the unassailable righteousness of a figure who had marched beside the Emperor in the Great Crusade and laid the foundations of the very systems they had let fester into petty fiefdoms. More fixated on clinging to their thrones than on humanity's endurance, certain versions claim that Guilliman summarily executed several High Lords, judging their failings as betrayal in the flesh of the Emperor's intent. Alternative renditions portray a steadier hand, with the Primarch navigating the entrenched hierarchies to enact changes while safeguarding the Imperium's order amid unparalleled turmoil. Undeniable, though, is that his resurgence marked the gravest upheaval in Imperial power dynamics since the Horus Heresy's wake, as age-old bastions of rule abruptly yielded to the immediate oversight of a leader whose claim stemmed from his intimate bond with the Emperor, not bureaucratic rank or sly intrigue. Guilliman devoted substantial moments to discourse with the Emperor, the substance of which baffles even the Inquisition's uppermost ranks. From this encounter, the Primarch drew fresh resolve and a sharp plan for the transformations vital to shield the Imperium from its array of dire perils. The Codex Imperialis, Guilliman's guide for the Reboot Guilliman's reforms, marked the most profound transformation of the Imperium's administration since the restructuring that came after the Horus Heresy. One of the most impactful changes he introduced involved establishing the Primaris Space Marines, an advanced breed of superhuman soldiers secretly cultivated for over 10,000 years by Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call. These upgraded Astartes, who stand taller and possess greater strength than their forebears, have been sent to bolster veteran chapters worn down by endless conflicts and to establish fresh chapters in areas isolated from Terra by the Great Rift. Their rollout has sparked debate, as certain traditionalist factions regard them with distrust or bitterness, especially among the more rigid chapters that cherish long-standing customs and power structures. The Primaris initiative seems to have originated in the chaotic period right after the Horus Heresy, when Guilliman, aware of the shortcomings in the classic Space Marine blueprint and foreseeing dangers that could surpass their limits, tasked Call with refining the Astartes gene template. This effort persisted covertly through the ages of Guilliman's stasis slumber, with Call driving it forward relentlessly, even as shifting Imperial doctrines might have branded such genetic tinkering as tech heresy if exposed. The outcome included 3 new gene seed organs, supplementing the original 19 that defined the first Space Marines, plus a host of other upgrades to the processes of enlistment, instruction, and armament that sustain these supreme fighters. Guilliman further launched the Indomitus Crusade, an enormous offensive effort aimed at retaking Imperial territories severed from Terra by the Great Rift and repelling the Chaos forces invigorated by their triumphant Cadia. This operation, the grandest unified Imperial assault since the Great Scouring, has liberated countless planets from Xenos control, chaotic taint, or mere abandonment, reasserting at least basic Imperial authority over zones once deemed irretrievable. Integrating Primaris troops into long-standing Space Marine chapters has formed a vital part of this plan, enabling exhausted units to launch attacks that their reduced ranks could never have sustained before. Perhaps the boldest among Guilliman's alterations concerns his handling of Imperial creed and the Emperor's worship. Though he avoids outright assault on the faith that has propped up the Imperium for thousands of years, the Primarch has subtly promoted a more logical view of Imperial chronicles and strategies. The Logos, Historica Verita, a fresh body formed with his backing, works to distinguish reality from legend amid the tangled web of hype, folklore, and blatant lies that serve as history in the 42nd millennium. This endeavor has pitted Guilliman against reactionary voices in the ecclesiarchy, who decry any questioning of core beliefs as blasphemous. His ability to invoke personal ties to the Emperor has softened some backlash, yet underlying frictions simmer below the facade of solidarity. Guilliman's own stance on the Emperor's deification might pose the riskiest element of his renewed command. Having served alongside the Master of Mankind in the Great Crusade, battling as his ally and advancing his blueprint for a rational human dominion ruled by logic over faith, the Primarch now guides a divine empire whose core tenets clash with his grasp of the Emperor's true aims and essence. Ever the realist, he understands that undermining the imperial cult outright could worsen the ongoing turmoil, so Guilliman has instead curbed its wilder manifestations and carved out room for sensible methods in administration, research, and warfare amid the Imperium's overarching culture. This clash between Guilliman's enlightened outlook and the Imperium's ingrained theocracy, now under his stewardship, stands as one of the era's deepest unresolved paradoxes. The Primarch's initiatives, though they could pave the way for stronger defenses against humanity's dire perils, clash with 10,000 years of bureaucratic growth and doctrinal shifts. Whether these changes can take root without igniting disastrous infighting stays uncertain, as various groups in the imperial power structure align as allies or adversaries based on their judgment of Guilliman's vision. The priorities of Robout Guilliman dovetail closely with the entrenched goals and beliefs held by key factions within the Imperium. Even amid these underlying conflicts, the Primarch's reemergence has undeniably bolstered the Empire's short-term military posture. His tactical acumen, sharpened in the fires of the Great Crusade and untouched by the rigid traditions that have ossified imperial leadership over the past 10,000 years, has delivered decisive triumphs over the forces of chaos. Buoyed by their gains at Cadia, the introduction of Primaris Space Marines has fortified key defensive lines and enabled counterattacks that were out of reach with the exhausted troops on hand before Guilliman's arrival. The structural changes enacted via the CEX Imperialis have enhanced synergy among various imperial bodies, curbing the rivalries and conflicting aims that once undermined responses to rising dangers. Still, these notable advances might prove insufficient and untimely, considering the vast perils confronting humankind in the aftermath of the Great Rift's emergence. The Imperium Nihilus, that shadowy expanse of the galaxy cut off from the Astronomican's light, stays mostly outside reliable imperial oversight. Although the Indomitus Crusade has strived to reconnect and supply remote loyalist strongholds, Chaos warriors, invigorated by their Cadia conquest and the Cicatrix Maledictum's birth, have unleashed assaults spanning numerous sectors, striking at planets isolated by distance or exposed due to the shifting of guards to back Guilliman's campaigns. Alien races across the spectrum have exploited the Imperium's divided focus to advance their schemes, be it encroaching on former human domains, striking at soft spots, or fortifying their holdings against a resurgent empire led by the Primarch. From an enduring strategic viewpoint, the most alarming issue is the ongoing decay of the Golden Throne. Even with amplified funding for its upkeep and the hands-on involvement of Adeptus Mechanicus experts acting on Guilliman's direct orders, the venerable devices upholding the Emperor's corporeal shell and directing his warp energies to sustain the Astronomican and the veil separating realities exhibit evidence of permanent harm, where ad hoc fixes and makeshift patches only delay the looming total breakdown. The consequences of such a collapse are too horrifying for most high-level imperial planners to voice, Yet, preparations for this dire possibility have ramped up under Guilliman's oversight, exploring alternatives once branded as blasphemy in earlier bureaucratic eras. The chance that the emperor could perish or evolve in some unfathomable way as the Golden Throne gives out stands as the paramount unknown in evaluating humanity's path ahead. The Astronomican's warp guiding signal, vital for travel far from Terra's vicinity, hinges solely on the Emperor's ongoing state. The divide between material reality and the warp, already frayed by the Great Rift, could shatter without the master of mankind's unceasing vigilance. The core authority of imperial rule, rooted for 10 millennia in the notion that the High Lords and their underlings govern on behalf of a living yet impaired emperor, would face profound doubt amid any drastic shift in his condition. In this setting of profound doubt about survival, everyday human existence persists, as it has since the Imperium's inception, marked by drudgery, scarcity, unquestioning devotion, and rare bursts of valor that pierce the prevailing gloom of the era. Countless billions toil in manufacturum hives, crafting the arms and gear fueling the Imperium's perpetual battles, oblivious to the grand struggle they feed. Myriad souls enlist in the Astra Militarum, clashing and perishing on distant fronts, light years from their origins, grasping the cause only through crude devotional lenses. Innumerable psychers awaken to their gifts daily, the majority fated for the Golden Throne's pyre, following the harsh cycle of rounding up, testing, and ferrying to Terra on the black ships that have plied their somber route since the dawn of the Imperium. The chasm between the harsh routine of average imperial subjects and the grand designs preoccupying the elite echelons of power may embody the era's deepest sorrow. The very people whose routine efforts underpin leaders seldom, if at all, grasp the intricate dangers endangering their kind or the extreme steps under consideration to confront them, even as those efforts offer the slimmest chance for humankind's endurance. The decrees enforced by overlords, ranging from draft requirements to material seizures, and the stifling of disruptive knowledge, profoundly alter the lives of countless billions without granting those impacted any real voice in the choices dictating their fates. This ethical dilemma at the core of such a system, the clash between personal honor and group preservation, lingers unsolved and maybe unsolvable amid the harsh realities imperiling humanity today. Even now as I pen this, the stars are aflame. The vast fissure throbs through the emptiness, a tear in existence that could stay open forever. The Ravager, heartened by his triumph over Cadia, gathers fresh armies for assaults on the frail Imperium. The Tyrannid swarms press onward relentlessly from various directions, devouring whole sectors and evolving to thwart every tactic thrown their way. The Necrons stir in increasing hordes, their machinery so sophisticated it borders on magic to the diminished minds of this era. Chaos minions, ever eager for advantage, seize on each flaw from these escalating disasters, twisting and ravaging with savage delight. In the midst of this doomsday scene, Robout Guilliman emerges as possibly the ultimate safeguard for a human destiny echoing the Emperor's initial dream. His tactical prowess, managerial skill, and profound music to the Imperium's bedrock ideals form invaluable strengths amid today's battles. Still, not even a Primarch, with his superhuman traits and masterful planning, can alone halt the decay of 10 millennia or erase the piling errors from choices taken and chances squandered over the Emperor's long void. Guilliman's changes might temper the Imperium's fall, yet they fail to fix the deep flaws woven into its foundation since its revival after the Horus heresy. Whispers circulate of foretellings and omens, hinting that fellow loyal Primarchs could reappear to support their sibling in mankind's bleakest moment. The Lion, Jagatai Khan, Leman Russ, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, the lost offspring of the Emperor, their destinies unknown since the chaotic purge, may yet arise from hidden retreats or timeless stasis that shielded them through the ages. These murmurs carry peril, teetering on blasphemy for some inquisitor groups. Nevertheless, they endure in the dim fringes of imperial life, a faint spark of optimism in a time of scant mercy. Humanity's end hangs in doubt as the 42nd millennium progresses, with diverse paths diverging from the pivotal shift sparked by the Great Rift's birth and Guilliman's resurgence. In one conceivable path, the Primarch's initiatives gain traction, enabling the Imperium to steady itself and gradually recover vast territories forfeited in the Noctis Aeterna. Additional loyal Primarchs come back to bolster their kin, offering distinct talents and insights that enhance Guilliman's gifts while offsetting his weaknesses. The Golden Throne finds balance via a blend of rediscovered Mechanicus wonders unshackled from dogmatic chains, and maybe tentative use of Xenos insights only when essential. The Imperium rising from this trial differs sharply from its former self, casting off the most toxic layers of myth-mongering and red tape excess in the closing days. My grip trembles, not from years, but from fear, as I launch into this concluding segment of our record. These lines feel like an admission, for the knell of humanity's demise rings in my ears, even as I press quill to vellum. The cosmos crumbles near us. The celestial fires fade, the Emperor's radiance dims, and the shadows amid the planets hunger onward. I ought not commit these thoughts to paper. Wisdom turns perilous in this epic of closure. But I press on, if merely to testify to mankind's fading light. The 36th millennium signaled the dawn of what experts term the era of conclusion, although scarce few saw it that way at the outset. As with every epical change, the turn unfolded slowly, detectable solely in hindsight after trends solidified. Isolated incidents that appeared isolated or haphazard then proved threads in a unified march to ruin. Only afterward, with enough years elapsed to reveal their links, did the truth surface. By that point, naturally, reversal was impossible against the course locked by past judgments and overlooked prospects to centuries before. The clearest sign of this slide into ruin was the intensifying series of Black Crusades unleashed from the Eye of Terror by Abaddon the Despoiler, once the first captain of the Sons of Horus, and now the self-declared successor to the arch-traitor Horus. The inaugural Black Crusade burst forth from the Eye during the early 31st millennium, just a millennium after the Horus heresy wrapped up. Although that first incursion got repelled, it exacted a heavy toll on the Imperial Guardians, and it set music, a recurring template that echoed with twists across the next 10,000 years. On the surface, every Black Crusade stuck to a familiar blueprint. Hordes of chaos warriors poured out from the Eye of Terror, usually commanded by Abaddon with backing from assorted traitor legions, demon engines, twisted Imperial Guard units, and any other resources the ruinous powers could scrape together for the effort. These invaders hammered at Imperial planets and outposts near the Cadian Gate, that slim band of steady space controlling entry and exit to the Eye. In time, the Empire's protectors would push back the attack, but only after heavy sacrifices in land and lives, forcing the Chaos Hordes to retreat into the Eye for their next push. This repetitive cycle fooled plenty of Imperial tacticians into downplaying the deeper reality at play. They saw each Black Crusade as a standalone incident to dissect and counter separately, instead of pieces in a grand scheme spanning ages. The Chaos pullback at the end of every drive was chalked up as a loss, not the fulfillment of hidden aims that Imperial watchers couldn't spot right away. This core blunder in grasping Abaddon's plans played a key role in the total breakdown of Imperial shields, when the real aim of these endless raids came to light in the 13th Black Crusade. Over these repeated clashes, sharper minds started to notice that while each Black Crusade looked alike in broad strokes, it zeroed in on particular targets or spots whose military worth wasn't always clear-cut. During the Gothic War, also dubbed the 12th Black Crusade, Abaddon zeroed in on seizing multiple Blackstone fortresses, those ancient superweapons of vast might that dated back before the Imperium's birth. The 7th Black Crusade, or the Ghost War, as some called it, featured pinpoint hits on key Imperial sites and figures, diverging from the sweeping land grabs of prior offensives. The 9th Black Crusade went after the Calendius Warp Route, a crucial lifeline supplying troops to the Cadian Gate and nearby regions. Scattered as these goals seemed, piecing them into a long-term plot exposed Abaddon's hidden agenda. Every Black Crusade grabbed vital resources, probed weak points, wiped out essential defenses, or set up music forward bases that would matter hugely in the ultimate devastating strike, the despoiler's endgame all along. Fixated on short-term battles and hampered by the rigid, outdated info-sharing habits across their fractured groups, Imperial forces missed this buildup until no real response was possible. That lapse in foresight mirrored wider rot in the Imperium's setup during this era of decline. The High Lords of Terra, meant to rule supreme in the Emperor's stead, had splintered into rival fiefdoms, each obsessed with clinging to its slice of influence over tackling humanity's do-or-die perils. The Adeptus Administratum, the Ecclesiarchy, the Mechanicus, and similar venerable bodies clung to rituals and methods forged ages ago for vanished realities. Unable to shift with the times, even when the need screamed out to all but the dogma-bound and inertia-trapped, this hardening of imperial rule might have held up in a kinder cosmos with fewer foes and plenty of slack to cover the waste from red tape excess, faith-fueled blindness, and tech freeze. But the Imperium in the late 36th millennium faced the grim reverse, beset by survival-level hazards on every front, while the materia, as the bedrock of human society, eroded from the inside out. The room for mistakes, already slim in the steadier times of past ages, had dwindled to virtually nothing under the burden of misguided choices, squandered chances, and a focus on safeguarding bureaucracy at the expense of true human needs. What troubled the handful of insiders privy to sensitive data and the broader strategic overview most deeply was the mounting proof that the Emperor's authority was fading, even as vast resources poured in to prolong his survival. The Astronomicon, the vital psychic lighthouse enabling navigation through the warp's chaotic realm, showed erratic dips in strength with no clear outside cause. Astropathic messages, unreliable at the best of times, faced growing interference or total breakdowns, even in zones untouched by recognized warp disturbances. The Emperor's unending vigil on the Golden Throne, which upheld the veil separating real space from the immaterium, revealed weaknesses in several spots, letting demonic foes slip into the physical world more readily than in ages past. These shifts, hidden from the masses and much of the Imperium's own ranks, pointed to a destiny darker than the dire circumstances already at hand. Should the Emperor's strength keep ebbing, no matter the thousands of psychers sacrificed daily to fuel him, the end result would be the total breakdown of everything relying on his mental prowess. Lacking the Astronomicon, star-spanning voyages would elude all but the elite navigators, splintering the Imperium into cut-off pockets incapable of mounting joint defenses or pooling supplies. Without that dimensional shield, demonic invasions would surge in both number and magnitude, overpowering the Imperium's exhausted guards. And without Astropath's whispers across the void, the fragile links between far-flung sectors would shatter, forcing lone worlds to confront escalating dangers with just their own scant assets. Amid this inner rot and looming breakdown, outside dangers kept surging in scale and variety. The Orc hordes, never stamped out despite the Great Crusade's fury and later imperial offensives, spread unchecked through numerous sectors. The Tyranids, that alien horror first clashing with humanity in the twilight of the 41st millennium, brought a fresh apocalypse, devouring every scrap of life in their wake while evolving to crush opposition. The Necrons, those undead mechanical horrors buried under myriad planets since before mankind's dawn, stirred from their endless sleep, seizing back worlds they viewed as their birthright. The Eldari, humanity's timeless foes whose realm fell long before the Imperium's ascent, grew more troublesome as their fractured groups chased wild schemes to avert their race's doom, some striking human aims head-on, others sparking chaos through their cryptic meddlings. Their twisted kin, the Drukhari from the shadowed webs, ramped up assaults on fragile outposts, snatching captives for torments beyond polite words. The Tau Empire, a fledgling yet booming alien realm along the galactic east, tempted human holdouts with a beguiling vision of unity under their quote adar paru, folding in the compliant while crushing holdouts against their peace talks. Any one of these perils would tax the Imperium's shields even in its peak of tech and unity. But all at once, crippled by bureaucratic paralysis, lost knowledge, and the Emperor's dimming aura, the realm teetered on the brink. Supplies enough for one foe now stretched thin across endless battle lines, dooming every front to neglect and escalation, no matter the grit of on-site leaders. The Imperium's reaction to this crushing strain followed a sadly familiar script, shaped by 10,000 years of creeping decline in its rigid doctrines and customs. Rather than devising fresh tactics or innovations to counter the evolving dangers, the rulers of the Imperium doubled down on outdated methods that grew ever more ineffective over the centuries. Levies were hiked sharply to sustain supplies reaching the battle lines, driving world's inhabitants to the edge of famine and uprising. Zeal for faith was whipped into a frenzy by the church hierarchy, who spun dire prophecies from ongoing calamities to demand unwavering devotion amid inevitable downfall. Advances in machinery were branded as forbidden tech sorcery, with the forge priests obsessed by salvaging scraps of forgotten lore instead of crafting novel fixes for rising perils. This habit of escalation over evolution sped up as the era of decline stretched from the 36th millennium into the grim occurrences of the late 41st and early 42nd millennia. Every new peril received the identical rote countermeasures, no matter how poorly they had fared in past encounters. The swarm incursions were countered with the grinding siege warfare long used against orc hordes, even though the aliens' unique physiology and war aims rendered these strategies far less potent against the hive fleets. Undead resurgences were handled like routine alien raids, overlooking the eons-old foes' vast edge in machinery and their resistance to countless routine human armaments and maneuvers. Most alarming, the realm's ongoing neglect of the underlying sources of warp taint in its territories persisted. The mental and soul-weakening factors exposing subjects to the temptations of the dark gods, from relentless want and capricious tyranny to utter powerlessness over their fates, were viewed as fixed traits of mortal existence, not flaws in the system open to reform via decrees. In fact, such elements were often bolstered by the Empire's own bodies, especially the priesthood, which preached that torment defined the rightful lot of mankind, music, and that doubting the fairness of the ruling framework was the gateway to damnation. This profound rift between the essence of the warp menace and the Empire's countermeasures guaranteed that, for all sporadic battlefield wins, the broader outlook worsened steadily through the ages toward the disaster signaling the real onset of ruin. Successive warp invasions delved deeper into human realms before halting. Every retreat scattered more dormant agents and secret devotees to lay groundwork for future strikes. Wave after wave of loyal subjects endured heavier loads and feebler safeguards from the very systems sworn to shield them. As the 41st millennium broke, the combined weight of these linked cycles of danger growth and organizational breakdowns had shoved the Imperium teetering on total breakdown. The surface shells of the God Emperor's blueprint endured, as bureaucratic frameworks, armed forces, and faith orders he founded plodded on in their stated roles. But the driving vision fueling them had vanished, supplanted by bureaucratic momentum and the petty gains of elites who clung to the status quo, heedless of its fading power to ensure mankind's enduring existence. It was amid this shroud of looming catastrophe that the War Master unleashed his 13th warp offensive, the peak of 10,000 years of deliberate scheming and meticulous buildup. Diverging from earlier forays that struck key targets or probed weak spots before retreating to the Terror Rift, this onslaught zeroed in on the core of Imperial might in the Cadia region. The world of Cadia proper, bastioned across millennia as the chief rampart barring warp spread from the Terror Eye, turned into the epicenter of a war whose magnitude and savagery outstripped all since the shadowed epic of the War Master's revolt. The horde besieging Cadia defied measurement and scope. Every fallen chapter joined the fray, burying old grudges to fulfill the arch-traitor's master plan. Warp lords commanded hosts of tainted Astartes, and zealots recruited from scores of tainted planets across ages of sly subversion. Betrayer Engine Corps, who defected in the War Master's schism, Surfaced after 10,000 years in seclusion to bolster the onslaught, their venerable engines augmented by infernal bindings and rift energies that scorned the usual rules of reality. The Blackstone fortresses, those venerable armaments seized in earlier Black Crusades, stood ready to unleash a devastating strike if the standard troops couldn't pierce the world's barriers. The Imperium rallied every asset at its disposal, finally grasping, though too late, the dire peril of this, the most formidable Black Crusade yet. Chapters of Space Marines from every corner of the galaxy rushed to the Cadian sector, relinquishing their usual independence to assemble joint strike forces under a single authority. The Imperial Guard surged forward with millions of troops to bolster the Cadian units, pulling soldiers from countless planets even as it left other areas exposed to attack. The Imperial Navy dispatched enormous fleets to dominate the orbital paths and block Chaos supplies from arriving at the fight. Remarkably, the Adeptus Mechanicus and Adeptus Ministorum buried their long-standing feud to lend their warriors to this pivotal struggle for humanity's survival. Yet, for all this extraordinary gathering of might, Cadia's guardians confronted insurmountable challenges right from the beginning. Endless tides of chaos warriors battered the planet's shields. Every onslaught probed a fresh segment of the fortifications, exposing flaws for later exploitation. Energy barriers collapsed beneath relentless fire from armaments fueled by the warp itself. Bastions that had endured thousands of years of prior sieges succumbed to overwhelming hordes or sabotage from traitors in their midst. Hidden operatives, dormant for generations, sprang into action to wreck vital infrastructure at the worst possible instant, heightening the crisis as chaos gained toeholds on the ground and advanced on the key facilities upholding the world's protections. The Cadian pylons, enigmatic relics of forgotten times that had quelled warp disturbances near the planet for ages, emerged as the heart of the terrestrial war, with both factions understanding that mastery over these monoliths would seal the battle's fate. Chaos troops aimed to shatter or taint them, whereas the Imperial forces battled with fierce resolve to safeguard the edifices embodying mankind's final stronghold against the swelling warp fissure that endangered not only Cadia, but the whole adjacent region. The conflict peaked when Abaddon, seeing that outright triumph might slip away despite his numerical superiority and the assault's drive, activated his ultimate plan. Arrayed in exact array around Cadia, the Blackstone fortresses directed forces that disrupted the planet's nucleus, sparking seismic chaos that fractured landmasses and ignited lava flows in once calm territories. Colossal waves engulfed shoreline strongholds. Quakes demolished subterranean vaults deemed unbreakable. The pylons, which had restrained the Eye of Terror's reach for 10 millennia, crumbled as the earth supporting them heaved and split from the pressure. Cadia, the steadfast rampart that had repelled chaos for 10,000 years, shattered outright amid the focused onslaught. Most of its bulk was dragged into the pull of its central sun, while debris hurtled into the void nearby. As the pylons that had curbed warp activity in the area fell, the divide between reality and the immaterium wore thin until it tore open, birthing a colossal warp gash that consumed the shattered Cadian system and expanded rapidly into neighboring sectors. This disaster ushered in the Noctis Eterna, the Dark Age, an era of extreme warp unrest that gripped nearly the whole galaxy. The Astronomicon wavered and went dark temporarily, trapping countless ships in the warp and rendering normal space travel all but unfeasible, even in distant zones away from the widening breach. Astropathic messages, fragile even in the best circumstances, halted completely across numerous sectors, isolating Imperial planets and blind to the wider war sweeping the stars. Stable and fortified areas suffered outbreaks of demons, warp tempests, and eerie psychic events beyond standard comprehension or control. The most ruinous effect was the birth of the Great Rift, the Cicatrix Maledictum, an immense warp wound running from the Eye of Terror to the Hades anomaly on the eastern fringe, roughly bisecting the galaxy along a jagged path that aligned with the divide between the segmentum solar and the segmentum obscurus. Lay a colossal warp rift of such magnitude that it defied all known principles of space. This extraordinary tier formed an impenetrable obstacle to standard warp navigation. dividing the Imperium Sanctus, those territories still illuminated by the Astronomican's unsteady glow, from the Imperium Nihilus, the shadowed expanse cut off from the Emperor's navigational light. The fallout from this schism struck swiftly and devastatingly. Myriad planets became severed from Terra, detached from the hierarchical oversight, logistical networks, and troop deployments that had upheld imperial rule for 10,000 years. The Indomitus Crusade, a colossal offensive mobilized to counter this disaster, succeeded in linking up with certain severed sectors. Yet, for each planet restored to the wider Imperium, scores lingered in isolation, compelled to survive amid mounting perils and shrinking supplies. Planets that nominally retained ties to Terra via the Astronomican's tenuous thread confronted novel ordeals as well. As the rift's wider repercussions unfolded, warp-related disturbances surged galaxy-wide, with dormant psychers awakening en masse at a pace overwhelming the Black Ship's ability to harvest and contain them. Demonic invasions grew rampant, infiltrating even worlds untouched by chaos in the past. The barrier separating realities, frayed over eons by the Emperor's unyielding vigilance, now hung like a shredded shroud, scarcely able to restrain the horrors clawing from beyond. Amid this dire unraveling, as the Imperium split asunder and besieged by foes from every quarter, a wondrous event transpired. Whether it heralds true deliverance or just a fleeting respite is yet unclear. Robout Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, emerged from near death, his injuries mended through the joint labors of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the enigmatic Aeldari, whose reasons for aiding this revival fuel endless debate among insiders privy to their role. For those unacquainted with the saga of his apparent demise, a concise recap of Guilliman's fate is in order. In the chaotic era dubbed the Scouring, as loyalist armies purged traitor holdouts following the Horus Heresy, the Ultramarines' Primarch clashed with his perfidious sibling Fulgrim amid the Thessala campaign. Their confrontation concluded with Guilliman struck down by the demon Primarch's venom-laced sword, an injury lethal to all but the mightiest. Even for one forged by the Emperor himself, the trauma exceeded ordinary healing arts. Refusing to let their progenitor perish, the Ultramarines encased Guilliman in stasis, halting decay just shy of finality. For 10 millennia, the Primarch endured in limbo, neither fully living nor deceased, enshrined in Macraga's Shrine of Guilliman as a holy artifact and emblem of the chapter's unbroken bond to its sire. Innumerable devotees made the pilgrimage to behold the Emperor's heir in suspension, many convinced he would reawaken in the Imperium's hour of deepest despair, though most dismissed such auguries as mere allegory. The precise chain of occurrences sparking Guilliman's restoration stays veiled in mystery and conflicting tales, with sanctioned narratives artfully omitting elements that could spark doctrinal strife or spotlight troubling Xenos meddling in so pivotal an affair. From the most credible reports, however, it emerges that a collaborative venture featuring Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the cryptic Aeldari sect called the Inari, and Ultramarines contingents, extracted Guilliman from stasis and repaired his once mortal gashes via a blend of advanced tech and Xenos warp sorcery that baffles orthodox Imperial scholars. The revived Primarch promptly seized the reins of the splintered realm, voyaging to Terra on an Aeldari craft that evaded the fiercest warp tempests through methods beyond standard Imperial vessels. Arriving at the throne world, Guilliman faced the High Lords head-on, assailing their inertia and venality with the unassailable righteousness of a figure who had marched beside the Emperor in the Great Crusade and built the very frameworks they had permitted to rot into petty fiefdoms. Certain chronicles imply that the High Lords, fixated more on clinging to authority than on humanity's endurance, met his rebuke with. Reports vary on the immediate aftermath of the Primarch's arrival, with some accounts claiming that multiple High Lords met swift execution for their failings, judged as nothing short of betrayal by the Emperor's own living proxy. Alternative narratives portray a more deliberate strategy, where Guilliman collaborated with the established hierarchies to enact changes while safeguarding the Imperium's fragile order amid an era of unparalleled turmoil. One undeniable truth stands out. Guilliman's reappearance triggered the greatest realignment of influence across the Imperium since the chaotic wake of the Horus heresy, forcing long-standing bastions of power into abrupt submission under the authority of a figure whose right to rule stemmed from his intimate bond with the Emperor, not bureaucratic rank or scheming alliances. The Primarch devoted substantial periods to deep interaction with the Emperor, yet the details of these exchanges elude even the Inquisition's innermost circles. From these encounters, he resurfaced invigorated, armed with a sharp mandate and a strategic outline for the transformations vital to shielding the Imperium from its array of dire perils. The Codex Imperialis, serving as Guilliman's comprehensive plan for these shifts, marks the boldest restructuring of imperial administration since the sweeping adjustments that came after the Horus heresy. One of Guilliman's most impactful advancements was establishing the Primaris Space Marines, a fresh breed of superhuman fighters secretly refined across 10,000 years by Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Cowell. These upgraded Astartes, surpassing their forebears in height and might, have bolstered war-weary chapters and seeded fresh ones in zones severed from Terra by the Great Rift. Their rollout has sparked debate, as certain veteran Astartes regard them warily or with outright bitterness, especially among the more rigid chapters that cherish long-held customs and ranks. The Primaris initiative evidently kicked off right after the Horus heresy, as Guilliman perceived the shortcomings of the initial Space Marine framework and foresaw dangers that could outstrip their prowess, tasking Call with refining the Astartes archetype. This endeavor persisted covertly through the ages of Guilliman's stasis, with Call driving it forward relentlessly, even as evolving imperial doctrines might have branded such biological tinkering as tech heresy if exposed. The outcome included 3 extra gene seed implants on top of the 19 that shaped the classic Space Marines, plus a host of upgrades to selection processes, doctrinal training, and gear standards that forge and sustain these supreme fighters. Guilliman likewise launched the Indomitus Crusade, an enormous offensive effort aimed at reclaiming Imperium territories isolated by the Great Rift and repelling the Chaos hordes invigorated by their triumph at Cadia. This operation, the grandest unified imperial assault since the Great Scouring, has liberated countless planets from Xenos overlords, chaotic taint, or mere abandonment, reasserting at least basic imperial sway over domains once written off as gone. Integrating Primaris units into veteran Space Marine chapters formed a cornerstone of this approach, enabling battered legions to launch aggressive pushes that their reduced ranks could never have managed before. The most daring facet of Guilliman's overhauls involves his stance on imperial creed and the Emperor's worship. Steering clear of overt assaults on the faiths that have propped up the Imperium for ages, the Primarch has subtly promoted a more logical lens on imperial annals and directives. The Logos Historica Verita, an organization founded under his oversight, works to sift truth from the tangled web of hype, folklore, and blatant lies masquerading as 42nd millennium history. This push has pitted Guilliman against reactionary factions in the ecclesiarchy, who decry any tampering with sacred tenets as blasphemous. His asserted personal link to the Emperor has softened some backlash, though underlying frictions simmer below the facade of cohesion. Guilliman's first-hand outlook on the Emperor's deification may pose the riskiest element of his renewed command. Having known the master of mankind up close amid the Great Crusade, battling alongside him and advancing his blueprint for a reason-driven human realm free of superstition, the Primarch now guides a faith-bound dominion whose foundations, Guilliman's core convictions, stand in stark opposition to the prevailing perceptions of the Emperor's will and essence. Though shrewd enough to understand that outright opposition to the imperial faith could exacerbate the ongoing turmoil, he has subtly curbed its most fanatical manifestations and fostered opportunities for logical methods in administration, research, and tactical planning amid the Empire's overarching structure. This clash between Guilliman's logical worldview and the profoundly devout ethos of the Imperium under his command highlights a pivotal, lingering paradox of the present age. The Primarch's initiatives, which could pave the way for stronger countermeasures against humanity's dire perils, clash with 10,000 years of entrenched bureaucratic growth and doctrinal shifts. Whether these alterations can take root without sparking disastrous divisions inside the Empire's leadership is uncertain, as various groups in the imperial power structure align for or against them based on how Gilman's vision meshes with their organizational priorities and doctrinal loyalties. Regardless of these inner conflicts, the Primarch's reappearance has undeniably steadied the Imperium's pressing military landscape. His battle-hardened acumen, refined in the Great Crusade and untainted by the rigid orthodoxies that have stifled imperial leadership over the millennia, has delivered key triumphs over Chaos incursions invigorated by their Cadia conquest. Introducing Primaris Marines has bolstered safeguards in vital areas and enabled counterattacks that prior exhausted troops could never have managed before Gilman's involvement. The structural overhauls via the Codex Imperialis have enhanced synergy among imperial bodies, curbing the rivalries and misalignments that once undermined reactions to rising dangers. Still, these notable advances might prove insufficient amid the vast obstacles humanity confronts following the Great Rift's emergence. The Imperium Nihilus, that shadowed expanse of the galaxy cut off from the Astronomicon, stays mostly outside reliable imperial oversight, even with the Indomitus Crusade's determined pushes to link up and bolster remote strongholds. Chaos warriors, spurred by their Cadia win and the Cicatrix Maledictum's birth, have pressed assaults in numerous zones, striking at planets isolated or exposed by the shift of guards to fuel Gilman's campaign. Xenos races across the board have exploited the Imperium's divided focus to advance their aims, be it encroaching on former human domains, hitting soft spots, or fortifying their holdings against a possible resurgence from a revitalized Imperium led by the Primarch. From an enduring strategic viewpoint, the gravest issue is the ongoing decay of the Golden Throne, notwithstanding extra funding for its upkeep and hands-on fixes by Adeptus Mechanicus experts acting on Gilman's direct orders. The venerable devices upholding the Emperor's body and directing his psionic might to sustain the Astronomicon, and the veil over the warp exhibit traces of permanent breakdown, where makeshift fixes and ad hoc patches only delay, not avert, an ultimate collapse. Most Imperial tacticians shy from voicing the horrors of such a breakdown, yet preparations for that possibility have ramped up under Gilman's guidance, exploring ideas once branded as blasphemy in earlier eras. The chance that the Emperor could perish or evolve in unforeseen ways as the Golden Throne gives out forms the supreme unknown engaging humanity's outlook. The Astronomicon's psychic signal, vital for warp travel past nearby systems, relies wholly on the Emperor's ongoing condition. The divide separating real space from the warp, already strained by the Great Rift, could shatter without the master of mankind's unrelenting vigil. The foundational authority of imperial rule, rooted for 10 millennia in the idea that the High Lords and their underlings govern for a living, albeit impaired Emperor, would face profound doubt from any drastic shift in his condition. Amid the pervasive atmosphere of cosmic dread and instability, the everyday existence of imperial subjects presses on much as it has since the Imperium's inception, marked by relentless drudgery, scarcity, unquestioning devotion, and rare flashes of valor that pierce the overarching gloom of this era. Countless billions toil away in vast forge factories, churning out the arms and gear vital to fuel the Imperium's perpetual conflicts, oblivious to the grander war they're feeding into. Millions more enlist in the Astra Militarum, clashing and perishing on distant fronts light years from their birthplaces, motivated by the barest, most devout interpretations of their purpose. Innumerable psychers awaken to their powers daily, the majority fated for offering to the Golden Throne following the harsh ordeal of capture, assessment, and conveyance in dread to the black ships that have carried out their somber duty since the Imperium's birth. The chasm separating this tangible world of average citizens from the lofty strategic dilemmas preoccupying the Empire's elite rulers embodies the profoundest sorrow of our time. Those whose tireless efforts underpin any slim chance of mankind's endurance seldom, if ever, perceive the intricate dangers imperiling their kind or the frantic steps devised to confront them. Directives from the ruling powers, ranging from draft levies to asset seizures and the stifling of disruptive knowledge, profoundly alter the lives of billions in length and hardship, yet those enduring the fallout hold no sway over the choices dictating their fates. The ethical dilemma woven into this system, the clash between personal worth and the demands of species preservation, lingers unsolved and maybe unsolvable under the harsh realities besieging humanity in its beleaguered state. Even as these lines take form, the stars rage in turmoil. The vast cicatrix maledictum throbs through the emptiness, a gash in existence that defies closure. Emboldened by his triumph over Cadia, the despoiler rallies fresh legions for assaults on the enfeebled Imperium, while tyrannid hive swarms press onward relentlessly from various directions, devouring whole sectors and evolving to thwart every countermeasure hurled their way. Necrons stir in swelling multitudes, their arcane tech appearing as outright magic to the diminished insights of this diminished epoch. Chaos hordes, ever the scavengers, seize upon each flaw born of these escalating calamities, twisting and shattering with malicious delight. Set against this doomsday canvas, Rob O'Gillion emerges as potentially the final finest prospect for a human, tomorrow echoing the Emperor's initial dream. His tactical prowess, governance savvy, and ties to the Imperium's core tenets form invaluable tools in today's fray. Still, not even a Primarch, with his superhuman might and cunning foresight, can alone halt the decay of 10,000 years' music, or unravel the accumulated fallout from choices rendered and chances squandered over the Emperor's long void. The changes Gilliman has enacted might temper the Imperium's slide, yet they fail to tackle the deep-seated flaws embedded in its framework right from its revival after the Horus Heresy. Whispers circulate of oracles and omens hinting that fellow loyal Primarchs could reappear to bolster their sibling in mankind's bleakest moment. The Lion, Jagadi Kun, Leman Russ, Vulcan, Korax, the lost progeny of the Emperor, their destinies unverified since the chaotic purge, may yet step forth from hidden retreats or stasis fields that have shielded them through the ages. Such murmurs carry peril, teetering on blasphemy for some inquisitors. Nevertheless, they endure in the dim underbelly of imperial life, a forlorn beacon in a time barren of solace. Humanity's end hangs in limbo as the 42nd millennium advances, branching paths unfolding from the pivotal rift spawned by the Great Rift's birth and Gilman's resurgence. In one conceivable path, the Primarch's initiatives gain traction, enabling the Imperium to steady itself and recapture vast swathes forfeited amid the Noctis Eterna. Additional loyalist Primarchs arrive to support their kin, offering distinct skills and viewpoints that bolster Gilman's virtues while offsetting his shortcomings. The Golden Throne finds renewal via a blend of rediscovered ancient relics, Adeptus Mechanicus ingenuity unshackled from doctrinal binds, and maybe selective Xenos insights when utterly essential. The Imperium rising from this crucible scarcely mirrors its antecedent professor, stripped of the most egregious follies of superstition and administrative hazard. The closing moments. My fingers tremble, not due to years, but from terror as I embark on this concluding segment of our record. These words I set down now resemble an admission, for the knell of humanity's demise echoes in my ears even while I press quill against vellum. The cosmos crumbles about us. The celestial bodies appear to fade. The Emperor's radiance diminishes, and the void amid realms hungers fiercely. These lines ought not to be inscribed. Wisdom carries peril in this era of conclusions. Still, I press on, solely to serve as observer to mankind's dusk. The 36th millennium signaled the onset of what experts term the epoch of closure, although scarce few perceived it thus at its inception. As with every pivotal shift in history, the change unfolded slowly, detectable merely in hindsight after trends solidified. Isolated incidents that appeared isolated or haphazard initially unveiled their place within a unified march to disaster only once enough intervals elapsed to expose their interconnections. By that juncture, naturally, it proved vastly too delayed to redirect the course forged by choices rendered and chances forfeited ages or epochs prior. The clearest indicator of this slide into ruin manifested in the intensifying rhythm of Black Crusades unleashed from the Eye of Terror by Abaddon the Despoiler, once first captain of the Sons of Horus and self-styled successor to the arch-traitor's mantle. The inaugural Black Crusade had burst forth from the Eye in the early 31st millennium, scarcely a millennium following the Horus heresy's resolution. That opening thrust had been repelled, albeit with heavy toll on the Imperial Guardians, and it set a blueprint that would recur with alterations across the ensuing 10,000 years. Every Black Crusade adhered to a comparable framework outwardly. Hordes of chaos surged from the Eye of Terror in formidable arrays, generally commanded by Abaddon personally, bolstered by assorted renegade legions, demon engines, tainted Imperial Guard units, and any other resources the ruinous powers could assemble for that offensive. These armies assailed Imperial planets and outposts near the Cadian Gate, that slender passage of steadier void governing entry and exit to the Eye of Terror. Imperial resistors would ultimately curb the incursion, frequently after grave forfeits in land and lives, whereupon the Chaos Legions retreated into the Eye to gear up for their subsequent outing. Such repetitive cycle prompted numerous Imperial tacticians to undervalue the underlying reality of the phenomenon. Each Black Crusade got handled as a standalone occurrence for scrutiny and counteraction independently, instead of elements in a grander scheme evolving over eons. The retreat of Chaos troops at each offensive's end got seen as rout rather than fulfillment of targeted aims whose import might elude Imperial watchers at once. This core misinterpretation of Abaddon's aims would in the end fuel the ruinous breakdown of Imperial safeguards, when the authentic intent of these iterative raids surfaced during the 13th Black Crusade. What grew ever clearer to shrewder observers amid these repeated clashes was that every Black Crusade, despite surface resemblances in broad strokes, zeroed in on particular resources or sites whose tactical worth wasn't invariably evident through standard warfare lenses. The Gothic War, alternatively dubbed the 12th Black Crusade, witnessed Abaddon channeling his drives toward seizing multiple Blackstone fortresses, primordial armaments of immense might whose roots antedated the Imperium. The 7th Black Crusade, occasionally labeled the Ghost War, featured precise raids on designated Imperial sites and figures, diverging from the sweeping land grabs of prior efforts. The 9th Black Crusade struck at the Carinalis warp route, a critical conduit for supplies bolstering the Cadian Gate and adjacent regions. These ostensibly scattered aims, when regarded within a unified long-term blueprint spanning millennia, exposed Abaddon's genuine objective. Each Black Crusade claimed vital assets, probed specific weaknesses, neutralized pivotal defenses, or founded forward bases that would emerge essential for the climactic devastating strike forever, the Despoiler's endgame. Imperial protectors, fixated on pressing battlefield demands and hampered by the mounting rigidity in inter-agency data exchange, overlooked this sequence until devising a viable riposte grew impossible. This lapse in foresight epitomized wider organizational breakdowns. The rigid dogma that defined the Imperium in its final days had eroded its foundations. The High Lords of Terra, ostensibly the ultimate rulers wielding authority on behalf of the Emperor, had fragmented into rival fiefdoms, each obsessed with safeguarding its personal influence rather than confronting the dire perils endangering all of humanity. Institutions like the Adeptus Administratum, the Ecclesiarchy, and the Mechanicus clung to rituals and protocols forged thousands of years prior, tailored to realities long vanished. These bodies proved utterly unable to evolve amid shifting realities, even when the urgent need for change was apparent to all but those shackled by rigid beliefs and bureaucratic stagnation. Such ossification in the Empire's administrative framework could perhaps have endured in a kinder cosmos, one with fewer foes and ample supplies to offset the waste from swollen bureaucracies, faith-driven delusions, and halted technological progress. Yet, the Imperium of the late 36th millennium confronted the exact inverse, lethal hazards closing in from every direction. As the bedrock of human society decayed internally, The tolerance for mistakes, slender even in the more secure periods of the past, had dwindled to nothing under the burden of flawed choices, squandered chances, and a focus on self-perpetuating hierarchies over the true needs of humankind. Perhaps most disturbing to the rare few privy to sensitive intelligence who grasped the broader strategic crisis was the mounting proof that the Emperor's vitality was fading, even as greater efforts and sacrifices poured into preserving his life. The Astronomicon, that vital psychic lighthouse enabling navigation through the warp, suffered irregular dips in strength without any traceable outside cause. Astropathic messages, inherently fragile even in ideal scenarios, faced rising interference or total breakdowns, including in zones untouched by recognized warp disturbances. The Emperor's unceasing psychic shield, erected since his entombment on the Golden Throne, exhibited weakening in various sectors, permitting chaos demons simpler entry into the physical realm than in eras gone by. These ominous shifts, shrouded from the masses and much of the Imperial command structure alike, pointed to a destiny far bleaker than the current catastrophe. Should the Emperor's strength keep diminishing, notwithstanding the ritual slaughter of thousands of psychers each day to fuel him, the unavoidable outcome would spell total breakdown of the mechanisms relying on his immense psyker abilities. Lacking the Astronomicon, voyages between stars would elude all but the elite among navigators, splintering the Imperium into disconnected pockets incapable of mounting joint defenses or exchanging vital supplies. Absent the interdimensional ward, demonic invasions would surge in both volume and ferocity, surpassing the beleaguered efforts of Imperial troops to hold them back. Without reliable astropathic links, the fragile links binding far-flung sectors would shatter, forcing isolated worlds to battle escalating dangers using only whatever they had on hand. Set against this scene of domestic paralysis and looming institutional ruin, outside dangers proliferated in scope and ferocity. The Orc hordes, resilient despite the exhaustive purges of the Great Crusade and later Imperial offensives, kept surging through numerous sectors without cease. The Tyranids, an alien scourge unknown until the twilight of the 41st millennium, introduced a fresh apocalypse, devouring every scrap of life in their advance while evolving to thwart all opposition. The Necrons, those undead mechanical horrors dormant under myriad planets since before mankind's rise, stirred from their eternal slumber, seizing back worlds they viewed as their birthright. And so concludes our story. I trust it brought you some pleasure.